NBC Sports presents the best of the National Football League, the American Football Conference. Brought to you by New Schlitz Light Natural Pilsner Beer. Still less filling with a taste that's bigger than light. By Chrysler Plymouth, who invites you to see and compare Plymouth Volare, the solid, substantial midsize for $79. And by Allstate Insurance Companies. You're in good hands with Allstate.
This afternoon, the Oakland Raiders against the Seattle Seahawks from the Kingdom. This is Charlie Jones and Lynn Dawson. Seattle won the toss and elected to receive. Al Hunter and Rufus Crawford are the two deep backs, and Ray Guy will get the ball game underway. At the goal line, it is Al Hunter. Hunter to the 10. 15, slips and goes down at the 17-yard line. So Seattle will go to work at their own 17-yard line. First down. Offensively for the Seattle Seahawks, the quarterback is Jim Zorn. The running back, Sherman Smith and David Sims.
Number 10, Jim Zorn. He's the man to watch. He makes things go for this football team.
The receivers, Sam McCullum, Steve Largent on the outside, Ron Howard, number 87 is the tight end.
Look for number 80, Steve Largent. He's the man. He's the big play man for Seattle.
And Largent comes to a slot on the right side. First down, Seattle, their own 17-yard line. David Sims gets the call and has a couple of yards on the play. John Matuzak makes the tackle. We'll look now to the offensive line of Seattle. Nick Bebout, Tom Lynch, John Yarno, Bob Newton, and Steve August.
Steve August is having a fine year. He's one of the men involved with the trade with Dorsett with Dallas, along with Tom Lynch, number 61.
Defensively for the Oakland Raiders, that front three, John Matuzak, Otis Sistrunk, and Dave Browning.
Number 73, Dave Browning. He's the new man on that team, and he's the first rookie to start defensively since '72.
Second down, 8. Sherman Smith. He'll be about a yard shy of the first down as Phil Villapiano was there. A gain of 6 on the play. The linebackers, Ted Hendricks, Monty Johnson, Rod Martin starting in place of Willie Hall and Phil Villapiano.
Number 83, Ted Hendricks. When they get into a passing situation, he's the man they like to blitz, to put pressure on the quarterback.
And in the secondary for Oakland, Lester Hayes, Monty Jackson, Charles Phillips, and Jack Tatum.
Number 42, Monty Jackson's a former All-Pro, but a lot of people feel that 37, Lester Hayes, may be the best one back there defensively.
Lewis Bullard, number 72, is in the lineup. He becomes a tight end on the left side. For Seattle in a short yardage situation. Sims has the first down. Breaks it outside the 40, the 45, the 50-yard line. Dave Browning makes the tackle. And we want to welcome those watching the San Diego-Detroit ball game. This game just underway. Along with Lynn Dawson, this is Charlie Jones. A pickup of 24 on that play as we look again.
First short yardage situation, a big play by that offensive line, breaking number 35, David Sims, loose, and he is the number 1 rusher on this football team, the second leading pass receiver, and he's doing much of this on his own. 24 yards.
First down, 50-yard line. Jim Zorn, the quarterback. He fakes. Has all the time in the world. Comes back underneath to Sherman Smith. Smith slips 2 tackles. 41-yard line. He picks up 9. Rod Martin finally brings him down.
47, Sherman Smith has been out with an injury. He's been back a couple of weeks, but he really makes things happen for this football team. They feel that they really need him in that backfield because he takes a lot of pressure off of Zorn and also Sims. And here he's got all day in the world to throw the football. They're covered down deep, so that's why he's coming up short underneath. And here is running on your own, getting yardage on your own. Number 47, Sherman Smith, coming up with a big play. Now it's second and short.
Second down 1 at the Oakland 41-yard line. Sims, and he is stopped right at the line of scrimmage. His momentum carries him almost a yard. It'll be close to a first down. Officials spot the ball on the Seahawks side of the 40-yard line. It will be 3rd down and still around a half yard to go for a 1st down.
Number 72, Lewis Bullard into the ball game. That last 3rd down situation was a big play for Seattle. Here's another big one, because initially when you get the football and you can march that ball down the field, maintain possession, it's a big thing for the offense. Momentum will be on your side.
2 tight ends. Sims. This will be close as he is wrestled down by Monty Johnson. The Raider defense has not been scored on in the 1st quarter this year. As we're nearing the halfway point in this NFL season, we will reach it later on this afternoon.
They'll take a measurement here, Charlie, and if they are not, if they don't have the 1st down, I would not be surprised to see them go for it on the 40-yard line. They got it.
1st down.
It's really great, you know, come out initially when you get the football and maintain that ball 5 or 6 minutes. It really does something for your offense, and it does something to the opposition's defense too, believe me.
What about the opposition offense, the Oakland Raiders?
Well, they sit around there, particularly if they're scored on. They figure when they got to come in, they've got to get that 7 points back in a hurry. They get nervous over there, waiting. Play pass.
Zorn throws, and it is incomplete. Underthrowing the intended receiver, Sam McCullum. So it will be 2nd down and 10 at the Oakland 40-yard line.
He's shaking his head and slapping his hands because he had his man open. It's just the ball was underthrown.
Steve Rabel comes into the offensive set. Zorn has had a lot of time to throw in this ball game.
Well, they established that running game, and now he had a play-action pass on 1st down. It's a great opportunity to throw the football, plus the fact they're not going to be blitzing most of the time with that 3-man front on 1st down. They're going to try to stop the run.
5 men in the secondary. Willie Brown comes in. Rod Martin comes out for the Raiders. 2nd and 10. On a reverse, David Sims. Sims back to the line of scrimmage, spins for a couple of yards, and that will be it. Coming over the top was John Matuszak to wrap up the tackle. And at the bottom of the stack was Phil Villapiano.
That's the old, something like the old Statue of Liberty.
Very close.
Although he didn't have the ball up over his head, but he had it. That's what it is. The back started in one direction and came back around. You see number 10 Zorn going back, and here it is. 35 Sims started to his right, came back to his left. The offensive line out in front. Number 61 Tom Lynch getting out there trying to get a block for him.
Anticipating the pass, Mike McCoy and Pat Toomey are in the defensive line. 3rd down 7. No score early in the ball game. Zorn is pressured, and he will be sacked. That is the 13th sack on the year for the Oakland Raiders. And it was Pat Toomey who got it.
Number 67, Toomey, he's put in a situation, a passing situation, doing what he does best, and that is rush the passer. Does an outstanding job of getting by the offensive man, getting a hold of Zorn, and you better keep a hold of him because if he gets loose, he's got the great ability to run with the football.
Herman Weaver to kick to this man, Neil Colsey. Number 1 draft choice of the Raiders back at 75. Out of Ohio State. Excellent return. Weaver, 38-yard kicking average. And of course, here in the Kingdom, there is no wind, perfect conditions. He sails a beauty. Foot race is on, and the football wins it. Touchback will bring it out to the 20-yard line where the Oakland Raiders will go to work. We've got a timeout, 44 yards on the kick. No return. Back in a moment.
From Candlestick Park in San Francisco, CBS presents the Atlanta Falcons versus the San Francisco 49ers. Hi, everybody. I'm Vin Scully, along with George Allen and Jim Brown, and welcome to Candlestick Park. The 49ers 1-6, and a reborn Falcon Ball Club 3-4. George, the Falcons are favored. What about the 49ers? Would there be some kind of a home field advantage?
Well, Vinny, there's a lot of talk about a home field advantage. I always used to stress with my ball club that the only advantage you have at home is if you play well. If you don't play well at home, it's a disadvantage. You'd be better off to play on the road, because if you play poorly at home, your own fans will boo you.
And, of course, the question of just how many fans would even be here to boo, they're talking about 30,000 or less. So the heat is on in the Bay Area. Talking about the heat is on the juice. O.J. Simpson is 31 years old. He's been playing rough NFL football for 10 years. He has not scored a rushing touchdown in 14 consecutive games going back to 1976. And he's been banged up. Jim, he's wealthy. Is he a fat cat, and has he come to the end of the road?
Well, Vinny, you never sell the juice short. He's only been one block away from breaking the big one. One thing I would like to point out to all of our viewers is that injuries, you can never underestimate them. The juice has a knee injury. Yes.
You played with a bad, severe wrist injury. What did that do? Does it undermine your playing?
Yes, it does, because if you're a great back, you're just that far away from just being a good back. So injuries are very important. But one thing I would like to point out, the Juice is now 31 years old. He's been playing for about 10 seasons. People are starting to compare him to himself. Whenever you're getting compared to yourself, you better think about retiring. So we're going to take it right back to you, Vinny.
Okay, Jim and George, and down on the field right now, San Francisco won the toss. They elected to receive. So Atlanta in the visiting white. And the 49ers 1-6. San Francisco trying to win before the home folks. And the Atlanta Falcons, whom we saw knock off Detroit 14-0 and limit them to only 22 yards rushing last week. In fact, they allowed only 4 yards rushing in the second half. So the heat will be on the 49ers indeed. Tim Mazzetti, number 4, will be kicking off for San Francisco. Deep, Dave Williams and Paul Hofer. Williams, number 30, figures to handle it. And it'll be hooked right down to Williams on the goal line. So Williams to the 10, to the 20. Billy Rickman hits him, and Rickman brings him down as he crosses the 30-yard line. Rickman, normally on offense, making a pretty good tackle to slow Williams down. So we'll take a look now at San Francisco as Steve DeBerg, who comes in with 16 interceptions and 8 sacks. He is number 17, a second-year man out of San Jose State. He was originally drafted by Dallas, and a lot of pressure on him, and we look forward to see Atlanta put heat on him immediately. Freddie Solomon goes wide left. Paul Seal, a tight end on the right side. Ken McAfee on the left side. Greg Boykin behind a block by O.J. Simpson is going to be slowed down and dragged down. Fulton Kuykendall hit him behind, which reminds me, Jim Brown, we saw O.J. Simpson blocking for Greg Boykin.
Yes, this is what we call a position block. He didn't leave his feet. If we can see him there, it's a little difficult to see, but he maintained his position. Now, looking from the end zone, we should be able to see it. We watched the Juice maintain his position to the outside. Couldn't sustain it long enough to make it successful, but it was a very good try.
All right, 2nd and 10 from the San Francisco 29-yard line. Solomon goes wide on the right side, and they still have 2 tight ends, Paul Seal and Ken McAfee. DeBerg to Solomon. Solomon grabbed by Frank Reed, who spun him around and took him down. Reed, playing with a sore hamstring, still made the hit.
Well, I like what the 49ers are doing on offense. They have 2 tight ends, and that will give the young quarterback some protection. It also controls the dogs, the red dogs. The blitzes that you use are curtailed to some extent when you have 2 tight ends. I think it's a real smart offensive move at this stage of the game to have 2 tight ends.
3rd and 4 from the San Francisco 34-yard line. Solomon goes left. Seal is the tight end on the right side. McAfee goes left. DeBerg on a 3rd and 4 going out, and it's broken up by Rich Bias. The pass intended for Freddie Solomon. Solomon, number 88, coming over here in a deal that sent Delvin Williams to Miami. In fact, it was a big trade. They got Solomon, safety Vern Roberson, and 2 draft choices, which turned out to be middle linebacker Dan Buns and safety Bruce Threadgill.
Atlanta was defensing Solomon on that play, and it was almost picked off.
A rookie out of Cincinnati, Mike Connell, who had to replace Tom Whittam. Whittam suffered a fractured leg in an auto accident in June. So Connell will be kicking, and standing deep is Billy Rickman on his own 25. Rickman at the 24 to the 30. Francisco has recovered. Paul Hofer, number 36, fell on the loose ball.
Vinny, more good breaks come out of the kicking game than any other phase of football. Here's a fine punt. Good coverage. Rickman did not put the ball away. Went for the arm, went for the elbow, forced a fumble.
So Paul Hofer, number 36, making their recovery. A 3-year man out of Mississippi. Big break for the 49ers now. 1st and 10 on the Atlanta 35-yard line. DeBerg looking left and lobbing deep. Solomon has it and it goes out of bounds at the 14-yard line of Atlanta. Rick Bias driving him out.
Well, Atlanta is still defensing Solomon, or rotating to his side, but what he did is he split the defense. The front man did not jam him, did not hold him up, and DeBerg threw a perfect strike in there. Nice execution by Solomon and DeBerg.
So San Francisco, capitalizing on a fumble by Billy Rickman, has moved the ball 1st and 10 on the Atlanta 14. They just picked up 21 yards on that pass play. O.J. Simpson and Greg Boykin, the running back. And it's O.J. and he's going wide. O.J. to the 5. O.J. touchdown. First rushing touchdown for O.J. Simpson since 1976.
All right, watch O.J.'s feet. Now this was set up perfectly because he made the inside move, moved to the outside, used his tremendous speed. But the most important thing is that they didn't use him early. They used Solomon to get the defense a little confused, to make the defense spread out and think about the overall defense rather than just concentrating on the juice.
And now Ray Wersching will try to make it 7-0. Wersching with DeBerg holding. Wersching has kicked 10 out of 11 points so far. The kick is up, the kick is good. And so Ray Wersching makes it 7-0 49ers.
What I like on this is the block of the tight end, Paul Seal. Now the two tight end offense is bothering Atlanta.
7-0 San Francisco. Welcome to the Los Angeles Memorial Coliseum, where today the Los Angeles Rams, one of 2 unbeaten teams in the NFL, the 7-0 record, play host to the New Orleans Saints, who come in here with a 3-4 record. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Bender, along with Hank Stram. And Hank, the Saints haven't lost here, or I should say the Rams haven't lost here, since 1976. They're tough.
Well, you know, that doesn't happen by accident. It happens because they're an excellent football team. They do everything extremely well. I think the statistics bear that out. They're number 1 on total defense and number 2 in total offense. And so it's easy to understand, really, why they're doing so well.
The Saints, on the other hand, played this ball club on October 1st. They scored 20 points against them. That's the most scored against the Rams all year long.
Well, they're capable of scoring against anybody they play against. I think they're totally healthy now that Chuck Muncie is back with them. Archie Manning is having a fantastic year. The receiving core is healthy. The defense is totally well. They have had some problems with their offensive line, but basically they're not in bad physical condition, and they're capable of doing a good job.
Hank, I would assume the key to today's game is protecting Archie Manning. If he has time to throw the ball, he can create some fireworks.
No question about that. And last week he only threw 4 times, as everybody knows, but the reason he didn't throw a lot was because he has very sore and tender ribs. Was hurting last week, and they were a little concerned about the fact that he might get re-injured, so they didn't pump the ball up very much. They kept it on the ground and did a good job because they won.
All right, let's go to the field now. As New Orleans has won the toss, they have elected to receive. The Rams coming in here along with the Pittsburgh Steelers today, the only 2 unbeaten teams in the NFL. There's our crew working today's game, Gordon McCarter. Beautiful day for football. It's a little warm, however, on the playing surface, as it must be getting up to 85 to 90 degrees, and there's a crowd in the neighborhood of 50,000 on hand at the Coliseum, as the Rams have really played remarkable football thus far. Their big win last week against Minnesota, and of course earlier this year defeating the Dallas Cowboys. The Saints winning last week in San Francisco. They've already matched their victory output of last year, and this is a team that can move the football. Going back deep will be number 89, the number 1 draft pick for New Orleans, and Wes Chandler. Chandler averaging just over 23 yards a return on kickoffs. That's 9th in the NFC. He's joined on the near side by Clarence Chapman, and this is Frank Correll, the rookie from UCLA, who's done so well this year in the field goal kicking department, hitting 11 of 18 thus far. He's ready to go, and this game is underway. And Corral hits it to the far side of the field. It's picked up by Motti, Rich Motti, the second-year man from Penn State, and Motti's going to get out to the 22-yard line. Motti, who's just been outstanding on the special teams for the New Orleans Saints, brings it out to the 22, and Reggie Doss makes the stop. There's Manning. Now, we expect to see Chuck Muncie in there possibly. We'll see if Strawn will start instead of Chuck Muncie. Tony Galbraith for sure. Chandler, Harris, and Childs will be the wide receivers. Childs still looking for his first touchdown catch. And there's that forward wall that's been chopped up all year long. John Hill, the veteran in the middle. From the 22, a first down. This is Manning, who already has thrown for 1,431 yards.
With the alignment of the defense like it is, they should run to the right. Now,
and they give off to Muncie, and as anticipated, Muncie did start in place of Mike Strawn. They were waiting to the last minute to resolve that situation, and Muncie hit very hard. He might have gotten a yard by Cody Jones. And speaking of Cody Jones, look at that forward wall, would you? Larry Brooks is just an all-pro. They feel he's having his best year. He's a leading tackler. The linebacking core, Bradzinski in place of Isaiah Robertson on the right, and back deep already 10 interceptions by the secondary, led by the veteran Dave Elmendorf. Second down, virtually 10 yards to go. Manning much to throw, and he's got some protection. He completes it to Galbraith. Galbraith's got the first down out to the 35-yard line. And there's the key, Hank Stram. If they can protect Manning, he'll do that all afternoon long.
Well, you don't have to worry about protecting him that much when he throws the ball that quickly. This is a pass to the fullback, Tony Galbraith, and I'm sure they feel that they can lick Bradzinski, number 59. We felt that way last year when we played them and beat them 27-26, Gary, and I think that's going to be a very important factor in this game.
Manning earlier this year in that loss on October 1st had 3 touchdown passes against the Rams. First down across the 35. Tony Galbraith, and Galbraith out across the 40-45, and Galbraith has another first down to the 50-yard line. He had 85 yards last week rushing, and boy, he had a big hole on that play.
It's just a straight ahead shot. The right side of the offensive line did a very good job, LaFerry and Woods, and an excellent job of running by Tony Galbraith. There you see Elmendorf trying to make the play, but it was a great gain by Tony Galbraith.
14-yard pickup to the midfield stripe. Elmendorf and Simpson combining on the stop. And the Saints are moving the football. Manning giving off to Tony Galbraith again, and he gets a yard, and that's about all. Into the Ram, into the field. Jack Reynolds, the middle linebacker. Jack Youngblood combining on the stop.
Jim Youngblood made the tackle. LaFari, the right guard, pulled on the play with the expectation of blocking Youngblood, but he didn't do a good job, and as a result, they just made about a half a yard on the play with Tony Galbraith carrying the football. And that time, they were in a slot formation with both Ike Harris and Tinker Owens on the left side of the football with the backs remaining at home.
Tinker Owens back in the lineup. He's been shelved with an injury. Second down, 9. Manning again throwing on second down. The protection's there. This is going to be to the near side and picked off. Childs intended receiver. Elmendorf has it. Dave Elmendorf. Elmendorf to the 50, and he's to the 49.
Yellow flag on the play.
There is a flag way back where the ball was intercepted. And Childs, who is the intended receiver, is indicating it's against Los Angeles.
Archie threw that ball right into coverage that time. Elmendorf came over and saw the ball, watched Archie throw into the area, but evidently there was pass interference on the play, and New Orleans has possession, 1st and 10.
Let's listen now, see who it's against. Number 49, that's Rod Perry. You probably picked up some of that. Having a little trouble with the officials, Mike, but Rod Perry, the pass interference, and boy, what a reversal that is. Instead of having the ball at the Saints 49, the Saints have it first down at the 29 of Los Angeles.
And the other thing that happened on that last play, Gary, was the fact that Tony Galbraith was wide open in the flat. Archie made up his mind, I think, to throw deep downfield, but Galbraith was wide open again, and I think they're going to try very hard to work on Brzezinski because he doesn't cover against the pass nearly as well as he does the run.
Archie with 7 interceptions this year and 7 touchdowns. He's going to throw on first down. He's being chased by Jack Youngblood. Look at that block. And Manning, he can run with the best of them. He just dumped that off to Larry Brooks.
Larry Brooks made a great play, chased him all over the place, number 90. He ran to his left with the anticipate. It was a play-action pass. He got chased out of the pocket by Youngblood. And Archie runs to his left, and he tries to hit Chuck Muncie, but Muncie did not move around and get away from the defense. But in conjunction with that, Brooks, number 90, did a great job of pursuing and knocked the ball down. Almost intercepted it.
Boy, he did. Larry Brooks, he hadn't had those hands so heavily taped. He's 6'3", 254, leading tackler. He has 4 sacks, and he's always around the ball. Look at that final. Tampa Bay over Chicago. That's a shocker. That's 5 straight losses for the Bears. 2nd and 10 now. Here's Galbraith. Nothing doing. Boy, you look at this defense of Los Angeles, Hank. They're number 1 against the rush. They're only allowing a little over 100 yards a game.
You know, the other thing that's tough, Larry Brooks is one of the most unsung players in the National Football League. He doesn't get an awful lot of recognition, but I tell you, he's a great player and a hard guy to contend with. You're so concerned about Dreyer and Youngblood on the outside that sometimes, you know, you neglect to realize how great a player he really is.
Boy, the Jets continue St. Louis's losing streak. They're now 0-8. Jets have been remarkable since losing Richard Todd to injury. The nickel defense in now. 5 defensive backs in for the Rams on a 3rd and 10. And back, they got a blitz. Coming through is Youngblood. Jim Youngblood coming through on the blitz. That's his 4th sack of the year, and that's a lot of sacks for a linebacker.
They didn't touch him. He blitzed from the inside. Watch him. He got through there without anybody getting a hand on him, and of course Archie had no chance whatsoever. He's trying to dodge the bullet, but he finally gets shot by Youngblood.
Takes him out of the field goal range, and they lose yardage way back to their own 44-yard line. They lost 28 yards on that play. Devastating sack, and now Jackie Wallace, number 20, goes back for the Rams. Tom Blanchard, who is 3rd in the NFC, will be kicking it away for the Saints. 0-0 our score, 10:42 to go. First quarter from the Coliseum. Blanchard, who's just been kicking the tar out of the ball, gets another one. They're going to let it hit. It goes all the way in for the touchback. And Blanchard has been just superb. He's averaging over 41 yards a kick. So they bring it back out to the 20-yard line. The Rams will have their first crack at the ball. We'll be back as there's 10:24 left in the first quarter.
Well, you Eagle fans can look forward to your team meeting the St. Louis Cardinals next Sunday on CBS. That's just one of the lineup of regional games, which also includes San Francisco against Washington and Detroit against Chicago. Giants will be at New Orleans, Tampa Bay, Green Bay. Consult your local listings for the game in your area. Cowboys moving now at the 25 of Philadelphia. They go at the end around. Tony Hill. Hill is down to the 22-yard line. Hill on the end around for the Cowboys gets 3.
I'll tell you, that was good reading by the defense to keep him down to 3 yards. Dallas isn't holding any strings back today. I'll tell you, they're pulling them all out.
Well, good news for the Eagles. The word on Wilbert Montgomery is that he has a cut nose, but he is due to return to the ballgame. There's the other 2 games we were talking about, Giants, New Orleans, and Tampa Bay, Green Bay. 2nd down. Cowboys need 7 for the first down. They're at the 22-yard line of the Philadelphia Eagles, leading 14-7. Early in the final period, Drew Pearson in motion. One of the Cowboy offensive linemen jumped the gun. Illegal procedure will move Dallas back 5 yards. Cowboys' next outing, a Thursday night affair against the Minnesota Vikings. You don't have a chance to breathe, much less practice. You know, you turn around, you get a day off after this game, and you get 2 days of work, and that's it.
I'll tell you one thing. You know, that makes it really tough on a ball club. There's no question about it. I didn't even like playing on Monday night and coming back on Sunday because, you know, once you get up there in a few years on you, it takes a while to get rid of those bumps and bruises that you have.
Number 67 of the offense, false start.
So the bad news goes against the Cowboys' Pat Donovan. They have Monday Night Football we play? You left yourself open for that one. You know that, don't you?
I know it.
Second down, 12 needed for the first down as the Cowboys are shoved back to the 28-yard line. Tony Dorsett is in the lineup. You must say the Cowboys have a well-rested running back. Here's Staubach retreating, rushes on, and they pin him at the 35. Good job by the Eagles. The guy that broke through was Bigfoot. Dennis Harrison. He got his big foot in there.
I'll tell you, he had 3 sacks, I think, last week. He really made the big play. And again, right now, this is a third down, long yardage situation. And if the Eagles can stop them defensively without getting any points on the scoreboard right now, they're risking a ball game.
This is pretty long field goal range from this territory. You're talking about 17 and trying to 50-yarder if they don't pick up any more yardage here.
That's right. Well, if he can kick a 47-yarder into the win like last week for that, to beat the Cardinals, there's not too much of a win factor here today.
Third down and 19. Cowboys are back at the 34 of Philadelphia. Roger Staubach rushes on over the middle, flag down. Intended for Drew Pearson at about the 10-yard line. The flag was thrown at the line of scrimmage. We may have a hold against Dallas. That'll take care of this drive.
That's right. I think they'll just decline it. At least I would. I wouldn't give them another chance to throw that ball. They might get a completion, put them inside the field goal range.
They take the down, of course. It
what's it, fourth down?
Makes it fourth down, and it will necessitate close to a 50-yard field goal attempt if the Cowboys elect to go their way. That's a bit of a decision for the Eagles, and they're looking for, well, the Eagles bench is signaling decline it.
Mr. Marion Campbell down there is saying, no way. You know, that's one of the things that Vermeil has really done, is he has put together a great coaching staff, I think.
You saw Tom Landry for just a moment there, the 5th winningest coach in NFL history now.
Holding, number 67 on the offense, declined. It'll be fourth down.
Has not been a good series of downs for Pat Donovan, the Cowboy tackle. He was flagged for the holding. That'll set up fourth down, and the Cowboys are going to try to punt it out of bounds and put the Eagles in poor field position. Sheriff standing back on the 10 as Danny White prepares to do the punting.
Well, I'd be standing for one side or the other. He's really going to go for the coffin corner, and it looks like he's going over to the left over here.
Aiming for the near sideline, trying to get it out of bounds, and he did not do so. The ball went into the end zone, and the Eagles will get it on the 20-yard line. With 13 minutes and 31 seconds left to play in the football game, they went 92 yards the last time they had it. So come back in just a moment.
Green Bay Packers have the ball first and 10. They have it at their own 15-yard line. 9.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Andre Thompson in motion across. Middleton carrying, and it's out to the 18-yard line. He picked up 3 on the play. It'll be 2nd and 7. Jeff Seaman made the stop for Minnesota.
Nate Simpson was just carried off, and the report is he had a badly sprained left ankle. So Simpson is out of the football game. He plays a lot on special teams. He's a backup running back. Philadelphia's on the board. It's Dallas 14, Philadelphia 7, third quarter.
2nd down, 7 yards to go here. Whitehurst sets it up and pumps it to the outside. Lofton's got it. Got both feet in as he went out at the 30-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Packers. Phil Wise there defensively.
That's Lofton's 2nd catch of the afternoon.
Spotted near the 29-yard line, so start him there 1st and 10. Whitehurst quarterbacked all but the final series of the first half when Dennis Sproul came in to relieve him then. But Whitehurst has been in throughout this third quarter at quarterback. Full pivot and a screen right to Lofton. But Hilgenberg is hanging on. And Matt Blair is there.
Good play by Matt Blair that time, because James Lofton, if he gets by that first wave of linebackers, this kid can run with the football. He's very dangerous running with it. He's great speed. He's broken off some long runs from that little screen pass to the flanker.
2nd down and 9 at the 30-yard line. Vikings are leading 14-7. Lofton goes to a wide right. Andre Thompson to a wide left. Running backs are well split now for David Whitehurst. Andre Thompson in motion across. Incomplete. Trying to get it to Marty Smith. Penalty markers thrown.
He called for it.
Marty Smith jumped up and was complaining there, and penalty marker is thrown.
I think it was a good call too. He was looked to me that he was interfered with. Of course, the hometown fans here do not like it.
Defensive pass interference, number 45, first down.
Tom Hannon.
It's Tom Hannon, the free safety. When I watch Whitehurst, he's got his fullback picked out on a little streak right there over his back. Not too good a viewpoint with that angle, but there must have been some contact. Smith got up and angrily looked at the official, and he did throw his little yellow handkerchief.
First and 10 at the 45-yard line. Middleton trying to go the other way. Middleton trying to turn a corner, one-on-one. He got only to the 41-yard line for a loss of 4. It'll be 2nd and 14.
He was in trouble from the start. Good penetration by that Viking defense.
Tom Hannon finally brought him down with Matt Blair. 2nd and 14. 7.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Lofton coming to a wide left, double with Andre Thompson on the left side. Whitehurst. Never had a chance. Matt Blair at the 32-yard line.
Doug Sutherland from the inside line. At 59 and 69. Here's Doug Sutherland right to the left of your screen. Outside move. You see Carl Eller come to the inside. Sutherland takes the outside route. Nobody picked him up. Greg Cook over there, I think, was the man who was supposed to block him.
Third and about 23. Ball is back at the 33-yard line.
Having difficulty on third down, and this is a very difficult third down. They need 24.
Whitehurst. Got only to the 41-yard line. Carl Eller dropped him there, and the punting unit is coming on now for the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, the Viking defense just done an outstanding job today. They really bottled up Green Bay's offense. Just on that one drive after Tarkey did fumbled is really the only offense that they've had all day.
David Beverly goes back into deep punt formation, and Kevin Miller has dropped back, standing at his own 21-yard line. Vikings are leading 14-7. It's at the 28, bounce to the 25, to the 20, to the 15, to the 14-yard line. And the Vikings will start 1st and 10 at their own 14. Clock shows 5 minutes, 51 seconds remaining to be played in the third quarter as the Vikings lead 14-7.
This is Charlie Jones, Lynn Dawson, the Kingdom. For those of you watching the San Diego-Detroit game wondering what happened, well, we had a switching central area in Burbank. That's the official title. It was a mistake is what it was.
I see.
But I'm glad that you're with us because we've got a great one here this afternoon between the Oakland Raiders and the Seattle Seahawks as Terry Robisky gets the call and picks up around 3 yards on the play. Dave Brown makes the tackle. All right, now let's set the offense for the Oakland Raiders. The quarterback is Ken Stabler. Terry Robisky and Mark Van Egan are the running backs.
Look for number 30, Mark Van Egan. He's going to get the call a lot today.
Wide receivers, Cliff Branch. Morris Bradshaw, the tight end is Dave Casper.
87 Casper. When Oakland gets close to the goal line, he's the man they go to.
2nd down, 7. Oakland's ball at their own 23-yard line. Stabler gives off to Van Egan. Van Egan moves to around the 28-yard line. A pick up of 5 as Terry Beeson makes the tackle. That offensive line for the Oakland Raiders, Art Shell, Gene Upshaw, they're tough on that left side. Dave Dalby, Mickey Marvin, and Henry Lawrence.
They're tough on the left side, but they're really happy with the right side, and that's because number 65, Mickey Marvin's doing an outstanding job, along with Big Henry Lawrence, number 70.
Raymond Chester comes in. Morris Bradshaw comes out. 2 tight ends on the set. 3rd down and 2. No score early in the first quarter of the ball game. Van Egan is stopped at the 29. It'll be 4th down 1. Keith Butler, the number 2 draft choice from Memphis State, was there for the Seahawk defense. So that means that Ray Guy will be coming aboard, and Rufus Crawford drops back in the neighborhood of his own 21-yard line, anticipating the punt of Ray Guy, who has a 41.9-yard average and is 2nd in the conference.
That was a big series for Seattle. Their defense, they've been giving up over 151 yards per game rushing, and they know that if they have any hopes to win this game, they must stop the rushing game of the Oakland Raiders, which I might add is not an easy thing to do.
Sylvester with a perfect snap, and Guy gets off a beauty. Crawford fields it at the 25-yard line. He has 5. He fumbles. Seahawks recover. Keith Butler, we believe, is the man. Yes, it was Keith Butler who recovered the fumble. And Seahawks retain possession of the football. We'll take a timeout. 8:18 left to go. First quarter. We have no score in the kingdom.
Francis intercepted by Foley. He's down in the hold of Francis at the 30.
Eagles trail 14-7. 1st and 10, Philadelphia. They have the ball at the Dallas Cowboy 20-yard line. Montgomery is back in there, coupled with Cleveland Franklin as the other running back. Here's Wilbert. Bob Brunig had him by the ankle, number 53, and wouldn't let him go. Wilbert Montgomery from Abilene Christian University. 125 yards against the Redskins last week, at 144 earlier against Baltimore. He's had 4 100-yard games this season. That's the first time that's happened to an Eagle back since Steve Van Buren did it back in 1949. He had 6 that year, so that's the record that Montgomery is looking at. However, he might not get it today. Cowboys have been pretty tough.
They have been tough against him today.
On 2nd and 7. Again, the handoff up the middle, and Montgomery stopped for maybe a yard, no more than that. Larry Cole and Randy White were there waiting for him. This Cleveland team has 8 Texans on this ball club. A lot of guys who either grew up in the state of Texas or played their college football here. 3rd down. Still 7 needed for the 1st down. Eagles from their 23.
Dallas has their prevent defense in there, brought in a couple extra backs in there for the linebackers, so Jaworski's got to throw that ball perfect.
Carmichael to the left side. Aaron Kyle faces off against him. Ken Payne to the right. Mark Washington covering him. Flag is down as the pass was intended for Cleveland Franklin. Benny Barnes, number 31.
Offsides on Dallas.
And Henderson, number 56. But the Eagles will get another opportunity. That's a big, big penalty, because it would have forced the Eagles to punt. Now this means that they'll get the ball at the 28 and be down to a 3rd down and short yardage situation. 3rd and 2.
I wonder if we're going to see my little man coming back in there, number 21. I think it's long enough that they're going to have to go with a bigger play.
Number 54 on the defense.
Randy White offside for the Cowboys. It is 3rd down and 2 for the Philadelphia Eagles. Just a shade over 12 minutes left to play in the football game. Cowboys leading 14-7. These 2 teams meet again in December in Philadelphia. This time Jaworski sends both of his wide receivers off to the left. Payne on the outside and Carmichael in the slot. Franklin and Montgomery the setbacks. On 3rd and 2. Pitch goes to Montgomery, trying to pick up the 1st down, and he did not make it. He had to reach the 30 to get there.
No way.
Bob Brunig, who's been in on a ton of tackles today. Cowboy middle linebacker from Arizona State, making the stop. Brunig last year came on, did a great job filling the shoes of Leroy Jordan, one of the Cowboys' all-time greats. 4th down, still 2 needed for the first down, as Montgomery got nothing.
Well, the little man has the pressure on him again right now. He's got to get that punt off. Otherwise, Dallas will have great field position again.
10-man rush. And again, the Cowboys playing return all the way. Good punt. Tony Hill fading back to his 25. Gets by the first man. He's at the 30-yard line looking for some running room. Retreats to the 25. Comes back to the near sideline and is finally pinned at the 27. So the Cowboys will take over, call it the 28-yard line, as Hill gave it a great effort, did a lot of running, and didn't get much for it.
David Beverly's 44-yard punt gives the ball to the Vikings, 1st and 10 at their own 14-yard line. Beverly has averaged 31 yards. He had one 11-yard punt. Tarkenton sidearms, and it's incomplete. Official ruled that Foreman did not get it off the turf.
The 49ers have taken a first quarter lead over the Atlanta Falcons, 7-0.
Foreman returning, number 44, 2nd and 10 at the 14-yard line. 5 minutes, 45 seconds left to play in the 3rd quarter at Bloomington, Minnesota, and the officials call time here. What they're doing, maybe a contact lens. But if that's what it is, it's going to be in bad shape.
If they find it. Crunch, here it is.
In any case, we're about ready to resume 2nd and 10 at the 14-yard line for the Minnesota Vikings with 5:45 left to play in the 3rd quarter. Rashad's coming out to a wide right. That's Sammy White out to a wide left. Fran Tarkenton. White, short. 3rd and 10. Ball is at the 14-yard line of the Minnesota Vikings.
Mike McCoy, defensive right cornerback for Green Bay. And it's 3rd and long, or a tough situation. I think Fran might look to his left. He's really worked over the left side over there.
3rd and long here now. Rashad to the left side, White to the right side. Targeted. And he is sacked. Pulled down hard at the 1-yard line.
Ezra Johnson, 15th sack of the year.
So the punting unit comes on from Minnesota.
Lindsay, they say this young man runs 4.4. There he is, 78. Ezra Johnson leads all the National Football League in sacks, now with 15.
Keep in mind that Greg Coleman has been getting that ball off under a heavy rush. Last time out, the official signaled that a Green Bay Packer did barely tip the punt as he got it off, and he's going to be about as deep as he can get in the end zone this time. Steve Odom is out there at the 45-yard line to field the ball. Well, he hurries it up and booms it out of there. Odom retreats. He's got it in his own at the 48-yard line, 50, the 45. That's as far as he can go, the 43-yard line. Good punt coverage by the Minnesota Vikings, a 46-yard punt. It'll be 1st and 10 now for the Packers with excellent field position at the 43-yard line of the Minnesota Vikings. Vikings are leading by a score of 14-7, 4 minutes, 56 seconds left in the 3rd quarter.
San Francisco capitalizing on a fumble on a punt by fielder Billy Rickman.
And O.J. Simpson goes in for the touchdown. It's 7-0 San Francisco as Ray Wersching kicks off. Dennis Pearson is deep, and Pearson takes it on his 5, 15, 20, 25, 30, and to the 31-yard line. Hit and drop there by Bob Jury, number 26. This telecast presented by authority of the National Football League, intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of the telecast without the express written consent of the San Francisco 49ers and the National Football League is prohibited. Well, Atlanta did not make a mistake last week against Detroit, and they have been stung early because of their own mistakes. We'll see if they'll regroup. 1st and 10 on the Atlanta 31. Steinbach, the second man on the handoff, and did he ever make a hit on safety man Vern Roberson? You watch a head-on, and Roberson, number 49, is flattened.
As you said, Vinny, we're going to see a head-on. We're going to see Steinbach go in good. The hole is tremendous. Body lean is fantastic. And that teaches George, the defensive man, not to come in that high.
Yeah, Roberson's way too high on it. You got to get in underneath to get leverage. Put your shoulder in there, and you're on defense when you hit like that.
Vern Roberson comes from a family of 16 children, but he's never been run over any harder. Here comes Bean, wide to the right side, dragged down as he got across the 40-yard line, and it was Reese who made the hit. Archie Reese, number 78, and you'll watch Archie get hit in the head.
Yeah. Now let's take a look at Reese. Bubba's going to the outside. Now here it comes. Boom. Got his head in there, but he didn't get his head and his shoulder in the right position. You should not take punishment like that.
What we're getting, Vinny, is both teams establishing the running game, trying to establish the running game before they throw.
Inches to go, and of course for Steve Bartkowski, he's coming home. Bartkowski, 3 years out of the University of California, and in his rookie year, he suffered an elbow injury right here, and that set him back. Then, of course, Steve had a knee injury in 1976 and a knee injury in 77, and they're hoping that he's finally putting it together. He has not thrown an interception in his last 14 quarters.
And Vinny, they used to call him Peachtree.
Peachtree Steve.
He's no longer that.
Bean. Don't believe Bean made it, although it depends upon where they spot the ball. Jimmy Webb hit him hard, and if he made it, it was inches. He needed only inches. Gonna have to measure again. That was 3rd and inches. So they'll take a look. 7-0 San Francisco in the early goings here at Candlestick. They didn't make it. No, sir. So Bubba Bean is slowed down, and Atlanta.
All right, 68. Let his man slip inside of him.
That's R.C. Thielman. He's only a 2-year man out of Arkansas, and his inexperience showed on that play, and it cost the first down. Anthony Leonard goes deep, and John James, one of the premier punters in the league, is averaging over 97 punts a year. So Atlanta really keeps him busy. Gets it away from his own 30-yard line. Anthony Leonard will have to let the ball bounce, and it kicks out at the 25-yard line, where San Francisco will put it in play. 1st and 10 from their own 25. In case you joined us a little late, Billy Rickman muffed a punt. It was recovered by San Francisco. O.J. Simpson scored from 14, and it's San Francisco 7, Atlanta nothing.
With Tom Matte, once reported to be a running back. With the Baltimore Colts, this is Frank Lieber at Texas Stadium, 1st and 10. Dallas Cowboys at their 27-yard line. Roger Staubach feeds it to Newhouse. Found the hole closed to the left. So you saw him veer off to the right. Out to the 32-yard line. Picked up 4 yards. It'll be 2nd down 6. Right now, of course, Dallas would like to put together one of these long ball control, clock-consuming drives.
That's right, and at least get a field goal out of it to put the ball game out of sight. The defense has got to come in, and we got the big man coming in. The Bigfoot's coming back in the ball game.
Number 68, Dennis Harrison. Again, a great find by the Eagles scouting department. He comes in strictly on pass rush situations. 6'8", 275.
It's still growing.
It's still growing. There's Dorsett, caught at the line of scrimmage. So nothing for TD as middle guard Charlie Johnson stacks him up. Johnson, another young player, just a second-year man, filling a very important post for Dick Vermeil's team.
You know, in talking to Dick, I did a couple games in the last couple of years with this team, and what he wanted to do was he wanted to rebuild from the beginning, and he did. He got rid of the guys that he felt were not going to be team players, and he now has a well-rounded unit out there defensively and offensively, and are going to be a real real competition for a lot of ball clubs this year.
Cowboys, the best third down team in the league, face 3rd and 7 from their 31. Staubach from the shotgun. That sideline throw to Drew Pearson, but this one is off the mark.
I think it might have been nicked by the big man, the big foot over there. I think he might have got a hand on it.
Yeah, it's hard to believe he could throw that thing that far off.
Let's see if we can see it right here, Frank. Staubach setting up right there, and it looked like, well, I don't know. He might have got it. He at least made a big. He had to go around him with it.
Right.
At 6'8", he makes a big wall.
Danny White into punt. He's kicked 6 times for a 41.6-yard average. Shira is deep.
One thing we got to remember: this is a fourth-quarter team.
Again, a nice high kick. Shira waiting at the 30. This time elects to go for the fair catch as Aaron Kyle was down there. And again, Kyle was just waiting for the ball to come down. He had to slow up until the ball got there. White kicked it that high. Timeout here at Texas Stadium with 9 minutes and 34 seconds left to play in the football game, and the Cowboys leading the Eagles 14-7.
And the Rams, after a 56-yard kick, will set it up. There's Pat Hayden with McCutcheon getting his second starting call of the year. Willie Miller, Jesse, Nelson. Boy, Nelson, they feel, is a key to that offensive passing attack. And big Doug France leads that forward wall up front for the Rams. McCutcheon, Cappelletti, the running back behind Hayden. This is Lawrence McCutcheon, and he's going nowhere. McCutcheon's had really tough sledding this year. He had a tore thigh muscle. Saw his first action 2 weeks ago. And there's a forward wall. Alex Price, by the way, the leading tackler in the NFC. Derlin Moore, the veteran, coming back from 2 knee operations. Merlo, Fetterspiel, and Hughes. Fetterspiel, outstanding in the middle. And that secondary, they have some speed, and Spencer and Chapman, and they'll be tested today.
At first play, they were in a triple wing formation, which means they have 3 receivers on the right side of the ball. Looked like they had an advantage, but they didn't block it well.
Gain of 1, 2nd and 9. Hayden on 2nd down to throw. And on the far side, the intended receiver, Willie Miller, and he was hit very hard that time by Maurice Spencer. Spencer already has 2 interceptions this year. And Detroit, this may be the biggest shocker of the day to me.
That's incredible, isn't it? I heard the score earlier. You did too, 31-0. Couldn't believe it.
San Diego under Don Coryell had already beaten Denver. Looked like they were on their way, and now they've lost 2 in a row. That's Detroit's 2nd win of the year. They earlier defeated Tampa Bay. So we come to a 3rd down and 9 from the 21. Here's Pat Hayden. He's already thrown more interceptions than he did all of last year with 9. He had only 6 last year. That was an NFL low. The Rhodes Scholar directing this team. On a 3rd down. He's going up the middle. Ron Jesse. And Jesse's got the first down to the 40-yard line. Clarence Chapman over there. And if there's a more acrobatic receiver than Jesse, I don't know who it is.
They had double coverage on him, too, on the right side. But he got inside. Goes underneath. And you see Clarence Chapman, number 24, finally making the tackle, but he had a lot of room inside in the zone. They picked it out well and completed it for a nice game.
Washington losing their 2nd in a row, and the Giants, that's a lot of points to score against the Redskins. That was a 20-yard pickup on the play on the pass completion to the 41 of Los Angeles. Hayden off to McCutcheon. McCutcheon with a flag on the play. He's got a first down, but a flag was thrown just about where that play developed, as he is able to burst it for about 15 yards. But they may be coming back. The preliminary signal is going to be holding against Los Angeles. McCutcheon, one of those guys, there's Gordon McCarter, who's in charge of this. McCutcheon's one of those guys that really probably doesn't get the publicity that he should get, Hank.
You know, he's a very deceptive runner. He doesn't have what you'd call fast feet, and he doesn't look like he's doing much, but he's a very easy strider and swallowed up the yardage. Let's listen what happened.
That's Tom Mack, the all-pro guard, 10 times in the Pro Bowl, committing the holding play, and back to the 31. The ball is marked. First down, 20 yards to go. Hayden, he's going to run it. Up at 35, the 40, wide open to the 50-yard line, and he's about a yard short of the first down. Boy, I've never seen anything more wide open up the middle.
Well, you know what happened? They were in a triple wing formation that time, and they spread the defense. Everybody got an outside rush. There was a big cavity right up the middle. Pat Hayden saw it, took advantage of it, and just missed the first down by about a yard. Great observation and good reaction on the part of Pat Hayden.
There's nothing wrong with the thinking of this guy, Pat Hayden. Very, very intelligent quarterback. A 19-yard pickup just short of the 50-yard line. Hayden goes off to Capoletti, and Capoletti's got the first down to the 47-yard line. You know, the Saints have had a tough time stopping the rush. They come in here 11th, but there has been improvement, I think, as evidenced last week against San Francisco.
Yes, it's obvious that they did a good job last week against the San Francisco 49ers, but I think for them to feel good about the development of their defense, they have to stop a good football team. And that's what I think they feel good about the possibility of doing that today against the Los Angeles Rams.
First down now from the 47. There's Capoletti, Mr. Dependable, reliable fullback for the Rams. Play action, Hayden on a first down. This is McCutcheon. McCutcheon to the 40, to the 39-yard line. He'll be a couple of yards short of the first down as Clarence Chapman reacting over there. And that's what McCutcheon can do so very, very well, is catch the football. Last year he had 25 grabs. You know, he's had 5 100-yard days and 9 starts against the Saints.
Yeah, he's an incredible back, and he's kind of like an easy rider. You know, he doesn't look like he's doing much, but the next thing you know, they're moving the chains, and he's a very deceptive runner. Very good one.
Second down, a pair of yards to go from the 39. Jesse and Miller are wide left and right. Up the middle, Capoletti, and he runs in some stiff opposition. He's not going to get that first down unless he fell forward to get it. Very, very close. Alex Price was in on the stop. They did get the first down. And that's where Capoletti's tough. He's got that good upper body strength, and he just fell forward and got the needed yardage. Capoletti coming in here. Last week caught the longest pass of his career, a 34-yarder against Minnesota. He only had 23 yards in the first game on October 1st against New Orleans. But he is the guy that kind of complements McCutcheon. He picks up the pieces where McCutcheon can't do a job on a particular situation.
And he's a good blocker along with that.
From the 36. Hayden, good protection, now breaks down. Grooms giving chase. And he gets out of bounds at the 30-yard line. Good pressure put on that time by Grooms, who came barreling through. Eventually, Jim Merlo, the linebacker, rammed him out. And to the 30-yard line, where they're going to be 4 yards short of the first down. And right now, we have Terry Nelson shaken up for the Rams. He's coming off, hobbling, and Charles Young will replace him.
Willie Miller that time was wide open on the left side, but he didn't have a chance to fire the ball to him and had to run out of the pocket. Charlie Young, number 86, comes in and replaces Nelson, number 83.
Not too bad to have a backup tight end like Charles Young.
Oh, that's a beautiful situation.
Second down, 4 yards to go from the 30. McCutcheon again, and he breaks it across the 25. Boy, he hit him there quickly. He's to the 23, a first down, and you see the quickness. McCutcheon will tell you that he can run the first 40 yards as fast as anybody.
Listen, look at the block there by Doug France. Number 77 does a great job on Campbell, along with Tom Mack, number 65, the left guard. The center, Rich Saul, also does a good job, but they blow him off the line of scrimmage and provide a good running room there for the back.
Boy, that left side is big. You have France, who weighs 288 pounds, Mack at 245, Saul, the center, weighs 243. And they control that one.
They're in a triple wing formation again, which they've done quite a bit on first down.
On the first down, Hayden far side to Willie Miller. Miller trying to go wide, and he's not going to make it. Pat Hughes is over there. Hughes reacted very well to Willie Miller, who came in here with 27 catches for the year. And that is third best in the NFC.
You know, that's a hard play to run against Pat Hughes. He reacts to what he sees extremely well, has good quickness, good response, and played that just like you're supposed to play it on a quick screen. The other thing about the play was that Hayden threw the ball so high that he didn't have a chance to catch it in stride and make the kind of progress upfield that he normally would have been able to make.
We have another injury for the Rams. Dennis Hara, the right side guard, is out of there, and Doug Smith has replaced him, number 56. Two men shaken up on this drive. McCutcheon. And that time Price made the stop for the Saints. Alex Price, sixth-year man from Alcorn State, who has 4 sacks. A man who's led him in about every defensive category. There is Hayden's statistics. This young man last year had 106 passes one time consecutively without an interception. He has been pinpoint in his passing. He's been criticized, Hank, for not being big enough, but he always comes back and beats you.
And he's already run twice for 25 yards in this game.
I understand Hara injured his left leg, so he's out of the lineup now at right offensive guard. 3rd and 9. Hayden, nice defensive play by Chapman on Ron Jesse. Chapman, he made a play like that last week in San Francisco.
Yes, he did. Flag downfield.
Is this a baseball score? Look at that. Buffalo over Cincinnati. Cincinnati and St. Louis, both still looking for their first win. We have a flag, as you mentioned, and it's going to go against the Saints. This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League and is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Los Angeles Rams and the National Football League is prohibited. Let's listen now. Personal foul, that's against Pat Hughes, and that comes at a very inopportune time for New Orleans. They had him look like backed up, and now instead it's a first down at the 11-yard line. Capoletti, McCutcheon, the running backs behind Hayden. No score, 3:49 to go in the first quarter. This is McCutcheon. And coming over there and trying to take his head off was Tommy Myers. And then he was dropped inside the 10-yard line. Myers came flying through the air on that play. Ray Brown eventually made the tackle. Bring up a second down. They can get a new series of 1st and goal at the 1. McCutcheon at 6'1", 205 out of Plainview, Texas. One of 10 children in his family. Went to Colorado State. Boy, what a career he had there. He's been indestructible prior to this year. First real injury he's had. Here's McCutcheon again. And he's inside the 5. McCutcheon landing inside the 5 before Price again, along with Clarence Chapman, over to make the tackle on the play, and it brings up a 3rd down, and still a couple of yards to go for another 1st and goal.
Hayden did a good job that time. He went on a quick count. They got the Saints before they were actually anchored and ready. They went on a quick count and caught him before they were ready to respond, and picked up a nice gain on a sweep to the right side. Good blocking at the point of attack by John Williams.
They take out Miller and Jesse, bring in Jackie Slater and Charles Young, acting as 2 tight ends on this short yardage situation. 3rd down, 2 to go for a 1st and goal. McCutcheon, he's very close to that 1-yard line. They're going to have to measure, it looks like, to see if he did in fact make it. So they'll bring the sticks in. They need to get just about on top of the 1-yard line to get the 1st and goal. Pat Hughes and Joe Fetterspiel combining on the stop. This is what you worry about on the Rams situation, Hank, is they just hold on to that football, keep coming at you, the ball control.
Yeah, they're big and they're strong, and they like to stuff it at you, and they're big enough to control the line of scrimmage, and that's what they're doing in this situation right now. It looks like they might be just a fraction short of the 1st down.
Boy, you could see how close they are. So some decisions are going to have to be made now by Ray Malavese, the coach who took over in the 2nd game of the preseason for George Allen. The injury situation update on him. Hara will be back with a leg injury. Nelson also has been back in on the previous play. Both of them with some leg injuries, but not that severe. As now we come to a 4th down and just a matter of inches outside the 1-yard line. Up to Capoletti. Boy, it's tough in there. It looks like he may have the first and goal, though. Boy, it shows you how tough the sledding was, as a former Penn State Heisman Trophy winner had it tough up the middle.
He went right up the middle and dove over the top. It looked like he made enough for the first down, but it's hard to tell. You won't know until they mark it.
Well, it's a gritty defensive core, this New Orleans club. They're making them work for it. Let's see if they got it. Very hard to tell from our vantage point.
I'd be surprised if they don't or didn't get it, but they might not have. I don't know.
I don't know. They didn't get it.
My gosh, they didn't.
In fact, I think they lost on that play. Wasn't as close on that measurement as the previous one, and that's some goal line stand by the Saints.
Excellent defensive stand by the New Orleans Saints.
3 inches short. That's what we'll guess from here. So there's timeout on the field with 2:06 to go in this first quarter. We come back. The Saints will have it at the 1.
Green Bay Packers have the ball first and 10 at the Minnesota Vikings 43-yard line. 4 minutes, 56 seconds left to play in the third quarter. The Vikings are leading 14-7. David Whitehurst, the quarterback. Third down Middleton, but the Minnesota defense pops him for no gain. Matt Blair got there.
Well, and a good play, too, because he was shielded on the inside by Barty Smith, the fullback, and then he just reacted around the block. Watch 59 and Eller work. Here he comes now. He sees the back coming, so he comes up. Now he gets, looks like he gets blocked here, right? He's shielded on the inside, keeps his balance, comes back over the block to make the stop, although Carl Eller was right there also.
Second down and 10 yards to go at the 43. Get another ball into play here.
Gilkenberg is in there, one of the linebackers.
Whitehurst. And it is incomplete. Lofton had his hands on it. Bobby Bryant covering.
You won't see that too much. He was open on the deep turn in, right in the hands, went right through. Coverage by Bryant.
Third down and 10 yards to go for the Green Bay Packers. Here comes Steve Odom in with the next play from the sideline. And running back, Turdell Middleton is going out, so we've got 3 wide receivers in there now on a 3rd and 10.
Andre Thompson, 44, who's lined up into the slot here, left, has not caught a pass today.
Lofton in motion back toward the inside. Whitehurst. And he's dropped. Jim Marshall got to him. Jim Marshall. Punting unit comes on for the Green Bay Packers.
19 years in the league. Jim Marshall out of Ohio State. Started more games than anybody in the history of the National Football League. And these fans love their defense up here in Minnesota. They're giving him a standing ovation.
Beverly back to do the punting, and Kevin Miller has retreated to field it.
It's the 2nd sack for Marshall today.
Kevin Miller calls for the fair catch. Makes it at the 19-yard line. 1st and 10 for the Vikings. They start at their own 19. Well, the NBA on CBS returns next Friday at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It'll be Washington going against Golden State. And then Milwaukee taking on Seattle. Consult your local listings.
I was going to say Seattle stayed hot, boy. They won their first 4 in a row, I think.
I know that you have a great interest in round ball because I've seen you play the game.
That's right. I was super, wasn't I? Huh? I played when you could play, when you were 6'2", slow.
1st and 10 at the 19-yard line for the Minnesota Vikings. Foreman is carrying. He's at the 21-yard line for a gain of 2. It's going to be 2nd down and 8 yards to go. Gary Weaver made the stop for the Green Bay Packers.
Atlanta's come back and tied it up in the first quarter at San Francisco, 7 apiece. Bears have lost 5 in a row. They got off to what? They won their first 3 ball games, and now they've dropped 5 in a row.
That's exactly what they've done. Turnstile count here this afternoon at Metropolitan Stadium in Bloomington is 47,411. 2nd and 8. Targeted.
Your backs.
That's Foreman. Firmly in the grasp of John Anderson. Penalty marker. Foreman got it out to the 23. Short gain.
You know, as I said before the season started, as I worked the 4 preseason games, here comes a penalty. I said if the Packers win 8 ball games, Starr would be coach of the year. And I really sincerely believe he's got an excellent opportunity to be the National Football League coach of the year.
Off to a great start.
Holding, number 73, offense, 2nd down.
Ron Yary holding on the play. 2nd and 19. Back at the 11-yard line. Bob Tucker is in the ballgame now. Stu Boyd has gone out at tight end. Targeted brings them up.
You got the nickel defense. Estes Hood in.
By the draw play. For nothing. Slight loss on the play. Foreman getting up slowly, but he's up. Ezra Johnson, Carl Barzalauskas on the stop.
We haven't been able to move the football on the ground. It's just targeted now. And facing a 3rd and 20.
3rd and 20 at the 10. 2 minutes, 15 seconds remaining to be played in the 3rd quarter. Targeted, angling, and looking. And throwing on the run. And a diving catch just short of the 30-yard line. Robert Miller. All right, Sammy White, I beg your pardon. Sammy White it is.
Depends on where they spot it, Lindsey. The yardstick is knocked to the 20-yard line. It is a 1st down and a big one. Bud Grant on the sidelines. Well, you might not believe it, folks, but he's very happy about that one. Here's Tarkian rolling out right, rolling out again away from the left side where Johnson is. Tarkian right here on a little hook pattern. Sammy White comes back, makes a good catch.
1st down and 10 yards to go for the Minnesota Vikings. They held the ball at the 30-yard line.
How about that one? Seattle 7, Oakland nothing. 1st quarter.
Targeted swings it out in the left, flat on the screen to Foreman. Foreman across the 35 and out up to the 38-yard line. Picked up 8 on the screen left. Ezra Johnson made the tackle. 2nd down, 2 yards to go. Less than a minute remaining in the 3rd quarter. Sammy Johnson comes in now. And Chuck Foreman goes out. Sammy Johnson, who came to the Minnesota Vikings from the San Francisco 49ers. Sammy Johnson. Trying to get to those 1st down sticks, but he looks a little short.
They are going to be short.
Spot it and take a look, and it's 3rd down and less than a yard to go. .21 seconds on the clock remaining in the 3rd quarter.
Perfect spot for play action right here. That's actually the play that made Bart Starr famous right here. 3rd and 1, 3rd and a half a foot.
They're going to let it run out. They're going to let time run out. 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1. And that's that. That's the end of the 3rd quarter with the score. Minnesota 14, the Green Bay Packers 7. We now pause for a word from your local station.
Kick off a big day of football action with NFL 78, followed by an NFL doubleheader in most areas. It all happens next Sunday on NBC. Check local listings for the games in your area. NBC Sports.
It was a 47-yard punt by Ray Guy.
Well, last week all the breaks went against Seattle. This week maybe they're turning around in their favor because it ended up a good return for Seattle.
Seahawks have the ball. First down on their own 39-yard line. Keith Butler with that fumble recovery. Sam McCullum comes wide to the near side. Steve Largent wide to the far side. The running backs are split. Fumble on the snap, and Zorn recovers it.
Maybe I spoke too soon, although he did recover his own fumble.
This was a problem last week. 4 fumbles that they lost against the Green Bay Packers. Here's that snap.
Well, he's just trying to get out of there in a hurry, and he did not get the ball from number 51, Yarno, the center. And always when you come to the sideline, the coach says, what happened out there? Whose fault was it? Depends on who gets there first. If the quarterback gets there first, he said it was the center's fault. And if the center gets there first, he said it was the quarterback's fault.
On offense now, Rabel is in. 3 wide receivers. On defense, Willie Brown is in. 5 men in the secondary. 2nd and 11. Both backs in the block. Pass is complete. Steve Rabel fumbles it and recovers it and picks up a first down.
Boy, that was a great throw and a great catch because number 24, Willie Brown, was all over 83, Steve Rabel. Good protection for Zorn. He gets the ball away. Look at there. You can see that Willie Brown is all over. The ball has to be thrown just right, and he does. Hits him right on the numbers. And once again, the ball is bouncing right for Seattle, but I don't think they would have called that a fumble anyway because he was down when the ball got out of his hands.
A gain of 11 yards on the play. First down at the Oakland 49-yard line.
You know, Zorn has had an amazing third down situation throwing. He's completed, I think, about 70% of his passes.
Sims in motion. Second back through is Sherman Smith. And Smith picks up back-to-back first downs. Monty Johnson stops him. A gain of 11 yards on the play.
Well, we said this is an offensive team that's very explosive. They need number 47. What they're doing, man in motion, trying to spread out that defense. Now he's just looking to see what hole he can go in. A good hole up front, 11 yards and another first down.
Oakland 37-yard line. Zorn to throw on first down. Quick out. It's there.
Yes, yes.
Duke Ferguson.
That pass has to be perfectly timed. That time it was. He threw the ball way before 89 Ferguson turned around. The ball was right there when he turned around. That's what you call timing, down to the perfection.
A gain of 7 on the play, 30-yard line. It'll be second down and 3. Now remember, we have 6:05 left to go first quarter. We have no score. And the Oakland Raiders have been on offense for only 1 short series.
You can see the offensive unit getting itchy down there for Oakland. They've had the ball just 3 plays.
Second and 3. Smith. And he'll pick up a first down. He goes to the 26-yard line. Needed 3, and he got 4.
The thing I like about this Seattle football team offensively, they don't get into any pattern. They're liable to do anything at any place on the football field. And Zorn is
another sellout crowd here in the Kingdom.
And they're happy because they see the offense moving the football. When the offense has the ball and Oakland doesn't, that means that you're in good shape because Oakland can score.
And also, you mentioned at the top of the telecast, the problem area for the Seattle Seahawks is their defense.
That's right. If they're on the bench, there's no problem.
First down. They mark it at the 25-yard line of the Raiders. Smith mix up in the backfield. He'll stumble forward for a yard on the play. It'll be second down and 9. Rod Martin of USC, a free agent in 1977, made the tackle.
Well, that mix-up was big twos. Number 72, defensive left end John Matuzak coming in. The back is supposed to block him, but that's a mismatch right there. He knocked him 3 yards back.
David Sims didn't have a chance, did he?
No, sir. He's just happy that his head is still on his shoulders.
Ron Howard, the tight end, comes out. Rabel comes in. 3 wide receivers for Seattle. Second and 9, Oakland 24. Zorn, quarterback draw. 15. Diving inside the 10 to the 9, maybe the 8-yard line. Jack Tatum with was there to cover it.
Well, we had said he adds a big dimension to this offense at the pregame show at the top of this show, and here's evidence of this is a quarterback draw. It's designed to go this way. He's looking for an opening. He's got it. And now he does a great job of maintaining his balance, and now he's going to head for the sideline. He knows 32. He knows who that man is. Get down in a hurry.
He slipped the tackle of Matuzak first.
Yes, but you can see the ability that he has to maintain his balance, and what a great dimension this adds to the offense. 4.6 speed in the 40, which is fast as a halfback's run.
At the 9-yard line of the Raiders, first down, goal to go. Sims straight ahead to the 5, where it'll be second down. David Sims, 104 yards against Green Bay last week. And that is the second time this year that he has been over the 100-yard mark. He had 121 against the Jets. Number 1 in scoring in the AFC with 7 touchdowns.
Jack Patera right now, things are going his way. He's quite happy, but I know what he would like to see. He would like to see that ball inserted into the end zone. Right now, they're maintaining that line of scrimmage. I'm talking about Seattle. They've got possession of that line of scrimmage so far.
2 tight ends. Second down, goal to go. Smith to the 2-yard line. It'll be third down and goal to go. Sherman Smith. He was a quarterback at Miami of Ohio, 6'4", 225.
I can't believe it. Quarterback, and he's running in there. But the great thing about the backs for Seattle, they're both big. And down here, this is where that size and strength counts, because you got to bull your way in most of the time.
Smith, 6'4", 225. David Sims, 6'3", 216.
Plus, if a back always helps block down here. They generally get a key block, and that's why that size is important.
Third down, goal to go, 2-yard line. Diving into the end zone. David Sims, his 8th touchdown of the year.
Well, I said you got to bull your way into the end zone when you get down there, and it's a good thing that these men are so big and strong, because that's what he's doing. It's up and over. Number 35, David Sims. He's planting his foot, going airborne, but he knows he's got to get about 2 yards, and that size, strength, and that lunging ability gets him into the end zone. Big touchdown.
61 yards of the drive, 10 plays, no mistakes, 2:37 time remaining first quarter. Herrera to attempt the point after. It is good. And the Seahawks lead it 7-0 as we look again to the touchdown by David Sims.
Offensive line has to go aggressively because they know that those men are going to submarine. Now it's up and over for the back. 35, Sims up and over, and it's a good thing that he's so big and strong.
We'll take a timeout with the score. Seattle 7 and Oakland 0.
The San Francisco 49ers with their coach Pete McCulley leading 7-0. McCulley will be 47 in a month. He's the 9th San Francisco head coach since the team was founded in 1946. And on the other side of the field, there's Lehman Bennett. At 40, he was the youngest head coach in the NFL. And he has got a ball club that is 1 game away from 500, and who knows, a possible wild card. First and 10 from the San Francisco 25. Simpson and Boykin, the running back, and it's O.J. And he gets to the 27-yard line, pulling on the play and leading the way. Number 62. That would be Walt Downing, who made the critical block.
All right, now here's something that I'd like to point out to our fans. The Atlanta Falcons are doing something now that they should have done on that first play. They made a good tackle on O.J. Whenever you let a back get loose for 14 yards and a touchdown on the first play, you give him a tremendous amount of confidence. With a back like O.J., that can be death.
Second and 8 from the San Francisco 27. Simpson and Boykin. McAfee is on the right side, and Seal, the other tight end, on the left side. This time it's Boykin, dragged from behind by Merrow and Lewis, and that's the end of that. Jeff Merrow and Mike Lewis hitting him from behind.
Well, I like what they're doing with 2 tight ends. Now, that time it looked like the Falcons slanted to the right side into the play and made it a good defensive maneuver. But I like the fact that they got 2 tight ends in there, and they have to run the ball. They have to protect their quarterback.
Third and 11 on the San Francisco 24-yard line. This time they shake the tight end loose. DeBerg got a pretty good block from Boynton, but he is still eaten up because coming out of nowhere is the big number 79, Jeff Yates.
Now, even though he got sacked here, this is good football. He's sprinting out. He's getting away from the good Falcon rush, the possibility of a blitz. The only thing he did wrong, he should have unloaded the ball. There wasn't anybody open. Don't take the sack. But that's good offensive football.
Billy Rickman, whose muff set up the San Francisco touchdown. Rickman will go back to his own 40-yard line. Once again, Mike Connell will be doing the punting. And there's Billy Rickman waiting to see if he can't make up for the last bobble.
And Vinny, I'd like to point out that's one of the few mistakes that Rickman has made. He's been really a tremendous asset to this Atlanta team.
Yes, he's handled 9 previous punts, busted one for 38. He had a 52-yard one called back last week against Detroit. So Mike Connell, rookie out of Cincinnati, having to punt from his own 10. Again, it's blocked. And recovered by Rick Bias. Touchdown. Bias came bursting through, and Rick ties it up with a touchdown. Now they need the point after.
This is what the coach always talks about. This is special teams play. The block is tremendous. He took the right position, picked it up on the high bounce, and went in. Tell me about it, George.
Watch the snap. The snap came a little bit to the left, which allowed the outside man to come in with a great technique. Both arms, knock the ball down, get the bounce, and score.
Mazzetti's point after is good, and so on a block punt by Rick Bias, Atlanta has come right back to tie up San Francisco. So what figured to be low scoring is off on a wild note. The Niners 7, the Falcons 7.
Eagles ball, 1st and 10 at their 28-yard line. White's last punt, 41 yards, had hang time of 5 seconds. That's rather incredible. Jaworski feeds it out to Montgomery. Montgomery trying to get outside. Gets away from D.D. Lewis. But the pursuit in the form of Cliff Harris nails him just beyond the 30-yard line.
He still looked like he was going to get caught in the backfield, and he came up with some kind of running ability right there. You know, I was talking about the 4th quarter. We got an injured player right there.
That's Harris, by the way, who came into this ballgame with a jammed neck that he suffered against the Cardinals last week. We'll recap some other scores for you.
Oh, my boys in Baltimore are having tough times.
It's a long year, isn't it?
It's a long year for them. They've had nothing but a lot of injuries up there. And first period, Denver's up 3-0 over Baltimore. You know, I was talking about the 4th quarter control and scoring ability of the Eagles. And you're always looking at statistics to try to find out who does what. But the Eagles have scored 69 points of their 133 points so far this season in the 4th quarter, while the opposition has only scored 20 of their 119 points. So
that's pretty impressive.
That is. You know, I think that they're a well-conditioned team. I know that Vermeil works them pretty hard.
There's Tom Landry and Ron Jaworski. 8 out of 15 now for Ron for a total of 112 yards. Again, a reminder about what's coming up tomorrow night on CBS. The lineup starts off with WKRP in Cincinnati. Cliff Harris back on his feet, getting a hand. The People Show with Phyllis George, MASH, One Day at a Time, and Lou Grant. We hope you'll join us.
Yeah, that People Show with Phyllis George, who's one of my all-time favorites. And she's going to have Linda Carter on of Wonder Woman.
Diana Ross going to be on. Paul Newman's going to be on. It's up for everybody.
Well, they like the men. I like the women. The boys in the truck even like Wonder Woman, see? You know,
Miami and New England just got underway, and Miami has jumped on the scoreboard.
I tell you one thing. Playing under Shula was a great, you know, he's probably one of the best coaches in the league and one of the winningest coaches in the league. But this guy, you know, he's coming back. He's had a lot of injuries himself, and I think Greasy had his first chance to start this week.
2nd and 6, Randy Hughes has replaced Cliff Harris in the Dallas defensive backfield. Eagles from their own 32-yard line, trailing 14-7. Here's Jaworski. Wants to throw it, does, and completes it to Cleveland Franklin at the 45-yard line, run out of bounds at the 47 of Philadelphia. Again, first down.
Again, Frank, here's a great play. Jaworski's got second down about 6 yards, 5-6 yards. Play action, dive up the middle. He holds those linebackers, gives them time for the back to get outside, and in between the deep man and the short man, comes up with a big first down.
Jaworski looking toward the sidelines. Now the Eagles do some wig-wagging over there, don't they, as far as the plays go?
Wig-wagging, they do everything.
He gets a lot of that information from the bench in the form of hand signals.
I used to use a cheat sheet on my wrist.
I remember.
It was a lot easier.
That's now the Hall of Fame, isn't it?
My only way I'm going to get in there.
First and 10, Philadelphia from the Eagle 47. Cleveland Franklin got the ball and a quick hitter. Takes it to the 50, pick up a 3, second down 7, Brunig. And Larry Bethea, number 76. Bethea's filled in for Harvey Martin, who's missed this entire ball game with the exception of the first series of downs. That game out on the West Coast in the second period. I think Seattle could beat Oakland.
I do, too. This Jim Zorn, I think, is a real good quarterback. And, you know, if you take a look at every game that Seattle's played this year, they have really been in contention.
Montgomery has picked up 46 yards rushing in 16 carries, average 2.8. His season average is 5.2, so the Cowboys have held him pretty good. Second and 7 from midfield. Jaworski looks near sideline, too tall, almost gets there. Henderson back there covering the tight end Krepley. And Henderson gives the incomplete signal himself. I think Thomas is a little afraid there. Someone might drop a little yellow hanky on him. Well, he does talk. Word from the bench on Harris is that he has a pinched nerve in his neck. And chances are good that he will be back in the ball game. Third down and 7. Cowboys go with their prevent.
Boy, if Philadelphia wants to get back in his ball game, they've got to come up with this big third down.
8 minutes, 6 seconds left to play in the game. Cowboys leading 14-7. Cowboy fans imploring their defense to hold them right here. Cowboys faking the blitz, but instead they give it to Montgomery, and it looks like he may be a little bit short.
He's close.
That's within a yard. They may go for it if it is. Huh?
You know, it's late in the ball game. We've only got 7:54 remaining in the game.
I'd say 4th down and a yard.
I might have to go for it. They're going for it.
Here comes Betterson. Here comes Osborne, the second tight end.
And my little quarterback.
And Mr. Shera. 4th down, 1 yard for the first down. Philadelphia is at the Dallas 44.
This is a gutty call. Got to do it, though, if you want to get in contention. You want to be a contender.
Cleveland Franklin has the first down and a lot of change as he takes it to the 37-yard line.
And we got a flag on the play, but I believe it's offsides on Dallas.
That's okay. That's okay.
Offsides against the Cowboys. Eagles will say never mind. They'll take the gain, which was more than 5 yards.
Again, you'll see it right here. Just a handoff, a power play off tackle. Franklin, good hard running.
Number 72 on the defense, offside. Refused. It'll be a first down.
Charles Jones guilty of the offsides. First down for the Philadelphia Eagles at the Cowboy 37. They've hung out of the ball quite some time here.
I'll tell you one thing, they've got the momentum going for them right now, Frank, and that's what you've got to have. You got to keep it moving.
This drive started back at the 28. We now have 7 minutes, 12 seconds left in the game. Dallas leading 14-7. Franklin and Montgomery, the setbacks behind Ron Jaworski. And Jaworski will put it up. Larry Cole's after him, screens it out to Franklin. Henderson's got him. At least he hung on until the reinforcements got there. And a loss of the play back to the 42 of some 5 yards. D.D. Lewis finally came up to cement the tackle. That was a nice one-on-one confrontation out there between Franklin and Henderson.
Henderson with his high-top black shoes out there.
He's the only guy on either side. One of the few guys in the league who wears high tops.
That's right.
Of course, Thomas has had some ankle problems this year. He had a sprained ankle, kept him out of a game and a half. And so I'm sure that's one of the reasons he's wearing the high tops to get added protection. Eagles are going to call time as Jaworski wants to come over and bend Dick Vermeil's ear or vice versa. 6 minutes, 31 seconds to go. It'll be a second down and 15 situation for the Philadelphia Eagles. from the Cowboy 42-yard line when we return to Texas Stadium in just a moment.
Tim Mazzetti ready to kick off for Atlanta. 7-7 with 10 minutes left to go in the first quarter, so we're off to a wild start. Dave Williams is deep, and he's flanked by Farrell and Hofer, and it'll be Williams from the 1-yard line to the 15. And he is dragged down at the last minute by Ray Strong, number 25, who hit him before he could get to the 20-yard line. They'll probably spot it at the 19. So it'll be 1st and 10 for San Francisco. They previously had the ball on their own 25 and went backwards. It was 4th and 17 from the San Francisco 18, and you had the resultant punt block and the touchdown by Rick Baez. So 7-7 with 9:53 to go in the first quarter. 1st and 10 for San Francisco. The ball is spotted just shy of the San Francisco 20-yard line. Solomon is wide left. McAfee and Seal still the tight end. Simpson and Boyk in the running back. DeBerg looking left and throws it on a bounce intended for Freddie Solomon. Pridemore was there to defend.
He had him open too, Vinny. Yeah, he was open. He had time to throw. Good protection. Just threw the ball low down into the ground.
In fact, Atlanta was playing a soft defense that time, George.
You know, Jim, we've had 2 touchdowns scored today. Both of them breaks from the kicking game.
Oh, yes.
There's Robert Pennywell, who once tried out for San Francisco when it was coached by Monty Clark, and they cut him. So he beat Clark last week, and now he wants to beat the whole city today.
I like his attitude, Benny.
2nd and 10 from the San Francisco 20-yard line. DeBerg on a draw to Boykin, but he is hit by Wilson Fomina. Fumbled after the Wilson, and Robert Pennywell got a hand in it.
All right, let's watch Pennywell, number 59. He is, now watch his hands, watch his head. No, watch his head. His head knocked that ball out, but unfortunately it was a little too late. Pennywell is seeking revenge today.
Well, he's in a position to do it.
He still can't get over being cut by the 49ers. You claim they didn't really give him a good look. Then he went to Atlanta and left camp because he wasn't ready to play, but when he came back, he sure was, and now he's first string.
Build some character, Vinny.
3rd and 8 from the 22 of San Francisco. DeBerg under some rush by Fomina, and it's Pennywell bust through. Wilson Fomina, number 74, is the guy who really ruined it.
All right, if you want to talk about emotional football, this guy has revenge in his mind. He's fighting through 2 men. He's fighting. He keeps coming. He's coming. Now he drops low. He hits him, and he is responsible for that sack. Emotional football.
Yeah, it helps if no one blocks him either. Nobody picked him up.
Well, it's 4th and 20. And again now the young kicker, Mike Connell, has to kick out of the end zone. Billy Rickman all alone at midfield. Connell's already had one blocked by Bias. This time it is Strong who leaped in the air but couldn't get it. Rickman will take it in San Francisco territory at the 49. And is he stung immediately by Bob Farrell, number 38.
Benny, there's a picture tackle. I'd put that on a training reel. Nice and low, right at the knees, brings the feet out from underneath them.
A reminder, friends, of CBS Sports Spectacular next Saturday, 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 3:30 Central. The Phoenix 150, the world's strongest men competition. Hey, fellas, world's strongest men. Jim Brown, who's the strongest player you ever played against?
The late Big Daddy Lipscomb, 300 pounds of speed.
Rest his soul. We'll see some other strong men next Saturday, 4:30 Eastern, 3:30 Central and Pacific on the CBS Sports Spectacular. Bartkowski down the left side and makes a completion inside the San Francisco 30-yard line. It's Francis making the reception. Wallace Francis.
This is what we call a fast goal, a slant-in pass. Fairly well thrown, a little bit low and behind, but it's tough to defense again. Unless you jam that outside receiver, there's an alley in there that you can complete the pass on. Billy Kilmer is one of the best at throwing that fast goal.
1st and 10 from the San Francisco 28-yard line. They're coming after Bartkowski, but they give it to Bean. Ed Bradley, one of the linebackers, trying to come through, but they picked him off. Joe Harris finally making the hit.
Speaking of Joe Harris is one of the strongest players I've ever coached. We had him in Washington, and he'll bench press well over 400 pounds, Vinny.
He's number 50 in that San Francisco uniform.
That was a good trade for the 49ers to get Joe Harris.
He spent 2 years in the Canadian Football League.
Good man.
2nd and 9 from the 28-yard line. Bartkowski looking out to the right side and throws it to his tight end Mitchell, who was pushed out of bounds immediately by Chuck Christ. And they'll spot it at the 25. So they picked up about 3, and it'll be 3rd and 6.
Jim, one of the things I've always admired in Jim Mitchell is his ability to run with that football once he catches it.
He's always been a favorite of yours, Coach.
Yes.
They say they're not using him that much in the offense now. I don't understand why.
Boy,
interesting, we mentioned last week about Mitchell. He needs 27 yards for 4,000 in his career, but oddly enough, with all that yardage, he has not caught a touchdown since 1975. 3rd and 6 from the 25-yard line. Bartkowski trying to move his ball club. It's 7-7 with 7 minutes left in the first quarter. And Bartkowski devoured by Cedric Hardman, number 86. Hardman really hammered him.
Okay. Watch Joe Harris come around and beat Mitchell's block. Watch him keep coming right here.
And before Harris could get to him, Cedric Hardman, 9 years out of North Texas State, just ate him up. John James, under a great rush by Dave Williams, got the punt out. Strong tried to down it, and he couldn't touch it. So it goes into the San Francisco end zone, and the 49ers will go on the offense, 1st and 10 on their own 20-yard line.
Atlanta did something, Vinny. They went with a quick snap there so they couldn't organize a block.
Atlanta 7, San Francisco 7, 7 left in the first.
At Bloomington, Minnesota, this is Lindsey Nelson with Paul Horning as we start the fourth quarter. Minnesota leads 14-7. 3rd and less for the yard for 39. Foreman's back in the ball game. And is he ever? 1st and 10 for the Minnesota Vikings. They have it in advance of their own 41-yard line.
I like it. It's nice when fans can sit at home and know exactly what they're going to call in 3rd and 1. Here's the third quarter statistics, Lindsey, and really the biggest factor is Minnesota has controlled the football. They've ran off 60 plays to Green Bay's 40. So really that's the difference in this football game, and actually they haven't been able to run the football too well, Minnesota, but they sure have thrown it.
1st and 10, they have it at their own 41-yard line. Argument stumbles, but retains his balance and goes long. Sammy White, incomplete. Mike McCoy covering. It'll be 2nd and 10 at the 41-yard line.
They go right at Mike McCoy. He's had a busy afternoon. Targeted now 21 out of 35.
Stay where you are, okay? Don't move during the play.
The Vikings reconvene the huddle. That's Rashad, number 28. Sammy White, 85 across the way. Hartman calls the next play. Ricky Young goes over to wing right. Chuck Foreman, the setback. Foreman. Beg your pardon, Ricky Young. It was Ricky Young. And there is former president Gerald Ford in attendance at the football game here at Bloomington, Minnesota this afternoon.
A great man, a great football fan. I had the opportunity to say hello to him downstairs at halftime, Lindsey. And
hail to the victors.
He loves his football.
Ball is at the 44-yard line. Nickel defense in there now on a 3rd and 7. Right shot. At the 44-yard line.
They got that anytime they wanted, Lindsey. A little square out pattern, and guess who? Mike McCoy again. We keep mentioning it, folks, but that is the game plan. When they need it, they're going to go on the left side against Mike McCoy. If Green Bay doesn't change their defense a little bit more, either give him a little bit more help and rotate the zone over there, Lindsey. It's just man-to-man over there, and he's getting killed.
1st and 10 for the Vikings at the Green Bay 44. Vikings are leading by a score of 14-7. We're in the fourth quarter.
See, they're double teaming Sammy White a lot, so that leaves Rashad most of the time on man-to-man.
A diving catch at the 25-yard line. It was Bob Tucker in the juggling act, and a diving catch at the 25-yard line.
Oh, a great catch and also a great pitch. Watch Tarkenton really have to get rid of this football in a hurry. That's Gary Weaver right there. Now watch his catch. Johnny Gray gets a piece of the football. It hits Tucker's hands. It's up. Tucker, great concentration, kept his eye on the football for a great catch.
First and 10 inside the 25-yard line. Tarkenton. Well, he was hit just as he unloaded.
Uh-oh, they're looking for intentional grounding here.
But no flags are thrown. Second and 10, inside the 25.
Yeah, you know why that wasn't called? Sammy White had done a little turnout on the right side, and he was almost in the vicinity as Fran was releasing the football, but when the football got out to the outside, he was gone.
Sammy White goes to the right side, Rashad to the left.
It was intentional grounding anyway, though.
Foreman. On the 19-yard line. Johnny Gray brought him down.
Three points would seem very big right now, the way this football game has been played, Lindsey. Scoreless first quarter for both teams. All 21 points put up on the board in the second quarter. Both teams scoreless in the third period.
Third down and 4th and 19. Ricky Young. Got a yard or so, and that's all.
Ooh. They thought they'd catch the Packer defense napping a little bit, Lindsey.
Field goal units coming on now for the Minnesota Vikings. Rick Danmar's leading them out. Paul Cross is coming out to hold for him.
He's 5 for 5 inside the 40-yard line this year, and this ball will be placed about to 25, making it what, 35-yard field goal?
35-yard field goal attempt with Cross holding.
The rookie from Sioux Falls has been outstanding, 9 out of 12 in the field goal department.
No good. It's wide to the left side, no good. And the ball will be put in play first and 10 at the 20-yard line for the Green Bay Packers, with Minnesota leading 14-7, 11:50 left to play in the game.
John Madden, the head coach of the Oakland Raiders, with 99 victories in the NFL. Joe Stewart, number 80. Arthur Whittington, the speedster, number 22, the rookie from SMU, set to return the kickoff of Efren Herrera. At the 9-yard line, Whittington. And he is dumped at the 25-yard line.
Cornell Webster, great play. Number 38.
So for the second time in the ballgame, the Oakland Raiders in offense. Let's look at the Seattle defense.
They've hardly been around long enough.
Ernie Price, Dennis Boyd, Bill Sandiford, Bill Gregory say hello to each other.
Yeah, that's right. They're going to get a workout today because Oakland's going to come right at them.
Oakland's ball. Their own 25-yard line, first down. Mike Van Egan. Van Egan has 5 on the play. It'll be 2nd and 5. Autry Beeman makes the tackle. The linebackers are Sammy Green, Terry Beeson, and Keith Butler for the Seahawks.
Watch number 58. You talk about hitters. Terry Beeson, 58, the middle linebacker. He is that.
And in the secondary, Cornell Webster, Dave Brown, Autry Beeman, and John Harris.
Number 27, Beeman's going to have his hands full near the goal line because he's going to have to guard Casper of Oakland.
Cliff Branch comes wide to the near side. Bradshaw wide to the far side. Stabler to throw. Under pressure, he completes the pass to Cliff Branch. And Branch is out of bounds at the 45-yard line. Raider territory. First down in the ball game for Oakland. Dave Brown at the coverage.
Boy, they do this so well because Cliff Branch, number 21, sort of a play-action pass by Kenny, but he knows where he's going, and he goes so deep. He's about 25 yards deep. He throws the ball. Branch hadn't even turned by the time he threw the ball. Comes back for the ball near the sideline. Great throw, great catch. That's great timing.
And for Cliff Branch, that is his 19th reception of the year. Both backs in the block. Stabler fires. Branch again over the middle. 41-yard line, Seattle territory. Terry Beeson, the middle linebacker, brought him down.
Stabler going back to throw, and he has a lot of time to throw the football, and that's the great asset of this big line. He's getting pressure right now, and when you can catch the ball in a crowd like this, he knows, number 21, Cliff knows he's going to get nailed right there. He knows he's going to get hit because that's the middle of all that traffic, because there are 3 or 4 defensive men around there.
And he gets hit again. Right, Seattle 41. Whittington is in the backfield. Going deep. It is incomplete. Morris Bradshaw, the intended receiver, and Dave Brown had excellent coverage on the 5-year veteran from Ohio State.
Talking about Seattle's offense, and they'll do things. I should also mention that Kenny Stabler and the Oakland Raiders, they will do things. They'll throw that ball. Bradshaw does a great job for him because he gives him that additional speed on the outside.
Today's telecast, presented by authority of the National Football League, intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or the use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Seattle Seahawks and the National Football League is prohibited. Second down and 10 at the Seattle 41-yard line. Seattle leads 7-0. Arthur Whittington, the speedster, gets only a yard to the 40. It'll be 3rd down and 9 as Peter Cronin brought him down. Let's go back to the touchdown by David Sims. We mentioned that for Sims, that is his 8th touchdown of the year. That is the first touchdown scored on the Oakland Raiders in the first quarter this year.
Well, they've done a magnificent job. They must have had the football a lot, too. You credit Oakland's offense with that because they maintain possession of the football.
They're down in 9. And now Fred Biletnikoff is in as a wide receiver. He goes to the far side. Bradshaw's in the slot on the far side, and Branch splits to the near side. Pass dropped, and the flag is down. Dave Casper, the tight end, the intended receiver. The penalty will be against the Oakland Raiders. Now, the pass was incomplete. It was 3rd down 9. To give you the choices, we look again.
They have to put some pressure on Kenny Stabler, and you can see that they're blitzing the linebackers trying to get that pressure, but he still has excellent protection back here. You're going to see something you don't see very often, and that is number 87, Dave Casper, dropping the football. He just does not do it.
The holding call against the Oakland Raiders refused, and Ray Guy is in the punt. It'll be 4th down and 9. 17 seconds time remaining first quarter. Rufus Crawford set for the return to the 10-yard line. Guy, of course, will go to the corner, and he'll go to the left corner.
Or he may try to put a hole in the top of his dome. He's capable, I think.
He drills it at the left corner, and he just misses it. Goes into the end zone for the touchback. He missed out of bounds by about 3 yards. We'll be back in a moment with the score. Seattle 7 and Oakland 0.
Frank Lieber with Tom Matty at Texas Stadium. There's the book on Ron Jaworski. Big drive for the Eagles. 6:31 left in the game. They have a 2nd and 15 at the Dallas 42-yard line. Carmichael to the right side. Ken Payne is split off to the left. Franklin, Montgomery are the setbacks. Jaworski giving to Montgomery. Franklin leading the way, and Montgomery takes it down to about the 36-yard line. He got about the 5 yards back they got in the previous play. Aaron Kyle came up with the ball after the play had been whistled dead.
That ball's popping up a little bit too much. Can't have those mistakes down here, especially on this kind of a drive.
They're looking at 3rd and 10 now. You talk about a big play in this game? I mean, if they give up the ball here, they may never see it again.
That's right. They've had 3 out of 11 conversions on 3rd down, and the last 2 that they've made has been in this drive. So Jaworski's got to pull something out of that grab bag right now.
3rd down, 10 for the Eagles at the Cowboy 37. Clock moving. 5 minutes, 45 seconds left to play in the game.
Go after that big man, number 17, Mr. Carmichael, right now. He's a big target. Let's see if he does.
Sideline throw over the head of Ken Payne, the intended receiver. And out of bounds. Stan Walters of the Eagles was shaken up for the play. He's getting up slowly. And Payne and Cliff Harris, who is back in the ball game, were doing a little jawing on the sidelines. One of the officials leading Payne off the field. And I think it's Walters limping rather badly as he heads to the sidelines. 4th and 10. Michelle will be standing back near midfield as he prepares to punt.
I think he's going to try to hit that coffin corner, and the defense is going to have to go in there and do the job of stopping him right away because there's only 5 minutes left in the ball game, a little over 5 minutes left.
Cowboys ready to drop 2 or 3 people off. Angling it for the near sidelines.
He's got a good one. Oh, no.
Great try by Vince Papale, who went on into the end zone and tried to save it. But it's a touchback, and the Cowboys will get the football at the 20-yard line.
I'll tell you, there's a player right there, Vince Papale. He's everybody's hero. He's everybody's hero in Philadelphia. This is the guy that made good. It was a nobody. Came from no place, puts out 110%. Last week, he was a key to their win over Washington. He was down on a punt coverage and knocked the ball loose so that the Washington couldn't have a chance in that last closing minutes of the ball game to, get another score on the board.
They released him early, didn't they?
Yeah.
They picked him up again.
And he told me on the plane, he says, you really don't appreciate it until you're away from it. The football's been good to me, he said.
1st and 10 for the Cowboys. Tony Dorsett takes the handoff from Roger Staubach, and Dorsett is stopped behind the line by that swarming Eagles defense. They nail him at the 16-yard line. 4th period score for you, Kansas City and Cleveland. Oh, that's a little bit of an upset.
That is. Mr. Sam Latigliano in Cleveland. He started off the season great, sort of died like they did last year. I guess the Browns are leading division halfway through the season last year. They came up on the short end, losing about their last 5 or 6 ball games in a row.
Cowboys trying to run the clock down, but they're going to need some first downs to do it. 2nd down. They need 12 now for the first. Ball is at the 18-yard line. 4 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. Dallas leading 14-7. On the delay, it is Newhouse to the 20, 25, Newhouse to the 30, 35. Out of bounds at the 42-yard line. First down. Robert Newhouse, who seems to have some of his better days against the Philadelphia Eagles. Good call.
I'll tell you one thing, that was a great call. They draw up the middle. They wanted to keep the ball on the ground to eat up the clock. But Philadelphia wasn't expecting to pick up about 30 yards on the play. Give it to the little man, let him go.
That's a very, very big first down. Newhouse now the leading rusher in the ballgame. Dorsett has been held to 21 yards and 6 carries. Newhouse now has 67 and 12 carries. Dorsett over the right side out to the 45-yard line. Got a couple. And Berge, number 66, leading the charge. Last year, Berge and Dorsett got into a pretty good jawing match, as I recall.
I'd say yes, sir. As small as
yes,
Dorsett,
Mr. Berge, huh?
As small as
anything
Dorsett
you say, Mr. Berge.
That's right. Let me tell you. I used to do that every once in a while. You sort of start mouthing out to one of these big linemen. Boy, then you stand up and look at him, and he's about 4 or 5 inches bigger than you are, and about outweighs you by 50. That's no match.
Change your mind, huh? 2nd down, 7. Cowboys at their 45-yard line. 3 minutes, 55 seconds left to play in the game. Dallas leading 14-7. Tony Hill in motion. Staubach to throw it. Gonna keep it. Runs out of bounds at midfield. He got 5. A little bit short of the first down. They needed to get to the Eagle 48 to pick up the first. That will set up 3rd down and about 2 needed for the first down. Staubach put his name in the Cowboy record books in another category this afternoon. His first pass attempt of the day moved him by Don Meredith for most passes attempted by a Dallas Cowboy career.
I think he'll keep that thing going for a few more years.
Well, he's going to have them all.
He'll have them all here, is right.
3rd down, 2. The hand is for Newhouse, who comes out of the ball game. And so does Dorsett.
All right, watch Mr. Pearson go right up over the top.
Preston Pearson is the only setback there with Staubach.
Oh.
Sideline throw to Tony Hill. Can't hold it.
Oh. Wow. That's a gutty call.
Big third down play, which means that Dallas will have to give it back to the Eagles with 3:38 left on the clock. A lot of time for things to happen.
And as they come off that field, you can see the Eagles, Frank LeMaster tell them, don't make any mistakes. Don't be offside. Right now, you can't have any mistakes. They need that ball back. Let's see what Jaworski can do with it when he comes on the field.
Danny White, who's been kicking that ball almost through the hole in the roof. He's hung those punts so high today. Shera is deep. Big rush. Angling for the far sideline. Shera makes the catch at the 16 and is knocked out of bounds immediately by Benny Barnes. I tell you, Barnes is so consistently down there. Tom Landry calls him the best specialty team player in the league.
He's got that great speed.
With Hank Stram, I'm Gary Bender. That last drive took 8 minutes and 18 seconds, and it ended up with the 1.5-yard line. The Saints with a valiant goal line stand. They have the football.
They've got double tight end situation here. They're going to try to run it out of there with double tight. They don't succeed in getting much. Tony Galbraith got about 2 yards, maybe a yard and a half, 2 yards in a play. Larry Brooks again, number 90. He makes the tackle.
Boy, he is going to be heard of a lot before the afternoon's over. Hank, I guess you're tempted in these situations. Play action, fire out of that end zone, aren't you?
You really are, because down here it's tough to blow it out of there and make the necessary yardage, and yet if you throw some kind of a play action pass, there's a good chance to get something deep and get out of the danger area.
So they pick up a pair of yards. 2nd down and 8. If anybody could do that, it would be Archie Manning.
They're double tight again.
You can see jumping around that secondary. Phil Simpson to give up to Muncy. And Muncy gets it out of there. 1st down, out across the 15 to the 17. We talked about the quickness of McCutcheon. I tell you, Muncy's no slouch himself.
I tell you, J.T. Taylor, number 71, the left tackle, and Sturt, the left guard, did a good job of blocking along with a tight end on that side. Chuck Muncy does a good job of running through the cavity, but it's a nice gain. Good execution on the play. Rod Perry, number 49, made the tackle.
Muncy came back last week, gained 55 yards after missing 3 games because of knee ligament damage. And when he comes back, it's a different football team.
They're back to their normal setup now with a split end and Tinker Owens and also Ike Harris in the game at the same time.
This is a give to Galbraith, a penalty on the play, and Galbraith to 22, and here comes another flag out. So it looks like we have 2 infractions on this particular play. When you've got Galbraith and Muncy, you have a double threat back there. They can catch the ball on passes, they can go wide, they can hit up the middle. That's called versatility.
And the other nice thing about him is they can, make the big play anytime they get their hands on the ball, either by a reception.
Number 89 defense, holding, number 68 offense. The plays are nullified.
Offsetting penalties. That was Dreyer who was off, number 89. The big 6'6" right defensive end for the Rams, so we'll do it all over again.
The one thing that you have to do against the Rams, you really have to control those defensive ends because they do such a great job of rushing the passer. You've got to run at them to keep them on the line of scrimmage because they pursue and react so well that it's best to run at them.
This first quarter really wheeling by. We have only 36 seconds remaining in it. As you see, the down and distance, the line of scrimmage, the 16. Manning giving off to Muncy. Gets away for a moment, and then Jim Youngblood had enough power behind that tackle to drop him. But had he gotten by Youngblood, it looked like he had some running room over there.
Yeah, but he didn't. Youngblood was out there in good
That's
shape.
an if, right?
Yeah, he had no chance on that because he really got up the field in good shape, good penetration. It was like fighting City Hall there. He had no chance to make anything on that play.
So, with 10 seconds, that may be the last play of this first quarter as they lose yardage back inside the 15. 2nd and 13 coming up. I don't believe they're going to get this play off, and they will not. So there's the first quarter completed at the Los Angeles Coliseum. The big story thus far, the Saints with a goal line stand at the 1-yard line, now trying to get it out of that very precarious field position. Quarter number 2 coming up.
defeats San Diego 31-14.
Boy, that is a big surprise to me, particularly with the defense that San Diego has displayed this year. I didn't think that Detroit could put that many points on the board.
And let's check with our staff. Do we have a score on the Denver game? We'll have that for you in a moment. That's the other big game that we're watching in the West. From the 20-yard line. Sims to the outside, turns the corner, and picks up 6 on the play to the 26. It'll be 2nd and 4 as Monty Johnson makes the tackle. And with that play, time will run out in the first quarter. After 1 down with 3 to go, it is Seattle 7, Oakland nothing. We'll be back with the second quarter of today's football game after these messages from your local station.
Green Bay Packers have the ball 1st and 10 at their own 20-yard line. They are trailing by 7 points, 11 minutes, 50 seconds to play. David Whitehurst is the quarterback. They're down Middleton. Tom Hannon finally bounced him out of bounds.
Well, good hard running that time by Middleton. James White had him, looked like it had him surrounded here. Watch Middleton. Great second effort. Plays off the block wide. Now he seems to have Middleton. He just goes on to the outside. He gets outside of Carl Eller, and he's down the sidelines for a 1st down.
1st and 10 now at the 33-yard line.
13-yard pickup.
Whitehurst. And he's dropped. James White got to him.
Well, he missed Middleton last time, but he didn't miss Whitehurst. 4 sacks.
Loss of 10, 2nd and 20.
4 sacks for the defense. We look at Matt Blair.
Jimmy White, that's the second one.
Second down play, 2nd and long for the Green Bay Packers. Odom is going out to a wide left and Lofton to a wide right. Whitehurst over the middle to Turdell Middleton. He was cut down. Bobby Bryant on the tackle as he got to the 36-yard line. 3rd and 7.
And the Kansas City Chiefs surprising the Cleveland Browns right now in the 4th quarter by 2 touchdowns.
Ball is at the 36-yard line. Gain of 13 yards on the last play, but not nearly enough. It was 2nd and 20. Middleton has gone out of the ball game. Odom has come in now.
A deep turn-in has been open to Lofton on 3 or 4 occasions.
Whitehurst. And McGeorge has it 1st and 10 at the Vikings 46-yard line. Matt Blair made the tackle.
Whitehurst looking around for receivers right here. He spots his big tight end, Rich McGeorge, right over the middle. He got inside of Matt Blair, who made the tackle.
1st down and 10 yards to go for the Packers now. They held the ball at the Vikings 46.
18 yards on that pass play to the big tight end.
Vikings are leading 14-7. We have 10 minutes remaining to be played in the game. Odom in motion across. Eric Torkelson carrying. Torkelson to the 41-yard line.
Give Middleton a little break there. That's Eric Torkelson. 5-year veteran at the University of Connecticut. Good size, 6'2", 195 pounds.
Matt Blair made the tackle again, a 5, 2nd and 5 at the 41. Odom in a wide left. Torkelson again. To the 38-yard line, and that's all. Matt Blair made the stop again. A 3 will make it 3rd and 2. Bart Starr, head coach of the Green Bay Packers. And now a timeout, Green Bay Packers. They spin one of their 3 times out. And so with 8 minutes, 55 seconds remaining to be played in the game, the score is Minnesota 14, the Packers 7.
First and 10 from the 16-yard line. Eagles 84 yards away from tying it up. 3:31 left in the game. Franklin and Montgomery are the setbacks behind Jaworski. Little razzle-dazzle here as Montgomery starts to his right, goes back to his left, is dropped at the 18. There was a penalty marker at the line of scrimmage.
Offsides Dallas. A break for Philadelphia again.
That's got to be at least 4 times that the Cowboys have been flagged for offside.
They must be lining up.
Got a final in that Kansas City-Cleveland game. Big upset there as the Chiefs beat Cleveland.
You know, I did the first game at Cleveland, and I said, boy, they have a good young ball club
Number
up there.
63 on the defense, offside.
Seems to be different guys, though, offside every time. They got Cole that time. Larry Cole got too tall. They've had Randy White offside before. First and 5.
Officials have been doing a great job in the game, though. They really have.
Eagles at their 21-yard line, trailing 14-7. 3:21 left in the contest. Cleveland Franklin out to the 24 for a pickup of 3. That's not going to get it, though.
No way. They've got to come up. He's got a first down. You know, he's got to come up throwing that ball.
Eagles have all of their timeouts left, which will become a factor, I'm sure, as we go along.
We're down to 3 minutes right now. We got an injury on the field here. He's got to come out of the ball game if they call that timeout.
It's Franklin who is shaken up. Now they've already lost Hogan, and on comes James Betterson. I don't know what Franklin's problem is. Second-year player, pretty good football player, and they think he's got a great future.
He's got good size. He's 6'2", 216. He's from Baylor, right down here. You know, he's drafted.
Vermeil. Vermeil's about your age, isn't he? How come you look so out of shape now? He still looks in shape.
He gets to work out every day.
That's true.
I hear that you're doing something special down here in the trying to lose some weight yourself.
Well, we have worked out a little deal, as a matter of fact.
Is that right? A little aerobic dancing or something?
No, not aerobic dancing. You've heard of the aerobic center here in Dallas. But they have volunteered to take me on as a hopeless case. Sort of. Anyway, but it's interesting. I think it's going to be fun.
I tell you,
and I figure if I can do it, anybody can do it.
That's right.
What do you mean that's right?
If you can do it, maybe I'll do it.
All right. Now Franklin's still being tended to. Time is out down in the field with 3 minutes and 3 seconds left to play in the football game. The Cowboys leading the Eagles by a score of 14-7. And Franklin's going to have to leave. So Cleveland Franklin, who played his college football at Waco, Baylor University, is 90 miles down the road, coming back home for the weekend.
He had a lot of people over there rooting for him this morning at the hotel.
Those were Baylor fans celebrating their team's first victory this year. They were 0-5, and they beat Texas A&M yesterday.
That was a big upset.
All right, second down. Eagles need 2 for the first down. Ball is at the Philadelphia 24 with 2 minutes 45 seconds left to play in the football game. Well, again, we get a whistle. Illegal procedure against Philadelphia. Someone caused Larry Cole to jump that time. Now, that's a big play because instead of 2nd and 2, now you're looking at 2nd and 7 again.
No question about it, boy. Jaworski's upset about it.
Maybe it's his cadence that's causing a little problem there for the Cowboys.
He's trying to draw him offside. You can see him barking and snapping that head.
Ball start, number 7, head bob.
How do you like that?
That's what he was doing.
That's exactly right.
You can't do that, right? Violently move your head?
Right. So you're trying to draw that defensive team off sides, and he was really snapping his head around. He's mad at himself. Boy, he's got to come up now. 2nd and 7. He's got to come up with a big play right here.
The clock, of course, a big factor for the Eagles. 2 minutes, 40 seconds left to play in the game. But they're still not out of it. Here's Jaworski putting it upstairs. Got Ken Payne for the first down. Benny Barnes drags him down at the 30, but Philadelphia has the first down.
Well, let's hurry up, you guys. Come on, line up if you want to get the offense moving. Don't stand around. That clock is ticking away. All right, you'll see Payne guys on the outside. Jaworski setting up, split back blocking. Both the backs blurring to the outside. Draws those linebackers to the outside. You can see him going outside, and the ball is perfectly thrown in there to Payne. First down.
Back to live action we go. Philadelphia, 1st and 10 from their 32-yard line. This will be the last play before the 2-minute warning. Good protection for Jaworski. Over the middle, Carmichael can't reach it. And he ran into Captain Crash. Cliff Harris, number 43 of the Cowboys, at the 50-yard line. Pass just slightly overthrown. 2-minute warning. Goes to both benches. We'll be back with the finish shortly.
This is Vin Scully along with George Allen and Jim Brown with 7 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Atlanta and San Francisco all tied 7-7. And George, the crowd certainly up a little bit for the 49ers today.
Yes, that opening score gave them a big lift.
1st and 10 for Steve DeBerg and the 49ers on their own 20-yard line. Bob Farrell is the running back, and he got by Brazina and fumbled. It is juggled and recovered by Frank Reed. And Reed is going to be driven out of bounds, but with the football, and he stepped out of bounds inside the 15-yard line. Frank Reed, a 3-year man out of Washington, playing with a hamstring, recovers the fumble by Farrell.
All right, Farrell is running with a lot of determination. He broke that first tackle. He's sprinting out. Now watch that hand. The first hand hit at it. Once again, it was the head.
Yeah.
The head knocked the ball out. You must cover up when you're going to be hit.
Well, he had the ball on the inside arm and the inside where the tackler was coming from.
Great point, George. When you're going outside, you usually put the ball on the outside arm.
Away from the tackler.
Away from the tackler, towards the sideline.
1st and 10 on the San Francisco 12-yard line. And Bartkowski to stand back to cover. And it's going to be recovered by Archie Reese, a rookie out of Clemson for San Francisco.
Now you're seeing what I call sloppy football. You've got to watch the ball. The flip is all right. The back is not looking at the ball. You must get the ball first. Now you must try to recover. You can't run anymore. Just fall on the ball, because if you don't, they're going to be hitting you. They're going to keep the ball alive. Yes, Coach.
Jim, you know, every play is a ball game, and this is what you have a tough time selling your club. That play right there may mean the ball game.
You're absolutely right.
All right, the Niners put it in play. 1st and 10 on their own 20-yard line. Bob Farrell, who fumbled last time, moves it out to the 33-yard line. So Farrell, atoning for the fumble, picks up about 18.
Well, this is a pick-a-hole play where he gets the defense over pursuing and cuts back. Now, I like his determination. He came back and made some of this on his own. It's sloppy tackling, but he's running hard, trying to make up for the previous play when he fumbled the ball.
1st and 10 on the San Francisco 33-yard line. Out of the I formation, Farrell is the up back, and now O.J. comes up alongside of him. DeBerg looking to his right, throws to Solomon, and Solomon has Lawrence go right over his back. And Frank Reed then hits late, and we'll see if there's a penalty on it. I believe Reed is guilty of the infraction.
Well, they have the two tight end offense, and Solomon is the guy that they like to hit. Here's the short out to Solomon, and Atlanta's defensing that. Now here's the late hit coming right in. Good call. Not needed.
You know something, Coach? They might be setting up Solomon with the short ones to try to get that long one later.
Unnecessary roughness, number 28 of the defense. 1st down.
Bob Frederick, the referee, explaining Frank Reed's extra hit. So it is 1st and 10 on the Atlanta 48-yard line. Solomon is on the right side. Seal and McAfee continue in that double tight end setup. It's O.J. Simpson. He has Farrell and Downing blocking, but Atlanta refuses to take the blocks. And Fulton Kuykendall, who's been fighting the flu all week, is there to stack him up.
Now watch very carefully the way that O.J. is going to hit this hole, a non-hole. Watch him carefully. He's looking. He makes a move, but it really isn't a move. Makes a step, but it really isn't a step. Sort of takes a passive attitude when he's hit.
Atlanta's in a 34 defense now.
Second and a long 8 from the Atlanta 46-yard line. Pitch back to O.J. Farrell blocking for him, and O.J. can't get outside. Pennywell finally made the hit. There's a flag on the play, however. Brazina and Seal met head-on just ahead of the carry, and we'll see if the penalty involved there.
It could be a face mask. Can't tell.
As we watch the Juice there, we can see that that leg is bothering him. You can see that he doesn't have the same confidence because he is taking the blow. The old Juice would never take the blow. You watch his feet, the feet would be much quicker, the cuts would be much quicker.
Well, one penalty against Atlanta, now this one against San Francisco.
Offensive holding, number 85, second down.
We told you that Paul Seal and Greg Brazina were roughing it up, and it's against Paul Seal. He was holding linebacker Greg Brazina.
Paul Seal's out of there now. They have a normal offense. Two wideouts.
Second and 18 when they put the ball in play on the San Francisco 44-yard line.
That last down, I said they were in a 34 defense, Vinny, but they weren't. They just overshifted, and they substituted linebackers on second and 8.
We have 5 minutes and 7 seconds left to go, and we can duck in a couple of scores for you. A final score: Tampa Bay defeated the Chicago Bears 33-19. A final: the New York Jets 23, St. Louis 10. Final: the Giants 17, Washington 6. Second and 18 from the 44. DeBerg, a screen to the left side to Elmer Boyd. Boyd across midfield and knocked out of bounds. He'll go out of bounds at the Atlanta 48-yard line. Wilson Palmina pushed him out.
Yeah, I like this call. It's a quick screen, and watch DeBerg get hit just as he throws the ball. Delivery sack, but it's good offensive football against the Falcons defense because they're going to be in on you. Get rid of the ball quickly. The screen makes them worry about the rush a little bit, cuts down on the pass rush. It's good offensive football.
Third and 10 from the Atlanta 48. Boyd is wide left, Solomon is wide right. DeBerg looking and going deep down the right side, intended for Solomon. No good. Right there was Roland Lawrence, and a flag on the play.
That time they were in a 34 defense. Good call. Solomon had a chance to catch that ball.
I think you'll catch Bob Farrell in motion, and they're going to call it.
He's got pretty good protection. Solomon could have had that very easily. Well-thrown football.
Mike Connell will be kicking, and Billy Rickman is all alone on the Atlanta 10-yard line. We have 4:53 left in the first period, and it's 7-7, Atlanta and San Francisco. Connell, a bad pass from center, bobbles and gets it away, partially blocked, and it gets down to the 30-yard line, still rolling, and he winds up with a pretty good punt after a terrible pass from snap.
Yeah. The first rule is to have a center who can make an accurate snap. Very fortunate to get away with this. You can rough the kicker if the ball bounces. He's a runner now. Lucky break for the 49ers.
So it took a pretty good bounce for the 49ers to finally wind up on the Atlanta 22-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10, Georgia. Steve Bartkowski trying to move his ball club. He has stand back and Bean. Francis is wide left. Rickman is wide right. And it's going to be Bubba Bean. And he gets out across the 25-yard line. Dan Buns, number 57, came up to make a hit. We might duck in a couple of more scores. A final, and this is something. Buffalo 5, Cincinnati nothing. A field goal and a safety. And a final, Detroit came snarling back, having been shut out last week by Atlanta. They defeated San Diego 31-14. 2nd and 5 on the Atlanta 27-yard line. Stand back, the deep man. Bean is the up back. And here comes Standback. And Standback has just about enough for a first down. Cedric Hartman able to pull him down, number 86. But it would appear he made the first down. They're going to measure. In fact, they don't have to measure. He picked it up for sure.
You know,
Standback who made that carry. Yes, Coach?
I was going to say, the way we're going here, that the team that makes the fewest mistakes will probably win today. We've had so many turnovers, so many mistakes this early going in the ball game.
1st and 10 on the Atlanta 33-yard line. Bartkowski looking to his right, guns it to Wallace Francis, and he is belted by Eddie Lewis immediately. Bartkowski so far was 2 for 2. Now he's 3 for 3, but his receiver really paid a price for that one, Wallace Francis.
Well, when you throw a short pass like that, the defense is right on him. He has the angle on him. He's going to put the wood to him. The receiver was at a disadvantage.
2nd and 8. The ball on the 35-yard line of Atlanta. 7-7. 2:48 left to go in the first quarter. Bean slowed down from behind by Archie Reese, number 78. He's the rookie out of Clemson who recovered a fumble earlier.
The 49ers, Vinny, that time were in a 34 defense, 3 linemen, 4 linebackers, and they were faking a dog. They had Bratkowski worried. He was a little bit jumpy on that play.
With the ball on the Atlanta 37-yard line, it's 3rd and about 6. So we'll see Bartkowski's play. Rickman goes wide left, Francis right, and he's going to try and sneak for it, although it might have been a mix-up down there in the line. Let's see, Atlanta having center problems.
Well, the center snapped the ball, and Bratkowski wasn't ready. Many times that happens when you call the play on sound. The first sound you hear could not be your offense. It could be the defense yelling, and the center snaps it.
So Atlanta sputtering, and John James will be kicking from his own 25. Anthony Leonard is all alone on his 23 for San Francisco. It's a 4th and 7 from the 38 as you see Anthony Leonard. Greg Brazina will pick up somebody who comes through. And here comes it! And it is partially blocked by Bob Jury. As it goes out of bounds, there's a flag on the play, and I think Bob Jury will be guilty of running into the kicker.
He should have blocked the ball. He was right in there. His technique was wrong. He went in too deep and hit the kicker, hit the punter.
Bob Jury is a rookie out of Pittsburgh, only 23 years old, and he paid for that great charge. And Jury, a very disgusted young man, going to the sideline.
The 49ers are arguing that he got a piece of the ball.
Right, I thought he did.
And if he did, there's no penalty.
I really thought he blocked it.
Let's look at this from the end zone. I thought it was a bad call personally.
Right there. It looked like he got a piece of it.
But the technical point would be if he got a piece, then it's a good situation.
Oh, yeah.
If he didn't get a piece,
here's another angle. Well,
I don't think he did there. He
hard
did not.
to say.
He should have blocked the ball.
Well, we'll wait for Bob Frederick and company now.
The secret of blocking punts is the technique of the man that gets in there.
So that's a big break for Atlanta. They keep the ball. It's an automatic first down. Bob Jury running into the kicker, John James. So Atlanta holds possession. 1st and 10 on the Atlanta 42.
Benny, as I said, the team that makes the fewest mistakes is going to win this ball game.
It's really a mess so far.
There's the disadvantage of playing at home. The fans are booing.
Although I really think they're booing the officials and not the 49ers. 1st and 10 on the Atlanta 42-yard line. Bartkowski setting up and under some rush and throws it to Bean. Bean to the 45 and is dragged down just about at midfield by Jimmy Webb. And what a great recovery on a busted play.
Great play by Bradkowski. Now the 49ers dogged. And here's his size and strength. He fights him off a little bit and gets rid of it. And shuffles the pass.
Looking at it from the end zone, Bradkowski goes back, makes a good move there, shows great maneuverability. He knew who he was throwing that ball to, so it was a great play.
1st and 10 from the 50, and there goes Bean trying to cut back inside against the grain, and he got down to about the 46-yard line of San Francisco. And this crowd is still booing over the fact that Atlanta had John James roughed up on an attempt by Bob Jury, and that gave the ball back to Atlanta, and the crowd quite upset about that call.
Yeah, it was a good call by the officials.
It'll be 1st and 10. That's just enough for the first down. The ball is on the San Francisco 46-yard line. Drive started on the Atlanta 22, and we have 1 second left to the first quarter, and there's the whistle. So the first quarter is history, and it's not the kind of history that people are going to study. It is very forgettable history here so far. Atlanta 7, San Francisco 7.
Along with our producer, David Stern, Barry Stoddard, our director, this is Charlie Jones and Lynn Dawson. Seattle leading Oakland 7-0. And in the first quarter, Denver leads Baltimore 3-0. Jim Turner, 33-yard field goal. Seattle 2nd and 4, their own 26-yard line.
Play pass.
Zorn has a man wide, overthrown. It is intercepted. Monty Jackson has the interception to the 25. Big break for the Oakland Raiders. Monty Jackson with his first interception of the year.
I'm sure that Zorn would like to have this ball back because he had his man, number 47, Sherman Smith, open. Just not a good throw. He overthrew him just enough where he could tip the ball, tipped it right into Jackson's hands. Now he turns into a runner. You can see right there, the tip enabled the ball to hang up there so that 42 Jackson could intercept it, which means that he's watching that ball and concentrating on the ball. Now his problem is how to get down the other way and try to get a score.
Monty Jackson, 24 yards on the return. Stabler goes right to work. Into the end zone. And it is intercepted right back off Beeman. Seattle has the ball at their own 20-yard line.
He was trying to go to number 21, Cliff Branch, who was running a corner pattern or toward the corner of the end zone, but number 27, Andre Beeman, would have none of that because he's following it all the way. He's going for the home run. They get a big break, so Stabler says, let's go back and put the kill to him. He's going deep to the corner of the end zone looking for number 21, Cliff Branch, but it was well played and really an outstanding interception by 27, Andre Beeman. You can take a look what the defensive backs, what the quarterback is looking at back there. He just overthrew him. He should have overthrown him a little bit more, thrown it completely out of the end zone had he seen that safety man.
And there is Kenny Stabler. That is his
16th
interception that he has served up this year, most in the conference. John Madden, the head coach. Seattle now from their own 20-yard line. Seahawks lead it 7-0. We're in the second quarter, opening moment. Zorn. Zorn goes deep. Largent. There was tripping as Monty Jackson went down. There was not a flag on the play. Steve Largent, the intended receiver.
Well, the people out here think that number 42 Jackson, who just intercepted the ball, shoved Largent, number 80. You can see that he
I don't think so. I'm not sure. Can we look again?
He didn't do it intentionally, and if he did.
No, the tripping, yes, good. I believe he just tripped himself, didn't he?
They're both entitled to the football when it's in the air.
Consider that they're both wide receivers. That's the way an official thinks. No, I think that was one of those things that just happened. I do not believe that should have been called either way. Bring it back to another good call or a good no call by the official. 2nd down 10. Zorn on the draw. Sims, maybe a yard. Browning was there. It'll be 3rd down and 9.
That play, Charlie, did a couple of things. One, it showed me that Zorn's got a good arm, that he can throw the ball a long ways. And secondly, what it's going to tell that Oakland defense, don't be snuggling up there in that 15-yard area when I'm going to throw the football because I may go deep. So you better be alert for that.
Let's go back to the first quarter. Total offense, 98 yards Seattle, 74 for Oakland. Seattle had 69 on the ground, 14 rushing for Oakland. Oakland threw for 30, Seattle threw for 29. That was in the first quarter. Third down, 9. Seattle leads it 7-0. Zorn way overthrowing Sam McCullum. I believe he was throwing the ball away. Lester Hayes, excellent defensive position.
They brought in their rushing team. I'm talking about Oakland. Tumay, number 67, was in there, and they were putting pressure on Zorn. One thing he didn't want to do is cough up the ball back there. And if a man isn't open, we're ahead 7-0. Throw the ball away. Let us punt and let them score on our defense if they're going to score.
Neil Colsey, 39-yard line, Oakland territory, steps up to the 40. Herman Weaver will be kicking. It's a beauty. Excellent hang time. Colsey, 35-yard line, 40, and returns to the 45-yard line. 10 yards on the return. We have 13:36 time remaining in the first half. Following that 45-yard kick, Seattle leads it 7-0.
Second quarter ready to go. 2nd and 13 now for the Saints. No score through the first 15 minutes. You know, in 8 games this year, the Rams have allowed a total of 10 points in that first quarter.
Let's see if they work on Brzezinski again. Sweet.
There's Chuck Muncie. Got a block out in front of him by Lafari, but nothing develops. They strung it out very well. The pulling guard on that play, Lafari, was out ahead of him, but Brzezinski came up and played it very well.
Emmendorf also here. You see Chuck Muncie running left. You see Lafari out in front. You see Henry Childs doing a good job on the linebacker. But Brzezinski finally comes off of that block on Childs and makes a great play. But that's what he does so well. He reacts terrifically well against the run.
Well, he's starting in place of Isaiah Robertson, and there's been a lot of controversy about that. We'll talk about that as this game wears on. 5 defensive backs in now for the Rams on this 3rd down and 10, and they try to cross him up the middle, and they didn't fool anybody. There's Isaiah Robertson. He walked out of camp, righty. Came back, talked with Coach Ray Malavese, decided to come back, and he's playing behind Brzezinski, and he's not happy about it.
Larry Brooks, number 90, made that play.
Robertson, an all-pro, but Brzezinski, a second-year man from Ohio State, should be in the near future. This is Tom Blanchard, number 16, who'll be booting. His first kick was 56 yards, and Jackie Wallace goes back deep. You can see Brooks moving around on that ram forward wall. Blanchard hits another beauty. Boy, he has really kicked the football this year. Here's Wallace. Wallace to the 40, fumbles the ball. Who's got it?
Saints have it, it looks like.
The Saints have picked up the football at the Ram 45-yard line. And Hank, when you're an underdog, when you make a goal line stand, you get a turnover like this, you can start smelling something.
It's very inspiring, and I think this, watch, here's Jackie Wallace. He runs with a lot of indecision. He doesn't make up his mind on what he's going to do. The ball is held very loosely, is jarred loose. The Saints have possession, 1st and 10. Mark Meserol that time made the play.
He's that free agent they picked up this year. It's seen a lot of playing time.
See if they throw on 1st down here.
On the 45, they give to Galbraith instead. They try to test that side, and Brzezinski is equal to it. Is the ball loose or not? No. It's blown dead. The ball is still in possession of New Orleans. Crowd not liking that at all, but they're testing Brzezinski, and right now he's tough.
Well, they're testing Brzezinski, and of course the other guy that I think you feel you have to run against is Dreyer, their right end. You know, Dreyer is not overly large. He's got good range, great quickness, but he rushes the passer very well, but doesn't respond as well to the run. And I think they're trying to give him some business over there, but so far they haven't really succeeded in doing much.
They lost 3. 2nd and 13 now. You could see on that replay it was close when Galbraith went down with the ball blown dead. Manning, far side, and it's complete to Tinker Owens. And Owens with his 20th catch of the year. Boy, he started out this year in sensational style and then had a lot of injury problems.
A very high percentage play. Archie throws left to Tinker Owens. It's a square out pattern, right on target, knocked out of bounds by Rod Perry, number 49.
We have a man shaken up for the Saints at the 48-yard line. That looks like J.T. Taylor. Boy, they just have not had any luck at all in that offensive line. They've already lost Conrad Dobler, Emmanuel Sanders, John Watson. Taylor's been playing with leg problems. He was hurt last week in San Francisco. So we have a timeout. 0-0 our score.
Green Bay Packers have the ball. 3rd down and 2 yards to go. It's at the 38-yard line of the Minnesota Vikings. Contact made. Penalty markers thrown.
Left guard moved. 57, Darrell Goforth.
Well, 5-yard penalty, so instead of 3rd and 2, it's 3rd and 7.
And they could have run the football on 2 occasions. I think Bart would have tried to pick up the 1st down. There he goes, number 57, right there.
Ball is on the 44-yard line. Odom to the left side in this alignment. Lofton to the right. Whitehurst. Well, the ball is loose.
And Eller's got it.
Minnesota Vikings, Carl Eller. Carl Eller came out with the football.
Well, he hasn't been playing all that much like he used to in the past. But I'll tell you one thing, today he's been all over the football field. Whitehurst gets sacked by Matt Blair. Now watch Carl Eller, he's got the football. Another look. Whitehurst, when we come back, it's going to be Viking football.
Kick off a big day of football action with NFL 78, followed by an NFL doubleheader in most areas. It all happens next Sunday on NBC. Check local listings for the games in your area. NBC Sports.
In the NFL this afternoon, the first of the upset, and we have them every Sunday, the Giants defeating Washington 17-6. Oakland from their own 45-yard line, 1st down. Terry Robisky. Robisky picks up 7. 48-yard line of Seattle will be 2nd down 3. Bill Sandifer makes the tackle. Let's go back to the other scores. I did not think that would happen.
I did not.
Detroit 31,
that type of score.
San Diego 14. Chargers simply cannot get it going. The Jets pick up a victory. The Cardinals, they have yet to win under Bud Wilkins. Mark Van Egan, and he is swarmed under. It'll be 3rd down, still around 2.5 to 3 to go. Autry Beeman was there for the defense.
Well, that defense of Seattle, I'm sure that they've heard all week long about the strength of Oakland running to their left. That Stabler likes to run to the left, and they do it so very, very well. So I'm sure that they're really psyched up about that.
A couple more scores. A field goal and a safety, and Cincinnati has yet to win.
Like a baseball score.
It does. Tampa Bay, hey, they got some offense, didn't they? Oakland needs some offense right here. 3rd down 3. Is down. Stabler is down. That is only the 8th sack of the year for the Seahawks, and split it up between Sammy Green and Bill Gregory. Holding against Oakland.
Well, we said at the top of the show and even before the show about Stabler's knees that he isn't able to move, but he didn't have much of a chance here because they're coming. Number 66 is Bill Sandifer. They have a stunt in the middle with those defensive linemen. He grabs a hold of Stabler, and it's all over. Another big play by that young defensive team of Seattle.
Holding against the Raiders, refused. Ray Guy is in to kick to Rufus Crawford.
Charlie, this is a different Seattle team this week than what we saw a week ago.
Certainly is. Crawford, 22-yard line. 11 yards on the return, maybe 12 to the 33 and the 34-yard line. Well, Russell brings it down. We'll stop the clock. 12-13. Time remaining, 1st half, a 40-yard kick, 11-yard return. Back in a moment.
Well, the NBA is underway, and it'll return on CBS next Friday night with the world champion Washington Bullets, who have won their first 3 games of the year, going against Golden State, and Milwaukee taking on Seattle. And Seattle, without Marvin Webster, has won 5 in a row. It's coming up. Righty. Back to throw. Archie Manning. Galbraith. Good defensive coverage that time by Youngblood. Boy, he was with him as close as you can stay.
Yes, that time they tried to match Tony Galbraith with Youngblood, 53, but he played it very well, and Archie had to throw it way over the top and fell incomplete.
Galbraith, by the way, leading the NFL in receiving with 40 catches, despite the fact he didn't catch one last week. So it's 4th down, Blanchard to kick, and you see Jackie Wallace waiting for the punt. Wallace coming in here is 2nd in the NFC with a 14.1 average in punt returns. He's trying to kick it away, and that's going to be a good kick. It goes out of bounds at about the 12-yard line. So he was going for the corner, and he got it. So from the 12-yard line, the Rams will take over. We have no score with 12:20 to go before halftime.
Kansas City Chiefs have defeated Cleveland by a final score 17-3. Here the Vikings lead 14-7. They have the ball 1st and 10 at the Green Bay 45. Targeted, short drop, and it is completed out to the 39-yard line. Taken by Sammy White, and he got to the 38. Again, a 7 makes it 2nd down and 3. Buchanan made the stop on the play for Green Bay. 8 minutes, 20 seconds left to play in this game.
I tell you, Whitehurst has really been rushed today, and Green Bay has been famous in the first 7 games for the number of sacks. They lead in the league. But today, it's been the Minnesota Viking defense. They have contributed 5 sacks against Whitehurst today.
2nd down and 3 yards to go. Foreman pulled down.
Ike Butler.
It's going to be spotted up there near the 42-yard line.
Bud Grant watches.
3rd and 7. Nickel defense being aligned now with the Green Bay Packers in anticipation of the pass play.
Watch out, Mike McCoy. They're finally going to give him some help over here. They're going to double cover Rashad on the left side.
Flag and delay is being called. That'll cost them 5 yards. Delay of game.
Good game of cat and mouse.
Delay of game, offense.
Both teams hoping on occasion to draw the defense off sides.
3rd and 12 at the 47-yard line. Targeted. Having catch made at the 30-yard line. Penalty markers are down.
I tell you, Mike McCoy's side over here, they did have him covered in and out, but it was just a good catch and a good pattern.
Sammy White pulled it in.
Personal fouls
against the Packers.
Going to be 15 more, Linz.
That's going to put the ball on the 15-yard line. 1st and 10 Vikings at the Green Bay 15.
Personal foul, Spearing, number 46, Green Bay, 1st down.
Steve Luke off of Spearing.
Here it is again. Now watch Sammy White on a little turnout. There's McCoy. Boom. He was down, I tell you.
Targeted. Ricky Young could not hang on. Incomplete pass. It's 2nd and 10 at the 15. Vikings are leading by a score of 14-7, and they have the ball 2nd down, 10 yards to go at the Green Bay 15. We're in the 4th quarter. 7 minutes, 1 second left to play in the game.
200 yards and penalties today. Green Bay has been penalized 106 yards on 9 infractions. Minnesota 94 yards. And they've been caught doing something wrong 10 times.
Sammy White goes out to a wide right. Rashad to a wide left. Targeted. Rashad, touchdown. Rashad for the touchdown.
That's his second touchdown pass of the day. And folks, I hate to keep bringing it up, but they're just killing Mike McCoy on the left side. You get him in a man-to-man situation, the veteran Fran Tarkenton. They're hitting him on the inside now, on the outside, and they set him up in the first quarter with two or three sideline patterns for first down. And since then, they've been almost doing anything they want. Right here's a post pattern, Tarkenton, and a beautiful catch by Ahmad Rashad for his second touchdown reception of the afternoon.
Rick Danmar attempts the conversion. Paul Krause puts the ball down. Danmar boots it up, and it's good. And as they come back up the field, the score is the Minnesota Vikings 21, the Green Bay Packers 7. 6 minutes, 56 seconds left to play in this game.
Our producer today at Texas Stadium, Bob Rolls. And our director is Jim Silman. Associate producer Ed Shellhorn from the local CBS affiliate, KDFW. And those are some of their fine people who have worked with us not only today but down through the years on Cowboy telecasts. Eagles have 2 timeouts left. I recall they used one earlier. That could come back to haunt them. 1:55 left in the game. Philadelphia with a second down. 10. Ball is at their 31-yard line. They trail 14-7. Ron Jaworski's going to have to put it up. Cole chasing him. Gets away from Cole. Randy White's after him. And White's got him. Lost the ball. He was down. Jaworski was down at the 23.
Boy, does that put the pressure on Philadelphia right now. 3rd down, long yardage.
Ron Jaworski under a lot of pressure. First of all from Larry Cole, number 63. And then from Randy White. Now, he can get away from Cole, who is on at 50 years, but not Mr. White, who is as young and limber as his Jaworski.
There he goes right there. Jaworski running around that backfield, but watch Randy White up in the top of your picture right there. Brings him on down. He was down. As soon as that ball touches, the ball is dead. But this is 3rd down, long yardage.
To be precise, 3rd and 19. The Eagles got to have it. 1:24, clock is moving. Over the middle for Payne. Incomplete and intercepted by Aaron Kyle. Kyle at the 50, down to the 40, Kyle to the 30. Aaron Kyle may go all the way. Gets a block from Henderson on Jaworski. He scores. However, hold everything. They're going to bring it back to the 50-yard line. And the crowd is booing mightily. One of the officials signaled it a clean interception, but he may have signaled at the same time that though the ball was intercepted, Kyle was down because he was in contact with Payne. That'll be interesting to look at again because that ball was bounced around in the air. Several people touched it.
Again, we'll be able to see the action right here. Jaworski sets up. See Payne down the middle. He's open for a minute there, but the ball pounces up. And as long as a man is touching him, as you can see him right in the middle of the screen, when he's down on the ground, the ball is dead. They're calling the whole play. The ball must have hit the ground and bounced up into his lap.
Looks like that'll be the call, an incompleted forward pass, which would set up 4th down and 19. Now let's see what happens. We'll slow it down as the ball gets there.
And you'll be able to see right here, as the ball goes up.
That's Payne. Now he's got it.
He's got it. He's hit right there. The ball bounces back right up in the air. And watch where it lands. Right on the ground. There it goes. It hits the ground and bounces back up. A good call by the official.
It did hit the ground before Kyle picked it up. So the call is an incompleted forward pass. And since there is no tomorrow with 1:06 to go and 4th and 19, the Eagles are going to go for it, even though they're back in their 23. Jaworski gets an official timeout because the crowd is so loud he can't be heard. That's the biggest rise out of a Texas Stadium crowd, I think, all season. Normally, this is a very tame crowd compared to some of the other arenas throughout the NFL.
Come to Baltimore sometime.
Eagles have to have it here. 4th down and 19. They have to get to the 42 for the first down. Jaworski retreats. Good protection. Cripley at the 45. Cripley at the 50-yard line and out of bounds to stop the clock at midfield. We got a flag back at the line of scrimmage.
That can only mean one thing. No, it doesn't either.
Well, let's see.
Jaworski is excited. He's walking up towards the line of scrimmage. Here he is right now. He's setting up, and he rolls to the weak side. Beautiful throw.
It's going to be offside, Dallas.
He climbs. And the big tight end makes another clutch catch. Gets out of bounds to stop that clock with 58 seconds remaining.
So that will give the Eagles a first down at the Dallas 49-yard line with 58 seconds to go. They trail 14-7. They get out of the big hole on 4th down 19. Fans are still booing over that call. Payne to the right side, Carmichael to the left, and again the booing is so strong that Jaworski can't call his signal, so he gets the automatic official timeout. Calls the Eagles back into the huddle, but you know when they come out they're going to give more of the same, right?
We got the crowd fired up right now, let me tell you. Here it comes. This is not only penalizing the Eagles, but it's penalizing the defense of Dallas because they're making their calls on the field.
1st and 10 for the Eagles at the Dallas 49. Dallas leading 14-7, 58 seconds left. Jaworski back to throw. Too tall Jones missed him. Jaworski rolling to his right. Randy White has it. Loss of 3. Back to the Eagle 48-yard line. Well, Tom Landry said Randy White's got intensity. I guess you saw an example of that intensity right there as he refused to be beaten and chased Jaworski all the way across the field to the near sideline. Only good thing about that from Philadelphia's standpoint is that it stopped the clock with 51 seconds.
Got an update on that Seattle-Oakland game. Seattle's taking another touchdown, so they're up 14-0 over Oakland.
They can score.
Get that southpaw out there throwing that ball. 51 seconds.
Nail-biting finish here at Texas Stadium between the Cowboys and the Eagles. Dallas with a victory moves into a tie for first place with the Redskins in the NFC East. They were beaten by the Giants today. Philadelphia with a win could move into a tie for second with Dallas and with the Giants. Again, Jaworski over the middle and over. Nope.
To the big tight end again. Big catch. First down.
Prepley at the 39-yard line. Looks like it's just enough for the first down. Eagles call time. Now that should leave them with 1.
You know, their tight end has come up with some big catches today.
Timeout called here with 41 seconds left to play, and the Cowboys leading 14-7.
The embraceable youths, the cheerleaders here for the Los Angeles Rams on this beautiful day in Southern California. From the 12-yard line, first down. Pat Hayden going to throw. Look out. Grooms is after him. And Hayden gets down at the 17, and Alois Grooms almost got to him at about the 5-yard line.
He has a play action pass that time, but he's got a good feel for pressure, Pat has. You know, there was pressure on the outside by Grooms, but he snuck inside and ran right up the middle again like he has on several other occasions and picked up a nice chunk on first down of 5 yards, and that was 2nd and 5.
You know, as pointed out by director Bob Daly, it reminds you a lot of Fran Tarkenton, the way he goes sliding, gets out underneath the guys, avoids the big shot.
Well, it's very obvious he's not going to try to challenge anybody with the shoulder pads, and that's very smart.
2nd and 5, quick pitch to McCutcheon. That play's not going anywhere. Good reaction by Ray Brown, the strong safety who came flying up there. You know, the Ram offense, we haven't said a lot about them. They're 2nd overall. Rushing, they're 6th in the 2 previous years. They've been number 1 and 2 in the NFC. Under Chuck Knox, they were criticized a lot, Hank, because they didn't throw more. They ran all the time.
Well, it's hard to understand how you criticize winning, and that's all they did. They won consistently and were in the playoffs, and it wasn't because they ran, but they didn't succeed in going all the way.
The Rams win the division title, and it looks good for them. They'd be their 6th straight, and that would tie an NFL record. 3rd down and 6. They lost a yard on that last play. Hayden, and, well, the intended receiver is Nelson, but Merlo was closest to the football.
It looked like Nelson gave up on the pattern. He was coming across, and I think he saw Merlo dropping back there, and as a result stopped, but the ball was thrown out in front. As a result, fell incomplete. Luckily, it wasn't intercepted.
So Glenn Walker will come in and kick the football for the Rams, and Wes Chandler will be going back for the New Orleans Saints. Chandler on punts is averaging 7.4. That's 12th in the NFC. Walker, on the other hand, in kicking the football, is 11th in the conference with a 38-yard average. Got a good one on this time. At the 35, Chandler. And what reaction by Nolan Cromwell. Nolan Cromwell, the former quarterback for the University of Kansas, and he can fly, got down there, made the stop, and that's where the Saints will set it up at the 10:40 mark.
Total offense, and Seattle leads 7-0, but this is just a typical Ken Stabler afternoon. Stay close and beat him in the last 2 minutes. You got to watch this man. He'll do it to you.
You better be way ahead in the 4th quarter with Kenny Stabler at the controls.
Seattle first down, their own 34. Zorn, play action, first down. Fires, pass is complete. Tight end, Ron Howard. First down, stiff arm, out of bounds. Howard is in his 5th year, a basketball player here in Seattle, did not play college football, was with the Dallas Cowboys for a couple of years.
I tell you, I like this Seattle offense because they come at you. Play action pass, he's looking over to his right side, and the tight end delayed, and they just came underneath the defensive backs and the linebackers. See, the linebackers, Villapiano 41 is deep, so they just threw it underneath and let him run and let the defense make the tackle.
Also, you like play action on first down.
Oh, I do, because generally speaking, defenses are looking to stop the run on first down, to put you in a passing situation.
The Oakland 48, here is Sims. 46-yard line, he has a couple on the play. Mike McCoy, the middle guard, makes his stop. It'll be 2nd down and 8.
Like that play. Villapiano, number 41, he was looking for the run all the way. He was 3 yards deep in the backfield, and he made that play. Now, if it had been play action passes, number 41 is Villapiano. He's reading run all the way, and you see he's coming back, forcing the play inside. Doing a good job. He didn't make the tackle, but he did his job.
Excellent coverage by David Stern, our producer. Barry Stoddard, our director, right on top of our replays today.
That's true. Outstanding.
2nd down 8, Oakland 46-yard line. 11:23 time remaining first half. The draw to Sherman Smith, decked immediately by John Matusak.
Well, they were trying to sneak. They knew that they were going to throw the football, trying to sneak that back through there on a draw play, but that time it didn't work.
3rd down and 9. So Pat Toomey comes aboard for the Raiders, looking for the pass. Sam McCullum, wide receiver near side. Steve Rabel.
Yeah, they have 3 wide
receiver far side, along with Steve Largent. Sims the remaining back. 3rd and 9. Zorn throws, and it's tipped. It is incomplete. Largent, the intended receiver, will be 4th down and 9 at the 47-yard line of the Oakland Raiders.
Good protection that time. The Stork, number 83, Ted Hendricks, came, but he had plenty of time to throw. The ball was just a little overthrown. A quarterback probably would say, well, if you get your hands on it, you should catch it. That would have been a rather difficult catch.
Neil Colsey set to return the punt of Herman Weaver. In the first quarter, Seattle put together a perfect 61-yard drive in 10 plays. David Sims going in from 2 yards out, and that has been the scoring. He juggles it. He gets it into the end zone. Bring it out to the 20-yard line. There's a flag down back at the 50-yard line.
I don't know how he got it through those people.
Don't either. I was looking to see the ball go bouncing behind him. Let's look again.
Oh,
Herman Weaver in action.
See, he didn't go over to meet the ball. He should have run that back. What he should do is move his whole body over there, just like an infielder. Don't reach your hands out there. Get your whole body out there and keep the ball in front of you. Had he done that, then he probably would have had an easier time of handling it. But he gets it away. He didn't concentrate looking at the ball. He gets it underneath somebody.
The strike almost had it. Ineligible man downfield. It will be refused. Oakland has the football at the 20-yard line. We'll take a timeout. Seahawks lead it 7-0.
Danmar kicking off for Minnesota now, and Odom is center deep for the Green Bay Packers. Odom at the 9-yard line. It's the 10 to the 15 to the 20, 25. Walks the tightrope up, but he stepped out at the 31 or 2-yard line. It's being marked there now. Scott Studwell ran him out.
Got a tie in the second quarter, Miami against New England, 7 apiece. Well, it's been Franz Harkey, and throwing the football. We said that the Vikings really haven't been able to run the football, but Tarkian has taken care of the rest, Lindsey. 26 out of 42 for 262 yards, and Rashad has caught 6 for 56 yards and 2 touchdowns.
First down, 10 yards to go with the Packers at the 31-yard line. Riders. Odom. And it's a catch. Completed pass at the 38-yard line. Matt Blair made the tackle.
Nice concentration this time by Steve Odom to stay in bounds. Whitehurst. Odom on a slot pattern here. Almost very dangerous pass there. Matt Blair almost got his hands on it, and Odom did a nice job of staying in bounds.
Second down, 3 yards to go, and the ball's at the 38-yard line. 6 minutes, 41 seconds left to play. Middleton, 41-yard line.
Well, he ran a little bit too long in one spot there. He needed a couple yards for the first down. He's going to come up a little short.
It'll be third and less than a yard to go at the 41. Hilgenberg on the tackle. Odom goes out. Paul Kaufman comes into the ball game now for the Pack.
.81 yards now for Middleton on 15 carries.
Whitehurst. Mike George. He's at the 42. He got the first down. Matt Blair made the tackle.
There it was, Lindsey. 3rd and 1. They're going for the home run right there. A little play action.
The Bart Starr play.
Yeah, they were waiting for it.
1st and 10. 5.5 minutes left.
I wanted to throw it every 3rd down when I was with Bart. 36 pass. He says, shut up. Matt Blair's got 10 tackles this afternoon.
Riders. Intercepted at the 41 by Phil Wise. Phil Wise returns across the 50, and he goes out of bounds at the 46-yard line of Green Bay.
Phil Wise comes up with his first interception of the year. He's a strong safety. Whitehurst looking left all the way right there. Steve Odom. It's going to be perfect, but it's Viking football when we come back.
At number 41, remind you of anything?
Ah, the old Dogs number 41.
Yes, sir. Timeouts remaining. Philadelphia 1. Let's set the stage for you again. Eagles trail by 7. They have a first down at the Dallas 39-yard line. 41 seconds left to play. Krepley has now caught 4 for a total of 100 yards, averaging 25 yards a catch. Carmichael to the right side, Payne in the slot inside of him as Jaworski calls the signals. Deep drop. Too tall. Jones has it. Intentional grounding against Jaworski, and he is hot, and Vermeil is going to get a unsportsmanlike conduct penalty because he came out 5 yards on the field, and one of the officials threw a flag at him.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I think Jaworski might have done it, but there was a man right in the area right there.
Let's talk about that rule a little bit. The question in the minds of the official is what was the intent of the passer, not who was around or how close was the intended receiver.
No question about what he was trying to do. But he got hit as he was throwing the ball right there. But it's...
The walk-off moves it back to the 49-yard line. Intentional grounding is the call.
And loss of down.
That's a big factor, the loss of down again.
Let's see if they're going to tack more on because of Vermeil.
Yeah, here's the 15 for Vermeil now. That's going to move it back to the 35-yard line of Philadelphia. The 36th is where Red Cashin, the official, puts it down. Here's the call.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on the bench.
Vermeil came out 5 yards on the field and was really jawing with one of the officials and got the flag dropped on him.
Wow.
Boy, that's some play. You start at the Dallas 39 and you wound up back at your own 36.
25 yards.
That's a 25-yard minus in the Philadelphia statistical total, plus loss of down. So it's now 2nd and 10. There's Vermeil. He's still hot. Second down and 35, if you can believe it. Eagles from their own 36-yard line. That'll be a very controversial play, I'm sure, after this ball game is over. Jaworski chased by Randy White. White's got him. Gets rid of the ball. Pedersen caught by Bethea at the 39. They gain 5.
Timeout called out by Jaworski.
That's all now. That's the last timeout that the Philadelphia Eagles have. 25 seconds left to play, and they're still back on their own 40-yard line, so about the only recourse they got now is the old alley-oop. We'll be back at Texas Stadium momentarily. Eagles have a 3rd and 32 from their own 40-yard line, and just 25 seconds left and no timeouts. I would have to say they're in deep trouble at this point.
Oh, boy, unless they can come up with a miracle right now. But let me tell you one thing. This is a fighting, scrapping young team, and don't count them out. They're going to win a lot of ball games this year.
They stay after you, no question about it. They're still in there fighting, scrapping, trying to get that touchdown to tie up this ball game, possibly send it into overtime. Jaworski in deep trouble. Too tall. Jones caves in on him back at the 32-yard line. That should just about do it. However, they'll stop the clock, of course, since he was dumped back there. As soon as all the receivers get back into the huddle, that clock's going to start moving. And Jaworski's ready to go, so he's signaling for the guys to get up there. No huddle this time. How many 4th and 40 plays do you have in your playbook, Coach?
This is run down. I'm throwing it up in the air. Go for it. I'd send everybody toward the middle of the field and throw it up in the air. Or the sideline, really.
Randy White all over Jaworski, gets rid of the ball. That one's deflected by Cliff Harris. Intended for Payne at the 40-yard line of the Dallas Cowboys. Leaves 6 seconds left on the clock. Well, I imagine they're going to be talking about that intentional grounding call all day tomorrow, right?
Yeah, they sure are. He could have thrown that ball up.
That was a 49-yard kick, but more importantly, the hang time was excellent.
4.7 hang time. Remarkable.
Glenn Walker, so from the 35-yard line.
Let's see if they run a play-action pass on Brzezinski. They've got to do this some on 1st down. They haven't done it yet. Mike Strawn is in at left halfback for Chuck Muncie.
And J.T. Taylor's back at offensive tackle. This is Tony Galbraith, just short of the 40-yard line. Galbraith hitting off the left-hand side. The middle linebacker, Jack Reynolds, over there to make the stop. And so it's going to bring up second down and still 7 yards to go. The Saints this year have been averaging about 33 passes a game until last week, and they threw only 4, but they had a chopped up offensive line and they had the currents of Candlestick Park blowing around, but they're not opening up that much yet. Second down, a long 6. Manning picked off. No. Pat Thomas had it and couldn't hang on. He already has 3 interceptions this year.
Play action pass, faking to Mike Strawn, and he runs outside. It looks like Childs is wide open, but Thomas comes from the outside in. They're in a nickel defense with 5 defensive backs coming in right now, and really made a great play.
There's a surprise. Cleveland, after losing a tough one last week to Pittsburgh, getting beaten by the Chiefs. 17-3. Third down now, 6 yards to go. Up the middle to Mike Strawn, and that's going to bring up a 4th down. And they continue to play it pretty close to the vest.
Yes, they do. I really don't know for sure. Archie was hurting last week with some bad ribs, and I don't know whether he's totally well or not. And maybe that's the reason they're playing as conservatively as they are. But normally, you don't see him call plays like he is today.
So Blanchard, look what he's done thus far. Not too shabby. On one of those, he was kicking for placement. A 33-yarder that went out of bounds, or his average would be even higher. He's had a 56 and a 50-yarder.
I tell you one thing, if I were the Ram coaching staff, I'd really sweat with Jackie Wallace back there in that deep position.
Low snap. Blanchard gets it away. Wallace at the 22. 30. He's out to the 40, and he's almost to the 45-yard line. So Los Angeles will have some good field position when they get the football, with 9 minutes and 3 seconds left to go in this first half. Brooks Williams making the stop on Jackie Wallace.
Start of the second quarter, 7-7. San Francisco and Atlanta. Atlanta first and 10 on the San Francisco 46-yard line. The game being played at Candlestick Park in San Francisco on the dreaded AstroTurf. Steve Bartkowski has Rickman left and Francis right. Mitchell, the tight end, is on the right side. It's Bean, and he is stacked up right at the 45-yard line.
You know, Vinny, I'd like to make a comment on the way that Bean is running. He makes a lot of moves behind the line of scrimmage, a lot of wasted effort. I think that's a coaching mistake. I think the coaches should tell him to make a move and hit the seams. Don't do all that movement behind the line of scrimmage.
You know, Vinny, you mentioned about the AstroTurf. When we played here 2 years ago, I brought my team in a day early to get used to the field and not be concerned about the field on Sunday.
It's a tough field. 2nd and 8 on the San Francisco 44. Bartkowski with his backs going out, and he pays the price. Going right over the top of him is Dan Bunz. Bunz just went sailing through the air. You can take a look as he took a ride over Bartkowski.
What we got here today is both defenses are dogging and blitzing the quarterbacks a lot. The defense, the offense is not going to be able to pick up some of these dogs. There's going to be a lot of sacks or passes that are thrown in a hurry.
Bartkowski might feel like the sky fell on him. The sky is 6'4", 230-pounder Dan Bunz, who came to San Francisco in that deal with Miami that involved Freddie Solomon and Delvin Williams. 3rd and 14 from the 49. Joe Harris, number 50, grabbed him by the neck and brought him down. A flag on the play.
Okay, looking at this from the end zone, there's one thing I'd like to point out. Bartkowski is not calling the correct plays. He's got time back there. He's trying to throw the ball long, and maybe he should throw the ball short.
Holding, number 53.
You know, Joe Harris is quick and strong, and again, what a trade to get him for, I think they got him for a 10th pick, something like that, Vinny. I don't see how the Redskins could trade a guy like that.
They're missing him, especially today. They knocked off by the Giants. John James gets it away, and Anthony Leonard, a fair catch, backing up, and he'll fair catch it at about the 14-yard line. So San Francisco will take over just to start. 13:44 of the second quarter. Atlanta 7, San Francisco 7.
Next Sunday, NFL 78, the feature will be on the NFL cheerleader controversy on NBC. We will have a doubleheader. We'll start it off with a 1 o'clock ball game. Buffalo at Cleveland, Houston at Cincinnati, Kansas City at Pittsburgh, and the New York Jets at New England. And the 4 o'clock games, these are the ones to watch. Baltimore and Miami, the ones that we're interested in. San Diego at Oakland. Remember that holy roller game that Oakland won it after it was over, 21-20? And Denver at Seattle, that's another sellout here in the Kingdom. Not after it was over, it's right on the last play of the ball game. All right, Kenny Stabler, 2 for 4, 30 yards, 1 interception, feeds out to Terry Robisky. And there's no place for Terry to go as Keith Butler is there to stop him at the line of scrimmage.
Keith Butler was there to make the tackle, but number 77, Bill Gregory, he's the man that enabled him to make that play. And here's Robisky, who's had some problems with injuries, is hobbling off the field.
We'll try and get a report on that left leg, knee, and or ankle. Arthur Whittington comes in, 9'4" speedster, the rookie from SMU, 5'11", 180 pounds. Stabler to throw, second down, lots of time. Intercepted. Seahawks have the ball. Peter Cronin has the interception. Second time that Stabler has been intercepted this afternoon.
He had all the time in the world to throw. You can look at the protection that he's getting. Number 30, Van Egan, staying back there to help block. He was looking for Casper up to the right part of your screen. Now he's throwing it back to, looks like to Branch, 21, but he throws it right in the numbers of 57, Peter Cronin. Evidently, Kenny didn't see that linebacker at all because he threw it right in his stomach.
At the Oakland 29-yard line, Seahawks have a first down. Zorn picks up 6 after traveling about 26. Filipiano stopped him.
Well, that's the thing about Zorn, that he can do so well. He'll go back in the pocket, and then he'll move out to his right or to his left. Now, that's designed. You can see 47, Sherman Smith, is blocking there, giving him the outside lane. He need either run or throw. He decides to run. He's telling his lineman to run. Now the running ability of number 10 is being displayed. That's 2 big runs that he's had already today.
Officials spotted at the 25-yard line, so it is second down and 6. 9 minutes left to go, first half. Seahawks lead 7-0. Sims straight ahead. 21-yard line. It'll be third down and still a couple.
That play must be 50, 60 years old. It's a strict dive play. I know when players start in grade school or junior high school, that's the first play that you learn. Straight ahead dive, straight ahead blocking. And against a 3-man front, a lot of times that's an excellent play.
Jack Patera, the head man of the Seattle Seahawks. Number 12 is Sam Atkins. He and Steve Meyer, the 2 backup quarterbacks. Third down 2. Sim. First. Flag is down on the play. If the penalty goes against the Seahawks, it will be the first flag dropped against him in the ball game. It is against Seattle.
Indicated that it's offensive holding.
By the way, here are the officials. Don Wedge is the referee. Frank Sinkovitz is the umpire. Gil Mace, the head linesman. Don Porter, the line judge. Al Jury, the back judge. Dick Ferguson, the side judge. And Bill O'Brien is the field judge. So bring it out to the 31-yard line.
Holding, offense, number 72. Third down.
Holding on Lewis Bullard. Third down and 12. Willie Brown comes into that defensive set, 5 in the secondary. Largent, McCullum, and Rabel, 3 wide receivers. Quarterback.
Yes, sir.
goes down as he was hit at the 9-yard line.
Yeah, I think they may be.
2 yards of the play could be a late hit against the Oakland Raiders. That's the call.
This is the second time that they've run this quarterback draw, and it's designed that way. Look at number 51, John Yarno, the center. He's looking for somebody to block, and he better get out and move because Zorn can run with the football. He's hog-tied right there, and I think what they're going to call is 32. Jack Tatum coming in for a late hit.
That's the call. A gain of 22 plus the penalty. 4-yard line, first down, goal to go.
That really makes it tough on a defense when you've got a quarterback who can run like that and can throw the way that he's been throwing.
And remember, it was the interception that by Peter Cronin that set it all up. Sims, straight shot. David goes to the 2-yard line. It'll be second down, goal to go. Matuzak was there. Sistrunk was also there.
This is the tough yardage down here for an offense, and they're doing a good job of.
And we have an injury. Dave Browning, we believe, is the injured player. The rookie taken in the second round of the draft from the University of Washington. And don't forget the football games next week on NBC, the doubleheader, the 1 o'clock ball games. Buffalo at Cleveland, Houston at Cincinnati, Kansas City at Pittsburgh, the Jets at New England. And the 4 o'clock ball games, these are the big ones. Baltimore and Miami, the ones with the interest on the West Coast, San Diego at Oakland, and Denver at Seattle. Here the score is Seattle 7 and Oakland nothing. The Oakland Raiders coming into the ball game tied with the Denver Broncos. Oakland's record on the year is 5-2. An update now on the Miami-New England game this afternoon. It is tied 7-7. Delvin Williams scoring first for Miami. Andy Johnson scoring in the second quarter for New England. 10 minutes to go in the first half of that ball game. It's a 7-7 tie.
This is a big opportunity right here for both teams, because if Oakland can hold and make them settle for 3 points, it'll be a big plus for their team. And on the other side, if Seattle gets in for another touchdown and goes ahead 14 points, it's tough to overcome that type of a lead, as Seattle found out last week. They were down 21-0 before they could turn their head around.
And this is good news. Dave Browning coming out under his own power.
Yes.
Be sure to stay with us at halftime. NFL 78 in New York will be updating all of the scores in the NFL this afternoon. And we had an injury report in on Terry Robisky. It is a knee injury, doubtful if he will return. So 2 Raiders have gone down via the injury route thus far. We'll get a report on Dave Browning. Back to action. Seattle. Second down, goal to go. Second back through. Touchdown. Sherman Smith. 13-0. Seattle, extra point yet to come.
Good hard running by the backs. Going straight off tackle, faking to the fullback up the middle, and he's just getting into the end zone right now, and he gets the ball over. The ball pops out of his hands, but all the ball has to do is get across that plane, that white line, and it's a touchdown. After that, the ball can go any place. Good play by Seattle.
29 yards in the drive. 5 plays. The interception set it up. Stabler has been intercepted twice in the ball game. Flag is down. The extra point was through the uprights, but a flag is down.
Offsides. Defense. 53. Penalized on the kickoff.
Oakland was offsides. Extra point counts. The penalty will come on the ensuing kickoff. 7:33 left to go in the first half. It is Seattle 14, Oakland nothing.
The Rams have the football just short of the 45. A 23-yard return by Jackie Wallace. There's only a 36-yard kick, and wait a minute. All kinds of movement on that line. And it looks like the Rams are the guilty party, and they're going to move back. Rams right now, Hank, have been making a lot of little mistakes. Not as sharp as maybe they would like to be. Dwight Scales.
Scales, 87, is in the game, and also Billy Waddy, number 80, is at the flanker position.
Let's listen now.
Ball start, number 75, offense, first down.
That's John Williams, 11-year veteran, that right offensive tackle spot. 1st and 15. As you mentioned, Waddy and Scales in. Waddy's been out 5 games with a broken rib. Here's Hayden back. Complete to Capoletti. But nothing developed at all. Hayden now has hit 4 of 6 passes. He's rushed for as much yardage as he's passed for thus far. That was Grooms and Price combining on the stop. And from the 38-yard line, it's still going to be long yardage to go. They lose about a yard.
There was another illustration. The pass was thrown very poorly to Capoletti. It was a shoestring catch, and as a result, anytime you throw it any place but at the number, it's very difficult for the back to readjust and get upfield and make the yardage that he's supposed to make.
You saw it, 2nd and 17. Hayden, protection is there. And Dwight Scales has it picked off. This is Ray Brown. Brown to the 50-yard line. He's to the 45 and Brown to the 41 as Dwight Scales went up. Looked like he had the ball for a moment, and very alertly Ray Brown came away with it.
It was a remarkable interception. He was open underneath. The safety man, Brown, plays very close to the line of scrimmage. See, he's coming back from his shallow position. He caught it on the flip. Does a good job of reacting. Billy Waddy, number 80, finally makes the tackle.
There's no score. The Saints have the football.
On the interception, the Minnesota Vikings get the ball 1st and 10 at the Packers' 46-yard line. Vikings are leading 21-7. 5 minutes, 9 seconds left to play. Clanahan's in the ball game. Chuck Foreman carried. Got it to the 44-yard line. Picked up about 2. John Anderson made the tackle along with Carl Barzalauskas for the Green Bay Packers. 2nd down and 8 yards to go at the 44.
Little smile on Chuck's face there.
Green Bay Packers came into this game with a record of 6 wins and 1 loss. Vikings came in with a record of 3 wins and 4 losses. White goes to the right side, Rashad to the left side. McClanahan at the 42.
And New Orleans has an early 2nd quarter lead over the Rams, 3-0. They're home free in their division anyway.
They are that.
Undefeated.
The only undefeated team in the National Football Conference. Robert Barber made the last tackle for the Green Bay Packers with Mike Hunt. Third down and 6 yards to go for the Minnesota Vikings at the 42-yard line of the Green Bay Packers. Tarkenton. Stu Voigt incomplete. It'll be 4th and 6. So the punting unit comes on now for the Vikings. Greg Coleman, in his first day as a Minnesota Viking, has been handling the punting duties here this afternoon. He has averaged 42 yards on 6 punts.
Under pressure, too.
I'll say under pressure. Some improvement over the average of his predecessor, Mike Wood. Now he's going to run it. Coleman's going to run it from punt formation, heading for the sticks. He wants to get the 1st down.
He's going to be short, I think.
He's going to be just a shade short. Ball goes over. Packers get the ball. It goes over. He's a shade short.
He's going to be a yard short.
Running out of punt formation was Greg Coleman, and so the Packers get the ball 1st and 10. They have it at their own 36-yard line in advance of the 36, make it to 37.
Seattle, I tell you, Jim Zorn, that young quarterback they got there, could really throw the football.
The left-hander.
14-0 over Oakland.
Right here, the Vikings are leading 21-7, but the Pack has the ball. Whitehurst out to Marty Smith on the screen left. 40, 45, 230-pound fullback gets it to the 49-yard line.
And then some, I think, Lindsey.
Hilgenberg made the stop.
Nice screen this time set up by the Packers. Watch Marty Smith. Steps to the inside, a little dip. Waits for his offensive lineman to get out in front. Darrell Goforth, 47. That's the center. McCarron and Mel Jackson, the right guard. He's got the first down. Stopped by Matt Blair. Picked up 12.
1st and 10 for the Green Bay Packers. Screen left. Lofton carried it to the, I think it'll be marked about the 42 or 3.
Stepped out of bounds.
Baltimore 7, Denver 3 in the second quarter.
That is another surprise.
Two minutes, 47 seconds left in this game as we approach the 2-minute warning. Second down, 2 yards to go. Marty Smith's got the first down, and it is inside the 40-yard line. On the 1st and 10 for the Packers. Andy Holloway, Scott Studwell made the tackle for the Minnesota Vikings. Vikings are leading 21-7. Odom in a wide right, Lofton in a wide left. Or David Whitehurst. Make the draw. Send it outside. It's about the 35-yard line. Wally Hilgenberg on the tackle there.
That's going to run it down to the 2-minute warning, Linz.
Middleton on the catch, and now we have arrived at the automatic timeout for the 2-minute warning. Minnesota leading by a score of 21-7.
So the interception by Ray Brown, returned for 19 yards to the 41.
There's a play-action pass.
Manning, oh, to Strawn. The ball is incomplete. Ruled incomplete. And again, the crowd not too happy about that decision. Boy, what a hit that time, put on by Pat Thomas. I don't know, it looked like he may have had that ball. Eh?
Yeah, that was a very bad call. It was a fumble. Mike caught the ball and was hit and dropped the ball, and they declared it a illegal forward, a incompleted forward pass. It was a bad call.
From the 41 now, second down. Ike Harris to the bottom of the screen. Manning stepping up. And down he goes. At the 48-yard line, that's Larry Brooks, and that'll be his 5th sack of the year. He comes pounding up. That's 20 sacks for the year for this Los Angeles Ram team. You know, the Saints have protected pretty well. They had given up 16 sacks coming into this game. And, you know, you mentioned you wondered if Manning was hurt. He's not moving around like I've seen him move around.
No, it looks like there's a little indecision, and I really think he must be hurting a little bit because he doesn't look nearly as crisp and as sharp as he has the last few times we saw him.
Third down. There's on that's complete to Henry Childs. Boy, he looked crisp on that one, didn't he? And a flag on the play. I think they may have tackled a face mask. Let's see.
Beautiful throw that time by Archie, right on the numbers to Henry Childs.
That's what it was. It looked like Brodzinski had reached in on Childs. Let's see.
Here you see it. It's hard to tell. Now it comes. There it is. Brodzinski. 23-yard pass reception. Beautifully designed play and a well executed. Archie Manning to Henry Childs.
Number 59 defense. First down.
So where the ball is going to end up now is at the 20-yard line. And that ball by Manning looked like the Manning we've seen earlier this year. He threw that on a line, perfectly thrown. Childs coming away with it. 23-yard pass completion, a 5-yard penalty, moves the ball to the 20.
Muncie is in the game now at halfback.
Manning gives off to Muncy, and Muncy got maybe a yard or two. Jack Reynolds, hacksaw as they call him, the middle linebacker, making the stop for the Los Angeles Rams. So it's going to be second down and still 8 yards to go. And Minnesota leading Green Bay, and that is a big game in that NFC Central Division. Minnesota, if they lose that one, I know Bud Grant said it's the most important game of the year for us. Would have really been in bad shape. There's Dick Nolan. His team now with a second, let's make it a long 8, almost 9 yards to go. Little delay, and it didn't fool anybody. Cody Jones in particular, as Muncy couldn't go anywhere. So it comes to a third down. Kevin Hunt now comes onto the field in an offensive line position. Taylor checks out, and Taylor's limping again. Taylor is just all banged up, but he's trying to play that left offensive tackle spot. Hunt, a former Houston Oiler, comes in for it. 5 defensive backs now as Reynolds, 64, goes off the field, and Nolan Cromwell replaces him. Third down, virtually 10 yards to go. Steve Nickemeyer, he would be called on if they don't get it here. 6:09 to go before halftime. No score.
Wes Chandler's in the game too.
Here's Muncy trying to cut it back. He picks up 5, but that's 5 short of the first down as Youngblood drops him. And now we come in with Steve Nickemeyer, and what a story it's been this year for the Saints as far as field goal kickers are concerned. This is the 5th man, or the 5th change they've made. Nickemeyer was re-signed this week. 2 weeks ago they had him, and he hurt his back in a practice, and so they couldn't use him as a kicker. And last week they had Tom Urey kick instead, and he had a miserable afternoon. And Nickemeyer, who last year kicked for the Lions, will be kicking or attempting to kick a 32-yard field goal. Tom Blanchard to hold. Nickemeyer's kick is on the way, and he got it. And the New Orleans Saints, at the 5:18 mark of the second quarter play, have taken a 3-0 lead on a 32-yard field goal by Nickemeyer.
Lehman Bennett trying to get his ball club to the 500 mark. Atlanta 3-4 coming in. San Francisco now puts it in play. 1st and 10 from their 13. Farrell is in there as a running back along with O.J. Simpson, and Bob Farrell going around the right side. Frank Reed had him from the back. Roland Lawrence hit down at the ankles, and that was enough to bring him down as he got across just about to the 20-yard line. Couple of scores. In fact, one more. Kansas City has just defeated Cleveland 17-3.
It's going to be a shakeup in Cleveland.
Looks that way. Pickup of 7, so it is 2nd and 3 from the San Francisco 20-yard line. Solomon is wide right. Now back to the 2 tight ends, McAfee and Seal. O.J. gets away from Frank Reed, but then he runs into Falcons at the 25-yard line. Reed had a shot at him, couldn't make it, but then Roland Lawrence picked it up.
Well, to be very honest on this play, there wasn't very much that the Juice could do. You have the penetration, which is very difficult. When someone penetrates, it makes you bow back. Once you bow back, everybody has a chance to recover. So now once he cuts downfield, there are going to be white shirts coming from everywhere. He did a good thing. He did drop the shoulder and try to get a couple extra yards.
O.J. Simpson, 2nd rusher in NFL history, and numero uno is right here in the booth with us.
Oh, my goodness.
1st and 10 from the 26. DeBerg to Farrell, and Bob Farrell running hard. And you want to see a fella knocked backwards, you take a look at Tom Pridemore, number 27. Farrell knocked him back a good yard or 2.
All right, here's an end zone shot. I like the way Farrell's running, and watch him put the wood to Pridemore right here. Putting him right back. He's running hard. He's got 2 hands on the ball. He looks like he's a better back than we've been led to believe.
Bob Farrell is a 3-year man out of UCLA. Never had much of a chance to distinguish himself at UCLA, however. DeBerg looking over the right side and throws low, intended for Ken McAfee. McAfee, the #1 draft choice out of Notre Dame, who is going to the University of Pennsylvania School of Dentistry.
It looked like that ball may have been deflected. There was a hand up. He hesitated. DeBerg hesitated just before he threw. And a short, flat pass like that, you have to throw it immediately. If
you were saying, Coach, he has a great release. What did you mean?
He gets rid of the ball very quickly. I was watching him in the warm-up. He reminded me of Hart of St. Louis to some extent, that he has a very quick release.
Second and 10 from the San Francisco 37. DeBerg rolling to his right. Pennywell tries to eat him up, but he completes it to Ken McAfee. Not quite enough for the first down, but did Robert Pennywell lower the boom on DeBerg?
Here's a delivery hit, a sprint out. Good call. Now watch his quick release. He gets rid of that ball. He gets clobbered.
Pennywell was climbing his tree.
Yes, but it's a great example of the release you were talking about, George.
Yes, Jim.
Well, it'll be 3rd and 2. He picked up 8. So from the 37 to the 45.
A slower release, he'd have been sacked.
Exactly.
3rd and 2. Solomon wide right. McAfee and Seal, the other tight end, is back in there. Farrell and Simpson, the running back. And it's Farrell, and he hits hard for the first down. Bob Farrell in college played behind James McAllister and Kermit Johnson. He never got a chance to run like he's doing today.
Farrell is intense today. He really wants to run. He's putting 2 hands on the ball. He's getting his shoulders low, his head is low. George Allen likes the 2 hands on the ball. I don't.
Well, I like 2 hands on the ball, Jim, when you're being hit, when you're in traffic. I don't like 2 hands when you're running out in the open.
1st and 10 from the San Francisco 48-yard line. It's still Seal and McAfee with Solomon on the left side. DeBerg under some heat, and he scrambled, pursued by Pennywell, grabbed by McCartney, and a flag on the play, and I think it's going to be against Pennywell. McCartney made the tackle, and then Pennywell rolled over the top, so let's see.
Late hit.
A late hit, perhaps, against Robert Pennywell. A lot of emotion down there today, especially on Pennywell's part. We mentioned earlier San Francisco had cut him after drafting him in '76, and he's trying to repay the favor.
Yeah.
Unnecessary roughness on the defense, number 59. First down.
That's Mr. Pennywell's license plate number, 59. There's Scott Bull standing on the sidelines. Pete McCauley. Of course, he worked for you, George.
Yes, Pete's a good coach. Did a fine job in Washington last year. He's a good man. Has a nice family.
1st and 10 on the Atlanta 34-yard line. DeBerg to the right side, through behind Freddie Solomon. So somebody messed up.
Had him wide open.
Solomon was about 5 minutes away by phone on that pass.
He's hesitating a little bit. See him hesitate there? That type of pass, it's 1, 2, 3. You got to drill it in there.
It's right now.
We've made a living on that over the years. It's all precision passing.
You mean the Washington team, Coach, right?
Yes, right, Jim.
But talking about 2 hands on the ball, Coach, you're absolutely right. There's a time for 2 hands and a time for 1 hand. But 2 hands are really for so-so backs. The great backs can use 1 hand.
That's true.
2nd and 10 from the 34. Elmo Boyd is wide left. Freddie Solomon right. DeBerg to O.J. with Downing out in front of him, and O.J. just runs into too many people. O.J. Simpson, if I might, as great as he is, starting this year with 10,183 yards. But the top runner, Jim Brown, rushed for 12,312. Jim Brown was a rushing champion 3 times, and the list goes on and on.
I was telling Jim this morning, one advantage Jim had, not to take anything away from him, he didn't have to play on fields like this, Jim.
You're absolutely right. I don't think I could have done it, Coach.
Well, I think you could, but boy, it really takes a toll on the legs.
Yes, it does.
3rd and 7 from the Atlanta 31-yard line. A draw to O.J., and there's nobody there to pick him up. And by the time they do, he picks up a bunch, and there's another flag. Ernie Jackson, number 30, made the tackle, but again, they might point a finger at Robert Pennywell.
Looks like a late hit, Vinny.
Yep, another.
The Falcons dogged, and O.J. adjusted. He bounced outside. He read the dog. If he stayed with the hole, he'd have been hit for a loss. He bounced outside, picked up some yards. Now here's the, number 75.
Pennywell was able to leap over him, so he was not involved in it. Here's the call by Bob Frederick.
Unnecessary roughness on the defense, number not reported. First down.
In other words, he hit him with an unassumed number.
Must have been 2 or 3 of them.
Yes, it was. It was a group team effort.
There's a big series for the 49ers now.
It sure is. 1st and 10 on the Atlanta 14. The drive started on the San Francisco 13. Simpson and Farrell, and it's Farrell. And dragged down immediately by Robert Pennywell, number 59. Boy, he's everywhere.
Okay, that was a little fake step. Pennywell is playing with that intensity. I hate to use the word so much, but he is emotional today and is showing up. He's going to make a few mistakes because of it, but he's probably going to nullify that by his great play. He's everywhere.
Only 23 years old, a 3-year man out of Grambling. 6'1", 222, Robert Pennywell. 2nd and 11 from the 15. A 7-7 tie. 9 minutes to go to the half. DeBerg with his backs going out. Throwing deep, and it is juggled and dropped by Rick Bias. No good. Freddie Solomon trying to claim that he caught it, but he didn't. It bounced. Freddie, shame on you.
Now, George Allen, this is the kind of play that you're talking about. Every one of these plays can win a ball game. This ball was almost intercepted.
Bad throw, Jim.
Yes, bad throw by the quarterback, but if the ball was intercepted, it would have stopped the drive. Now you don't know what's going to happen. Every play, as you say, Coach, is a big play.
And if you can get your players to realize that, whether it's the 1st quarter or the 4th quarter, they think, well, we got time, we can recover. Now the 49ers have 2 wideouts.
3rd and 11 from the 15. Rick Bias, who had blocked the punt and scored a touchdown, was the fellow who dropped that apparent interception. DeBerg going over the left side, no good. And there was a mix-up. Ken McAfee, I think, was the intended receiver, but he wasn't ready to receive.
The mental aspect of football can never be overemphasized. That is a mistake. It's a mental mistake. Mental mistakes in football cause you more problem than physical mistakes.
I think it hit him right on top of the helmet because he wasn't set. So Ray Wershing, who has kicked 6 out of 7 field goals out of a hole by Scott Bull, and they will put the ball down at the 23. That makes it a 33-yard field goal attempt.
The Falcons have done a good job of blocking extra points and field goals.
And a fake. Scott Bull is running to the 10, to the 5. He's going to go out of bounds. No. Touchdown for Scott Bull.
Great call. Side of the marker. The Falcons have done a great job of blocking kicks, field goals, punts. The 49ers took advantage of that. They bunched up. They all came down inside, and it's a heck of a call.
So Scott Bull, a 3-year man out of Arkansas, runs it in from the 23-yard line. Ray Wershing's kick is good. And with 8 minutes and 46 seconds to go to the half, it's a wild one, surprisingly. San Francisco 14 and Atlanta 7.
5-3 and 30 seconds.
Anderson, associate producer. Bill Sands, the EIC.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 5-3 and 40 seconds.
Whitehurst.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 5-3.
It was Nate Wright covering.
And 50 seconds.
Incomplete 3rd and 6 at the 35.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 5-4.
Today for 102 yards.
Exactly.
And he's been sacked 5 times.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 5-4.
As they were going for
and
their
10
5th straight
seconds.
win, it had been the first time since 1966. They're still they will retain a
Good
two-game
afternoon,
lead
at the Dome. The time will be 5,
in the NFC.
4,
We'll talk about that in a minute.
and 20 seconds.
Third down play coming for the Packers.
Good afternoon, at the Dome. The time will be 5,
Brings it out to
4,
Marty Smith, his fullback.
and 30 seconds.
Got to the 31 before Nate Wright cut him down with Carl Eller.
Good afternoon, at the Dome. The time will be 5, 4, and 40
4th and 2.
seconds.
Assuming a victory here for Minnesota over Green Bay, these then would be the standings
Good
in the
afternoon,
National
at the Dome. The
Football
time will be
Conference Central
5,
Division.
4,
Green Bay 6-2, Minnesota
and
4-2,
50
Tampa Bay
seconds.
4-2. Fourth down pass here, and it is completed for the first down.
Good afternoon, at
They
the
keep the
Dome. The
drive
time will
alive
be
as Turnell
5,
Middleton
5.
took it 1st and 10 at the 28-yard
Exactly.
line. Jeff Seaman made the tackle. You see
Good
the clock
afternoon,
running
at
in
the Dome. The
set
time will be
1:13 and
5,
20.
5, and 10 seconds.
1st and 10 Packers at the Vikings 28-yard line.
Good afternoon, at the Dome. The time will be 5, 5,
Right tackle moved. Great
and 20 seconds.
Ball start, 68.
And
Good afternoon, at the Dome. The time will be
you know,
5,
everybody on Green
5,
Bay schedule's talking about, well, they
and
got to play
30
Denver,
seconds.
Dallas, and LA. And I'll tell you one thing, they've got to play Tampa Bay twice. And one of them comes
Good
up next
afternoon,
week.
at the Dome. The time will be
Tampa
5,
Bay is no
5,
pushover. I tell you, they've got
and
great
40
defense.
seconds.
But still,
Good
they've still got a
afternoon,
little
at the
breathing
Dome. The
room,
time will be
Lindsey. Got a
5,
two-game
5,
lead.
and 50
6 out of
seconds.
8. It's not too shabby.
And the Minnesota Vikings.
Good
will
afternoon,
have
at
a
the Dome. The
4-4
time will
record.
be 5,
They're still
6.
alive.
Exactly.
A loss here today would have.
Good afternoon, at the Dome. The time will be 5, 6,
Out of it.
and
1st
10
and 15.
seconds.
Whitehurst throws complete to Marty Smith. He's out of bounds at the
Good
30-yard
afternoon,
line.
at the
They picked
Dome.
up
The
3
time will
yards
be
on the
5,
completed pass.
6,
Hilgenberg made the tackle.
and 20 seconds.
Couldn't get him down.
Good afternoon,
Less
at
than
the
a minute
Dome. The
remaining
time
to
will
be
be
played in
5,
this game.
6, and 30
Well, they hand
seconds.
it to Minnesota, Lindsay. Their backs against the wall. They needed a win, and they come up with
Good
a big win
afternoon,
here
at the
this
Dome. The
afternoon.
time will be
Stay in
5,
this race.
6, and
Well,
40
they are
seconds.
still the champions until dethroned. They are the defending champions in the Central Division of
Good
National
afternoon, at the
Football
Dome. The
Conference,
time
as
will
they
be
have
5,
been so very
6,
often, 9 out of the last 10 years.
and 50 seconds.
2nd down and 12 yards to go.
Good afternoon, at the Dome. The time will be 5, 7.
Whitehurst.
Exactly.
Eller again.
Eller got there incomplete.
What a game Carl Eller's
Good
played this
afternoon,
afternoon.
at the Dome. The time will be 5, 7, and 10 seconds.
3rd and 12 at the 30-yard line. Clock stopped with 52 seconds left to play.
Good afternoon, at the Dome. The time will be 5, 7, and 20 seconds.
This defense is played like the defense of old today.
Good afternoon, at the Dome. The time will be 5, 7,
You see
and 30
Hilgenberg in there.
seconds.
Fred McNeil's out. They really didn't get a report on him being hurt.
Good afternoon, at the Dome. The time will be
Hilgenberg has
5,
played quite a lot
7,
in there for McNeil, as a matter of fact.
and 40 seconds.
Whitehurst. Well, he was trying to get it up, but his intended receiver,
Good afternoon, at
Torkelson,
the
was
Dome.
held
The
up.
time will be 5,
Carl
7,
Eller coming.
It was Eller
and
again
50
who really
seconds.
messed up that play. 14-7 final.
Good
Dallas.
afternoon, at the Dome. The time will be 5,
Another 4th
8.
down for the Green Bay Packers. 4th and 12,
Exactly.
48 seconds left.
And Dallas is tied with Washington now
Good
for
afternoon,
their
at the
lead in
Dome.
their
The time
division.
will be 5, 8, and 10 seconds. Good afternoon, at the Dome. The time will be 5, 8,
Whitehurst waits for the snap on 4th down.
and 20 seconds. Good afternoon, at the Dome. The time will be 5, 8,
And it is complete to Marty Smith.
and 30 seconds.
Did not get the first down. The ball goes over. 1st and 10 at the
Good
22-yard
afternoon,
line.
at the Dome. The time will be 5, 8,
And Blair made the stop.
and 40 seconds.
38 seconds remaining to be played in the game as the
Good
Vikings
afternoon,
get
at
the
the Dome. The
football.
time will be 5, 8,
They are leading 21 to
and
7.
50 seconds. Good afternoon, at the Dome.
These
The
two
time
teams
will
will
be
meet later
5,
on in the year.
9.
One more time.
Exactly.
Vikings slowly coming up
Good
to the
afternoon,
line now.
at the Dome. The time will be 5, 9, and 10
Argument
seconds.
takes it, hits the deck a yard back.
let's see what, Vikings go
Good
to
afternoon. At the tone,
Dallas
the time
on
will be
Thursday night.
5-9.
Sunday against Tampa Bay next
And
Sunday.
20 seconds.
A few tempers flaring out there, but order is quickly restored.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 5-9.
All is marked ready for play.
And
Clock
30
is running
seconds.
with 18 seconds left. Second down, 11 yards to
Good
go.
afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 5-9. And
8
30
seconds showing on the clock. 6-5.
They're going to let it go.
They're going to let it go, and that will
Good
be
afternoon. At the tone, the
2
time will
seconds,
be
1
5-9.
second, and the game is over.
And
So
50
the
seconds.
Minnesota Vikings have defeated the Green Bay Packers here this afternoon. Only second loss
Good
of the year for the
afternoon.
Green
At
Bay
the tone, the
Packers.
time will be 5-10.
Minnesota pulls even now in the Central Division. They have a
Exactly.
little record of 4 wins and 4 losses. Bud Grant leaving the field.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 5-10.
It was a game that the Minnesota Vikings
10
had to win.
seconds.
And the game that they did win here this afternoon.
Good afternoon. At the tone, the time will be 5-10.
So the final score
And
is
20
Minnesota
seconds.
21, the Green Bay Packers 7. Lindsey Nelson with Paul Horning. The NFL on
Good
CBS
afternoon.
is
At
a
the tone, the time
presentation
will be
of
5-10.
CBS Sports.
And 30 seconds.
Just all you have to do is get that ball across that white plane into the end zone, and it's a touchdown regardless of what happens.
Even in the middle of the field, that would not be a fumble. He had possession when his elbow hit. That's an artificial surface call because then it's jarred loose. Now with the 5-yard penalty on the ensuing kickoff, this means that Herrera will be kicking from the 40-yard line with Joe Stewart and Arthur Whittington, the deep backs for the Oakland Raiders.
And both of those players can really fly.
Whittington fields it at the 3-yard line to the 10, 50, 9-4 speed outside the 30 to the 32-yard line. 29 yards on the return. Keith Simpson stopped him for the Seahawks.
The last time they kicked off number 38, Cornell Webster made a great play. Now he did something here that he shouldn't do. He's the outside man, and that's his area to the outside. Now he overran him, so he comes right back out to the lane that number 38 was supposed to be guarding and picks up some additional yardage.
Oakland from their own 32-yard line. First down. Whittington carries. He moves out to the 39, a gain of 7. It'll be second down 3. Terry Beeson makes the tackle. Good news for the Oakland Raiders. The report on Dave Browning, bruised ribs, will probably return to the game.
Good news.
And in case you missed it, Terry Robisky has a knee injury, probably will not return to the game.
We pointed out at the beginning of the show that the knee is the most important part of a football player's body.
Have to keep your knees healthy. Stabler throws. Comeback pattern is incomplete. A flag is down. Bradshaw, the intended receiver. Cornell Webster had the cover.
Number 38, Cornell Webster, was the man that was guarding. Stabler once again has time to throw, and this is a timing pattern. He's got to throw because pressure is coming back at the ball. I think he touched him there before. He wasn't going for the ball at all. He was trying to strip him, as you can see right there, trying to strip his arms of the football.
From another angle right there, contact before the ball. Good call. Officials having a good afternoon thus far.
Yes, sir. People here don't agree with that particular call, but it was a good one.
They mark it at the Oakland 49-yard line's first down. Stabler sends now 5 on the pattern. He will be sacked. Second sack of the afternoon. Ernie Price got this one. And that is only the 9th sack of the year for the Seattle defense. Baltimore leading Denver 7-3. And this is a game, of course, that sets up next week's game, Denver at Seattle. It's a sellout right here. Fred Biletnikoff checks in as a wide receiver. Second down 15. The king of Stickum, number 25.
You got 5 defensive backs anticipating the pass.
Stabler throws. Pass is complete. Cliff Branch. Branch to the 40-yard line, picks up a first down. 16 on the play. Keith Simpson, the #1 draft choice out of Memphis State for the Seahawks, makes the tackle.
Keeping his back in to make sure that Kenny gets plenty of time to protect. 59 linebacker Cronin coming in, but plenty of time to throw. And a good throw by Stabler, hitting Branch right where you're supposed to, right on the numbers. And once again, Branch is catching it in traffic.
The responsibility of the remaining backs when he holds them in for maximum protection.
Well, that responsibility is to pick up anybody that comes in, anybody who needs help.
Van Egan, flag is down. Van Egan has 3, maybe 4 on the play. Keith Butler makes the tackle. Now, if nobody's coming, then what is
nobody's coming, and he could be an outlet. He can check someplace, and so that the quarterback knows if he's in trouble, if he's got to get rid of the ball, there isn't any linebackers coming, that he can turn around and dump it off to that fullback or the remaining back.
Holding. Offense. Number 50. First down.
Holding on Dave Dalby, the center. It'll be 1st down and 20 as we pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
You're watching Channel 5, KING TV, Seattle.
Along with David Stern, our producer, Barry Stoddard, our director, this is Charlie Jones, Lynn Dawson, Kingdom, Seattle. Seahawks leading Oakland 14-0. Stabler throws, drop. Morris Bradshaw, the intended receiver. Cliff Branch has all 3 Oakland receptions in the ball game, 3 catches for 46 yards. Stabler is now 3 for 7.
Kenny had all the time in the world to throw this ball, and I'm sure that number 81, Bradshaw, feels he should have caught it. You can see he's looking over the field. It would not have been a 1st down had he caught the football because the defensive man was right there. But just a matter of concentrating, keeping your eye. First things first, and that is catch that football. You can see his eyes are not following the football.
2nd down, 20. 3 wide receivers for the Raiders. Pete Banaszak is the remaining back. Banaszak picks up a linebacker. Pass is complete. A gain of around 14, maybe 15 to Fred Biletnikoff.
Well, how many times have you seen that combination? Stabler to Biletnikoff, and I'm sure that you're going to see it many more times to come, too.
You know what comes to my mind? Remember the dinner that we had before the New England game several weeks ago? And we were ordering the wine, and we turned to the waiter and said we would like a bottle of Fred Biletnikoff. And he said, what? He said, number 25.
Had we
3rd down, 5.
Been in Oakland, they would have known what we were talking about.
Stabler throws. It is incomplete. Dave Brown was there for the defense. Cliff Branch exchanging pleasantries with Autry Beeman.
Yeah, pleasantries. I assure you that isn't what they're talking about.
There's a lot of swearing on the field, honestly.
Not that much.
You're too busy, really, aren't you?
Yeah. I mean, you're going to say something to somebody, but they're all college graduates out there. They don't have to resort to profanity.
And here's Rufus Crawford, a graduate of Virginia State. And Ray Guy to catch.
Ray Guy can throw the football, you know, about 100 yards. They've yet to do it, but it'd be interesting to see him try.
He goes for the corner once again, and once again he misses. He's off just a little to the right. It's a touchback. We'll bring it out to the 20-yard line, a punt of 35 yards. And the Seahawks will move on offense with Seattle leading by a score of 14-0 with 4:36 time remaining in the 1st half. And Dave Browning is back in the ball game on defense for the Oakland Raiders, number 73 at defensive right end.
Big series right here for Oakland because they've got to stop Seattle and try to get some points before they go into half. It's 4.5 minutes remaining on that clock. They're down by 14. They'd like to see some points on the board before they win.
Testerman in the backfield in motion. The give is to Sherman Smith. Ted Hendricks makes the tackle, a gain of a couple on the play. It'll be 2nd down and 8. Testerman does not play that much, number 42 in his 3rd year from Clemson. but is an excellent blocker.
He's an excellent blocker, and that's probably why he's in the ball game, because they want to run the football. They'd be content right now not to score any points, although they're going to try to score some points. But what they want to do is get a couple of first downs, run out the clock, and keep that ball away from the Oakland Raiders.
Mistake-free offense, very important for Seattle right here.
This week they are. Last week it was anything but.
Rabel comes in, 3 wide receivers. Zorn goes right to the air, drops it off the screen. Testerman, first down, 31-yard line. Rod Martin replacing Willie Hall at linebacker makes the tackle.
Good job by the offensive lineman of Seattle getting out in front of number 42, Don Testerman. This is a safe pass. Now, Zorn was not going to take a chance of throwing the ball downfield and having it intercepted. Throwing a little screen pass. You can see Matuzak was going after the quarterback. Your 2 offensive linemen out in front. And their job is just go get somebody. Let the back worry about where he's going to run. Just enough for the first down. More importantly, the clock is still running. That's in favor of Seattle.
3:11 and moving. Time remaining first half. Sherman Smith. A gain of 8. Second down and 2. Monty Johnson makes the tackle. Bad news for the Seattle Seahawks. David Sims has a sprained knee, is out the remainder of the game. Now this is a man who has scored 8 touchdowns this year. Their leading rusher and number 2 receiver. Big part of the offense.
Yes, sir. Hopefully the knee isn't damaged that badly. Generally they won't know for a couple of days.
Zorn has completed 5 of 10 for 55 yards. He has used 5 different receivers. Jim likes to spread it around. First down. Ron Howard, the tight end. Near the 50-yard line, 49-yard line, Seattle. Rod Martin with a tackle.
Well, play action pass once again. And just a moment ago, you mentioned the blocking ability of number 42, Don Testerman. And he's in the backfield, faking. Now he's looking to the left side, and he's just going to dump it off here to the tight end. You can see number 42. He's trying to help out his teammates. He's going to get a lick in right there. But it was a good play by the linebacker.
2-minute warning will be given to both benches. We'll take a timeout. It is Seattle 14 and Oakland nothing. Back in a moment to the Kingdom.
Well, after the interception by Ray Brown, they pick up 3 points as this young man, Nickemeyer, his first field goal of the 1978 season. Kicking off now. Deep man is Jerry Latin, and Latin will bring it out to the 10, to the 20, a flag on the play, and Latin is out to the 35, 37-yard line. But a flag was thrown way behind where Latin was running. Jerry Latin, who the Rams picked up from the St. Louis Cardinals for a draft choice. Ron Crosby making the stop. We have a clip. Let's see if we can pick it up.
63, I think. There's a shot. There's a shot of the clip. Barry Bennett, number 63, was clipped on the play by Osteen. Rams have possession, 1st and 10 on about the 14-yard line.
Personal foul, clipping, number 33 during the return. First down.
Probably haven't heard a lot about Osteen. He's a free agent. They re-signed him when Eddie Brown was hurt out of San Jose State. They're very high on him, though. But that time, he's guilty of the clip. There he is, number 33. You know how he must feel. So from the 14-yard line now, Pat Hayden giving off, and good reaction that time. First, Derlin Moore was in there, and then Don Reese, who's back in the ball game, reacted on the play, and they didn't pick up anything on the play. Reese last week played very well. He had a sack in the game against the 49ers. Second down. The White Scales and Billy Waddy now have come in at wide receivers for Los Angeles. Matt Hayden having a tough time getting this offense on track. On a 2nd and 10, he gives up the middle to McCutcheon, and McCutcheon out across the 15. Giving the 16-yard line. Derlin Moore again making the tackle. Oh, that Moore's quite a story. He hurts one knee, then he turns around and hurts the other, but he's still playing football.
Well, the unusual thing about it is the fact that he had an operation in training camp, and responded well enough from the operation and is back and playing very well here at the defensive right tackle position for the Saints.
Gain of 1. Let's make it 2. Third down, 8. Hayden inside the 10-yard line. He's a flag on the play. He's going to run. Pat Hughes is there, and Hughes drags him down. He's got the first down, but a flag on the play. Pat Hughes, boy, that was a one-on-one isolation out there.
You know, and Pat Hayden did a good job there. He was very close to making the first down, but he put his shoulder down and got the necessary yardage and ran through there. Pat Hughes made a very good open field tackle.
But they're going to bring it back. That penalty against Los Angeles. 9-yard pickup on the play. Here's the score in the second quarter. Seattle is leading Oakland. I don't believe today, do you? 14-0. One upset after another.
Holding, number 75, offense. Repeat the down.
That's
3.
John Williams. Rams already, Hank, 6 penalties in this game for 62 yards. So they've been their own worst enemy. The ball at the 8-yard line. It's third down now. 16 yards to go. And Los Angeles unbeaten. Not playing like an unbeaten team right now. You got to give some credit to New Orleans. The Rams are not hitting on all the cylinders. Hayden back. Wide open. Beautiful play over the middle. Making the catch, Billy Waddy. Clarence Chapman made the stop. First down, Los Angeles.
Boy, he threw that ball right on the money, and this is a great illustration of how important. They had a stunt that time. Protection was good. He threw the ball right in the heart of the defense, in the middle area where there's a big hole. Right at the numbers, Billy Waddy makes the reception. It's good for 22 yards and a first down.
Well, it's been a long time in coming for Waddy. Out for 5 games. That's his 5th catch of the year. He may be the fastest player on this Ram team.
They've got to throw the ball more on first down. They haven't done real well running the ball.
Well, they go back to the run. Campoletti, and Campoletti trying to go outside. Pat Hughes wrestles him down. And the Saints have been surprisingly tough against the run here today. They were last week. That flex defense that Dick Nolan has been force-feeding this team, maybe starting to pay some dividends. Gain on the play of very little. Bring up second down, and still 8 yards to go.
Yellow line, guys.
Dick Nolan, 1970, the NFC Coach of the Year when coaching the San Francisco 49ers. Let's make it 2nd and 7 then, as Hayden back. Wide open, all by himself is Waddy. And he's very close.
385!
Hayden on the first down, got the protection. Wide open, Scale. You know, if that ball hadn't hung up a little bit, he may have gone all the way.
Yes, he did. He licked Clarence Maurice Spencer that time. He was wide open. But he went back in the pocket. They had a blitz on that time. It was 1-for-1 coverage. He's way behind, but the ball didn't get there. He had to wait for it. He made the reception, and of course, Maurice Spencer finally made the tackle. But they're now on the 21-yard line, 1st and 10.
30-yard. Boy, you can see Hayden just shaking his head as the 2-minute warning is here. He knew that that ball, had it been thrown, a little more velocity on it, would have set Scales up for 6 points. Instead, it's a 30-yard pass completion. And Hank, all of a sudden now, the Rams are getting people wide open in that secondary.
Well, the one thing, you know, they threw on first down that time, and the thing they have to do, as I alluded to a minute ago, they have to throw more on first down because they haven't done real well of running the ball on first.
The 49ers took advantage of the Falcons' aggressiveness. They knocked each other off. Fine run by Scott. And you know, the last time I had a team here, Vinny, we won a game with a fake field goal 2 years ago.
That's about the first time that Scott Bull has touched the ball this year. Ray Wershing kicking deep, and Dennis Pearson from the end zone elects to run it out. To the 10, spun away at the 15, and dropped at the 17-yard line. Joe Harris, the special team man, made the hit.
Another flag.
And a flag on the play, so let's duck in a couple of scores. Seattle leading Oakland 14-0 with 7 minutes left in the second quarter. That's a shocker. Baltimore leading Denver 7-3 with 7:40 left in the second quarter.
You know, Joe Harris played on our special teams and was one of our top 5 performers He's playing regular here. Now he's covering kickoffs. You can see his attitude, Jim. That's what you want when you're trying to build and get going and have a young guy like that.
Unnecessary roughness on the defense and on the offense. Numbers are 52 in both cases. A continuing action foul. It'll be a first down this way.
Mike Balderson and McLean are both involved, as you heard. Boy, they're playing rough down there today. A lot of enthusiasm on each side.
It's a big game for both clubs.
Both teams want to win today, Vinny. They really have to do something.
Yeah.
So Atlanta will put it in play, 1st and 10 on its own 18-yard line. Now we'll see what Bartkowski can do. Yes, Bean and Stanback is running back. It'll be Stanback. And Stanback just shy of the 25-yard line with that quick little burst. Ed Bradley, whose father played for the Chicago Bears.
I knew his dad.
Yep.
Yes, he used to come to those.
There he is, Ed Bradley. He was originally drafted by Pittsburgh, and in the veterans allocation went to Seattle and came here in a deal for Bill Sandifer. 2nd and 3 from the 25. That was a pickup of about 7. Bartkowski, quick out to the left side to Francis, and he gets first down as he goes down at the 30-yard line. Chuck Chris finally making the tackle. Bartkowski has some funny numbers. He is 5 for 5, but he's been sacked 3 times. Bartkowski, coming into this game, has now gone 15 quarters without an intercept. And as they have expected, he is really starting to put his game together. 1st and 10 from the Atlanta 30. Second man, Stanback. But he is stacked up as soon as he got across the 30-yard line. San Francisco slows him down. It is 14-7 San Francisco. Atlanta getting on the scoreboard on a blocked punt. And then San Francisco scored after a fumble by Billy Rickman. O.J. ran it over. And then you just saw them score coming out of that field goal. 2nd and 8 from the 32. Bubba Bean. And Bean spinning nicely across the 35 to the 38-yard line.
Vinny, he did spin nicely, but I would like to tell Bubba right here to accelerate a little faster. He's about 1 step slow in his acceleration. Now, Stanback accelerates a little faster. And in the old days, the Juice accelerated a lot faster.
So it's 3rd and 1 for Atlanta on its 39-yard line. Second man, Stanback, and he has the first down as he gets across the 40-yard line, and they finally knock him down at the 44. 1st and 10. Vern Roberson coming up to make the hit.
Now, Vinny, did you see the difference in that acceleration? Stanback just proved my point.
Last week I mentioned I thought Stanback was an underrated football player, and I like him. He's consistent.
Yes. And he's right now, Coach.
Right. He does everything very well.
1st and 10 on the Atlanta 44. Rickman is right, Francis left. Bartkowski flipping back to Stanback. He gets by a fallen Hardman and goes down in midfield. Ed Bradley finally brought him down. Cedric Hartman had 1 shot to break up the play, and he couldn't catch up to it.
Well, this is almost looked like it was a broken play, but it's a form of an option, and Stanback did this on his own.
Did you like that Olympic crawl by Cedric Hartman? He looked like he was ready for the swimming team.
Cuts back in there and picks up a few yards.
So it is 2nd and 4 from midfield. Oh, on the right side, Warren Bryant, the 2-year man out of Kentucky, number 66, and he was guilty last week. He's another youngster, very anxious. And you can see as he's coming out of there, the flag is already in the air. He was that much offside.
And a mistake like this will change your whole momentum. Now you must do something totally different than you intended to.
It goes back to what I said.
Ball start. Offense number 66. 2nd down.
Today's game will be decided on the team that makes the fewest mistakes. I know that's an old cliche, but
Paul Brown used it all the time, Coach.
There's so many of them.
2nd down and 9. The ball is on the Atlanta 45-yard line. Stand back and Bean, and it's going to be Bean. Chased by Hardman, grabbed by Lewis, and they both take him out of bounds. When you saw Bean look up for a split second as he was going to his left, you have to remember he is not known as a passer, but he has thrown the ball once in his career 2 years ago, and it was a 49-yard touchdown pass. So every time you see him look up, you think, uh-oh, here's his second pass.
Well, that's a difficult play to defense, the run pass, the option pass. I'm surprised more teams don't use it because it isn't that difficult to throw.
3rd and 8 from the Atlanta 46. Pearson wide right with Jackson in a slot right. Wiatkowski looking down the right side and throws into a group. No good. It was picked off at the last moment by Eddie Lewis, but they're not going to allow it. Number 22 had his hands on it, but he had run out of territory.
Well, I like the call, sprinting out, getting away from the rush, the possible dog. However, he threw into a crowd and was very fortunate that the ball wasn't picked off. Watch this.
This is the first incompletion, by the way, for Steve Bartkowski. He is now 5 for 6. John James will be punting. Anthony Leonard all alone on his 15-yard line for San Francisco. Good blocking, and James can drill it. Leonard at the 14 is buried. And it is Ray Strong, number 25, who was down under a lot of punts last week against Detroit.
He is a good one, George. You would love him on your team.
Yeah. Nobody touched him.
He's a rookie out of Nevada, Las Vegas.
Got to put 2 men on him.
The 2-minute warning has been executed here as we just had a 30-yard pass completion from Pat Hayden to Dwight Scales. The Rams trailing 3-0. The ball at the 22. Hayden 7 of 10 for 93 yards and end around to Billy Waddy. Look at him move. And Waddy has another first down to the 10-yard line. You can see how the Rams have missed this young man.
Yes. But they fake the play action to the right. And, of course, here comes Waddy around the outside. France out in front does a good job of blocking on Brown. 27, he cuts inside, does a good job of running, and is finally tackled from the inside out after he makes the necessary yardage for the first down.
Waddy did play a running back spot a couple of years at Colorado. Hayden back to throw on first down. And I don't know what happened on that one. Looks like somebody deflected the pass almost up for grabs.
Yes, it was. It was deflected. I don't know who deflected it, but it was deflected and looked like it was going to be intercepted because it went right into a group of players of the Saints.
Well, Waddy was coming back over the middle. Looked like he might be the intended receiver, but the ball just never got there. There's your time. You see it in the upper right-hand portion of the screen. Dwight Scales now comes in. And Willie Miller has checked out for the Rams. 2nd down 10, just outside the 10-yard line. Hayden on a quarterback sneak. And he's inside the 5. He lost his footing, or he might have gone further. Jim Merlo over there. Boy, that was a surprise.
That was a quarterback draw. It was designed play. The Saints are in an even spacing. They're playing very loose. He goes back into the pocket. It's just a plain, simple draw play with a quarterback running the ball. The official got in his way a little bit. He wanted to cut to his left, but he tripped and fell, and he's down to about the 2-yard line or 3-yard line.
Well, you could see he tried to crawl forward. He got quite a block on that draw by Doug Smith, the right offensive guard who's playing in place of Hara. Hara, by the way, has a sprained ankle. He had x-rays taken and no break, and he's on the sideline. So Hayden will come over and visit with the brain trust of the Rams as he has the ball on the 3-yard line. 3rd down and 1:11 left in this first half of play.
You know the little rascal has run 4 times for 37 yards so far in this game.
Tomorrow night on CBS, what a lineup coming your way. Concerned citizens is what they want, but weirdos is what they get when WKRP in Cincinnati issues the call. Enjoy this hot new comedy tomorrow night, followed by People with Phyllis George and her new show. She'll spotlight Wonder Woman, Linda Carter, the Electric Light Orchestra, superstar Diana Ross, Paul Newman, and others. And then also to be followed by MASH, One Day at a Time, and Lou Grant. Round out tomorrow night's top television lineup right here on CBS.
Final, Dallas 14, Philadelphia 7.
Tell you, Dallas has had to fight for everything they can get this year. Last week winning in overtime against St. Louis. The Eagles even out at 4-4, and the Eagles are still in the running.
Hayden's the leading rusher in the game so far. That's unusual.
Jackie Slater is in. Charles Young is in. Third down from the 3. Play action by Hayden. Broken up. Coming through in a hurry was Don Reese. Reese got his hands up at 6'6" and batted it down, and now you come to a 4th down.
Yes, and Pat Hughes almost wound up with the interception.
That was an interesting call.
Well, it was a play action, but they responded well to it. They were going to try to hit their tight end, but they responded well to it, which you have to give the Saints a lot of credit. Here's Reese jumping up and deflecting the ball, but the tight end was covered on the play. No chance for it to be a reception, and now they're going to try a field goal.
Frank Correll is going to try to tie this game up. This will be a 20-yard attempt. Nolan Cromwell to hold. Correll is 11 of 18. He is number 1 in the NFC in scoring. Corral's kick is on the way, and it's all tied up. 3-3 with 1 minute, 4 seconds left in this first half of play. So the Saints stopped them once on the 1-yard line on downs. They stopped them on the 3-yard line, making the Rams settle for 3 points. As an end result, we're deadlocked at 3 apiece. Let's look ahead now to next Sunday, Hank. You and I will be in Philadelphia for that St. Louis Eagles game, and the Eagles have really proved they're for real. San Francisco against Washington has lost 2 in a row. Detroit, Chicago, that'll be a real bloodbath after Detroit winning today. And then other regional games finds the New York Giants going against the Saints, and Tampa Bay with a surprising performance today against Green Bay, who is losing to Minnesota. Be sure now to consult your local listings for the game and time in your area. And also, all the action begins with the Emmy-winning show NFL Today with Brent Musburger, Jane Kennedy, and Irv Cross. That's next Sunday, the NFL on CBS. So Corral will kick off. Wes Chandler back at the goal line. 3-3, and I'm sure this surprises a lot of people to be hearing this score throughout the country as we come to the close of this first half.
Let's see if he kicks it downfield to Chandler, takes a chance, or whether he tries to squib it so they don't get a good balanced return on the play.
Frank Corral, the rookie from UCLA, he gets it all. Bringing it out is Clarence Chapman, and Chapman is out across the 20 to the 23-yard line. And there's 59 seconds left in this first half. We'll be keeping you posted on what's happened throughout the NFL as we'll be joining the NFL today. And I'll tell you, today may be the day of upsets. Every time Hank and I picked up the score here, we just shook our heads.
Clarence Chapman, you know, returned that kick, and last year he ran 92 yards for a touchdown on a kickoff return against the San Francisco 49ers, so he's got very good speed and probably is as fast as anybody on the team.
Well, let's see what the Saints do with the remaining 59 seconds. From the 23-yard line, Galbraith, Muncie, the running backs, and they're just going to play it very conservatively as Galbraith doesn't find any running room, and it'll bring up second down. Jack Youngblood making the stop. Los Angeles in this first half losing a couple of opportunities to go in for touchdowns, and they've ended up with 3 points thus far. They've thrown the interception. They fumbled on a return, and so they have not really been playing the type of football you would expect for a 7-0 ball club.
Minnesota is just beaten, I should say, the Green Bay Packers 21-7.
So the Packers now at 6-2, and the Vikings are still very much in the hunt for that one. Ooh, Chuck Muncie fumbles the ball. And I believe the Saints have recovered, but Muncie was really belted when he went up the middle.
Jack Reynolds, number 64, made the stop along with Fred Dreyer, number 89, who popped the ball loose.
That was Taylor, I think, that recovered it. Let's see. He got back there in a hurry.
There's a ball popping out. Dreyer knocked it loose. And here you see Archie Manning and Taylor both pouncing on the football. The Saints have it.
And 3rd and 14.
So those are the kind of things that haunt you as a coach. You know, you're trying to just kind of take it into the locker room, and all of a sudden the ball goes flying through the air. Manning very alertly came up with it, or Taylor, maybe both of them. And now with 9 seconds, you got to believe they're just going to grind it out. The ball at the 19-yard line. There's Pat Hayden, and here's Archie Manning. Manning just having a sensational year. You know, he was 4th in the NFC as far as ratings are concerned at quarterback. 7 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, and hitting 60% of his passes.
You know, and the Ram defense has really stopped the running of Galbraith and Muncie. Galbraith is 7 for 20 yards, and Muncie is 8 for 17.
Well, they've done that all year long. They've just allowed over 100 yards a game. They almost missed that handoff. Galbraith got it, but you see Manning, he almost didn't complete the exchange. And the Rams call timeout. They hope to get the football. 4 seconds left. Bob Brzezinski was over there. This has been a precarious situation the last minute for the Saints. And so with the timeout, we come to a 4th down. The Saints don't want to give up the football, and they may not kick it, Hank. They might just try to bounce on it here with the 4 seconds.
4 seconds, yeah.
At halftime, again, just a reminder, we'll join Brent, Jane, and Irv, the NFL Today. They'll update all those games that have been played and completed back east. Some of the highlights. Always fun to see what's happened at the halftime break. And according to the scores we've seen, there's a lot of explanation has to be made. Well, it looks like they may go through the motions of kicking this ball. Let's see. They've got Blanchard going back. He's probably just going to, are they going to snap it that deep and take a chance?
I'm surprised if they do with 4 seconds left. But evidently they are.
Here's the snap. Here's the rush. He got it underway.
They roughed the kicker.
They sure did, and you cannot complete a half a play on a defensive foul. So the Saints will have another play. Isn't that something? Now I'm surprised, Hank, they kicked it to start with.
Yeah, I am too. Very surprised because it's only 4 seconds, and they could have used that time as soon as the time starts, as soon as the ball is snapped. So they could have consumed the 4 seconds very easily, and
well, that's Jerry Latin that collided with him. You know, if they'd have blocked that, it got out of the back of the end zone, it would have been a safety. So
either that or else block it and pick it up and go in for a touchdown.
Right. Well, see, now everybody's filing off, but they've got to play another down because you cannot complete a half on a defensive foul. Well, wait a minute. Maybe they're going to refuse it. I guess they will refuse it. They figure they want to get out of here.
Personal foul. Running into the kicker. Number 24, defense. New Orleans declines the penalty. The half is over.
Well, that's the reason, because they could have got another play, but instead they refused the penalty, and the Saints, after a kind of a shaky last minute there, go into the halftime tied up with one of the 2 unbeaten teams in the NFL, the Los Angeles Rams. 3-3 our score at halftime. The Saints in Los Angeles here from the Coliseum.
Puts the stopper on him at the 49. Lehman Bennett and the Atlanta Falcons trailing 14-7, but one of Lehman's boys, Ray Strong, who made that great hit on the punt. Well, to note, he grew up here in Berkeley, so there's a tremendous amount of enthusiasm on both sides. And for the moment, at least, San Francisco leading 14-7. 4:42 to go to the half, and San Francisco puts it in play the exact same spot they put it in play last time on their own 13-yard line.
And men, we got a good game going here. We got a good game. It's going to go right down to the wire.
And Vinny George made a good point about Strong. He would put 2 men on it.
That's right.
Right, he really gets down under there.
He's the only one down. You put 2 men in him, you got a return going.
1st and 10 on the 13 as we look at Steve DeBerg. Bob Farrell upended. Nice play by number 75, Jeff Merrow.
Well, that's what I call a good tackle.
6'4", 230, 25-year-old Jeff Merrow. He played 6 weeks last year with a dislocated toe. And boy, he really stuck his nose down into that one.
Yes, he did, Vinny. I heard it up here. I mean, that was a tackle.
Final score, Dallas just got by Philadelphia 14-7, and a final Minnesota knocked off Green Bay 21-7. Fran Tarkenton 3 touchdown passes.
Well, the old pros came through.
2nd and 12. Bob Farrell. Boy, that Bob Farrell makes you pay if you're going to come up and tackle him, and he almost knocked the numbers off Rich Bias, number 38.
Well, the 49er line, they're opening up some pretty good holes. Somehow it seems to be only for Farrell because they're not giving the juice to hold. But he is churning. He's churning with 2 arms. He's ducking. He's fighting. For a player of his caliber, that's the way to do it.
Jim, that was possible because of the 2 tight end offense there. I think what the 49ers have been doing is great to get their running game going with the 2 tight ends. Now they're back with normal offense.
1st and 10 from the 23. DeBerg to O.J. Frank Reed picks it up for Atlanta, and Solomon finally makes the hit along with Elmo Boyd.
We got a wild one.
That football looks like a Mexican jumping bean.
All right, Coach, I'm going to start out with this one. Now, this play totally fooled Atlanta. There's nobody outside. Misdirection. The juice is in familiar territory. There was a good move there. He's struggling for the extra yardage. The ball is loose. There's not too much that the juice could do about that. It was one of those accidents.
Cunningham. Touchdown.
Number 73, Dave Browning, the rookie from Washington, defensive end with those bruised ribs, was back in the ballgame. He's now back on the bench and has been replaced by Pat Toomey. In first downs thus far, Oakland has 4, 2 in each quarter. The Seahawks have 13. From the Seattle 49-yard line, first down.
I look for Seattle to keep it on the ground. Look at that. It's going to the air right away.
Has a man, hits him, it is Steve Largent. Largent to the 26-yard line. Monty Jackson, who has an interception in the ballgame, makes the tackle. Also there was Rod Martin, 25 yards of the play.
I said I'd look for him to keep it on the ground, but I also said earlier the thing about this team is they could do anything at any time, any place on the field. First down, 50-yard line, you think, well, maybe they run the ball and get a couple of yards, maintain possession, but this team is offensive. They're not playing defense, they're playing offense. They're going for another score. Hitting his favorite target, number 80, Steve Largent.
And be sure to stay with us at halftime. Brian Gumble, NFL 78. Oakland 26-yard line. Timeout, Seattle. 1 minute, 12 seconds. Time remaining first half. You've been in a million conferences like this. What goes on?
Well, he called a timeout at the line of scrimmage because he wasn't sure what was going on, or he saw something that he did not like. That's why he called a timeout. You go over and put it on the coach's shoulders, that's all. Because they're calling the plays. The plays are coming from the sidelines. Jerry Rome does a great job of calling the plays for Seattle. And he has, the quarterback has an option to change certain plays if they get in particular defenses. And it might have been that Oakland might have confused Jim a little bit, and the best thing to do is make sure you don't make a mistake down here. Let's go find out what we're supposed to do.
You like the plays coming from the sideline?
No, heavens no.
Why not?
Well, because I think it takes away from the leadership ability of a quarterback. Now, if he can't call the plays, okay, that's fine. Have somebody else call the plays from the sidelines. But in the meantime, look for a quarterback who's capable of calling it. Because when you're in that huddle, right now, I could look in that huddle and I can look to my right tackle and ask him, you know, Steve August, can I run this particular play? According to the way John Matuzak is playing you. I want to run this way, run off tackle. He might say yes, or he might say no, but we can run it this way. Now I got him involved in the game.
Good point. Zorn throws, comeback pattern, flag is down at the 5-yard line. Largent was the receiver, but there was a flag dropped at the 5.
Yeah, it's going to be interference, but I don't know which side, whether it's offense or defensive.
It would be against the defense, because if it was against the offense, it'd bring the ball back immediately.
Yes.
That is a giveaway on that call.
Illegal contact on the defense, number 37, declined.
The penalty was declined because it would have come from the line of scrimmage.
Number 37 is Lester Hayes, defensive back of Oakland. Zorn rolling out, plenty of time to throw. Fires the ball down there to Largent. You don't see the contact, but there was some contact earlier because what he's running a comeback pattern, he was much deeper than that before the ball was thrown.
And he barely had both feet in bounds, but he did. Smith to the outside, being chased. A pair of 47s go outside, Sherman Smith and Charles Phillips.
It's a good thing that Charles Phillips has some good speed, because had he not made that play, it was 6 points.
At the 6-yard line, it's second down goal to go. 58 seconds remaining, first half.
This is a play that's designed to go any place, really. You're handing the ball off to the back deep. He's handing off deep for the reason that he can take a look and see where the hole is. Well, there's nothing there, he says, so let's see if I can outrun Charles Phillips. Charles Phillips says, no, you cannot.
There's two pairs of 4s and 7s. 6-yard line, second down goal to go. The Seahawks won it 21-0 at halftime.
Yeah, this is a passing situation.
Faking the draw. Standing, flag is down. Ron Howard, the intended receiver. Flag was dropped at the line of scrimmage. Holding against the defense. That carries with it a first down, splitting the distance to the goal line. It will go to the 3, and it will be first down and goal to go.
Holding, defense, number 37, first down and goal.
Holding on Lester Hayes. Seattle. This is the 9th play of what they hope to be an 80-yard drive. Testerman is racked up as he goes over the top. Monty Johnson was there for the Raider defense, as was most of that defensive line.
I was anxious to see if he got up after getting hit, because he's trying to go up and over, and he really gets nailed right there, and also by number 58, Monty Johnson. There it is. This is tough territory down there.
Oh, that's
people
smart.
can get hurt down there. 21 seconds remaining in first half.
At the 1-yard line. Number 47, Sherman Smith, does not go in. Timeout. Seattle. They still have 1 timeout remaining. 10 seconds time remaining in the first half.
Oakland really played that tough, because that big back was really bowling his way in there that time, and they met him at the line of scrimmage. Pretty good shot to keep him out of the end zone.
Just that close. Now, you can run a play and call a timeout. What do you do in this situation as far as the quarterback telling the referee?
That referee is going to be right in the backfield back there. The quarterback is going to be the man that calls timeout. Now, they have 1 timeout remaining. Seattle has 1 timeout remaining. Now, in all probability, he's going to give it to one of those big backs, you know, that short a distance to go up and over, because they've been successful with it so far. As soon as that quarterback hands off, he's going to run. He should run right to that man in the striped shirt, and if he doesn't score a touchdown, call that timeout right now.
Now, can he tell the referee, I want the time? And can he tell him that situation, or does he have to go to him and call it?
Well, he should go to him. He should have gone to him there when he's up there and tell him, I'm going to be looking for you. You know,
stay close.
If he doesn't score, you know, and the referee said, well, I'm back here like I always am.
I'll be right here. Right?
Right.
But he has to call it.
Yes.
And he can't call it now. Okay. Third down, goal to go. About a foot away. Second back. Touchdown. Sherman Smith barely breaks the plane of the goal line. 20-0 Seattle.
Got in that time, but Oakland Oakland put up a very stout defense 3 yards out. It took them 3 plays of really hard hitting to get into the end zone. Somebody is down on the ground, but there's nothing there. He's just using bull force. That's why he took off from about 6 yards deep to get that momentum going to run into that wall, and that's exactly what I'm sure it felt like to number 47 Smith, because he's met once again 58 Monty Johnson doing an outstanding job on that goal line.
An 80-yard drive in 11 plays, and another Raider has been injured on the play. They have lost Terry Robisky for the ball game. Dave Browning has bruised ribs, and yet another Raider is down, and Seattle leads it 20-0 with 7 seconds remaining on the clock in the second quarter.
67 Pat
Toomey.
When a man is able to walk like that, the injury is serious. To any player who gets hurt, it's serious to him, I'll guarantee you that. But football-wise, and being able to come back, it looks like he should be able to come back in the ball game. Hopefully, anyway.
Zorn to Hole, Herrera to attempt the point after. It is good. It is Seattle 21, Oakland nothing. 7 seconds left to go in the first half.
And I'm sure Herrera's not going to onside kick it, but he's probably going to line drive this kick, hoping to squib it and have it bounce around down there.
That's what he and Jack Patera are talking.
Telling right now. Don't let him run it back. Period. You know, I don't care how you do it.
Now Oakland realizes it's going to be a squib type kick along the ground, and that is to destroy the timing of the return team. These are the 2 deep backs. Number 80 is Joe Stewart. Number 22 is Arthur Whittington. But now the up backs are the ones that want to become very active, and that's what John Madden is doing. He is moving the up backs up.
Right, he should. The deep backs also, they're up around the 7 or 8 yard line right now. They may edge up. Looks like Joe Stewart's up about the 12-yard line. Now back to the 10, but that's what they're anticipating. You see, Seattle would like to get one of those big linemen, give them the football that's in the middle of the field, because the chance of them running all the way are very slim.
Oakland does have 3 timeouts remaining.
You can see the ball, the way it's set on the tee, that it's flat.
And it is covered by one of the linemen at the 46-yard line. Now that's number 34. Booker Russell, who is the 5th running back for the Oakland Raiders. The rookie from Southwest Texas. So how about this?
I'll tell you, they didn't want to do that because what they wanted is Oakland not to have another play, but they've got 5 seconds, so they're at the about what 45-yard line. So Stabler's going to go up top. He's going to get probably 3 wide receivers in the game and go deep and hope that they score, or hope perhaps there's an interference call
or a tip ball.
Sure.
He has to go deep. 5 seconds left to go in the first half. Maximum protection. He doesn't. He goes to Biletnikoff, who steps out of bounds as the first half comes to a close. It's halftime in the Kingdome with the scores: Seattle 21, Oakland nothing.
Here's the tackle by McCartney coming up from behind. He doesn't go for the ball, but he accidentally knocks it loose. A good run is nullified.
Boy, was it ever. O.J.'s longest run from scrimmage prior to today was 20 yards. He went 14 for a touchdown. He looked like he was going to really break one that time, and the football got away. 1st and 10 Atlanta on the Falcons 14. And Barkowski is passing over the middle. And the reception is made, a rolling catch by Jackson at the 31-yard line. So Alfred Jackson making the reception.
Now here's something that you always talk about. The sack that isn't considered a sack. The sack after the ball is thrown. Well, that was a little low, but that softens up the quarterbacks, right, Coach?
They tell their toll after a while.
Yes, they do.
Pickup of 18 yards on that pass play. 1st and 10 on the Atlanta 32. Bartkowski to stand back. You know, let me ask you something, fellas. Stand back as the play begins has Warren Bryant, number 66, blocking for him, and he just ran away from Bryant's and he ran right into the whole 49er team.
Yeah, he thought he saw something inside, and the pursuit came over and closed it off.
But I would prefer a back to do that, Vinny, because you can get 1 or 2 yards inside, where if he kept running wide, he could have lost yardage.
Isn't that discouraging for the pulling guard, though? Bartkowski deep, and it's broken up. Almost picked off by number 24, Chuck Christ. And had he held on to the ball, the place was wide open for him with 2 minutes left to go.
Right.
To go back to your point, Vinny, you're absolutely right. If the guard looks back and see him like on the other side of the field, it is a little discouraging because it takes a lot of energy for that guard to get out there and a lot of speed.
So the 2-minute warning here at Candlestick Park. The ball has been bouncing all over the lot, and it's 14-7 San Francisco.
No, it was Moore in the backfield. Touchdown. Nat Moore lined up at running back.
It starts here. The touch, the timing, the courage.
3, 7, 9, 8.
This is where all the dreams begin. And they're realized when the boy becomes a Red Grange or Johnny Unitas and comes to know the triumph of victory. This is where all those dreams come true. And here they're preserved forever in the Pro Football Hall of Fame in Canton, Ohio. Don't miss it.
The preceding announcement was furnished as a public service by the National Football League. This is Charlie Jones, Lynn Dawson, halftime. Seattle dominating the first half.
Well, we said at the top of the show what has to happen is that defensively for Seattle, they were giving up a lot of yardage rushing, so they had to stop Oakland. They have done exactly that. Offensively, they're offensive. They're going after it from all parts of the field. They're going out to score, and they're dominating that line of scrimmage.
A big surprise. Seattle 21, Oakland nothing. Halftime will join NFL 78 after these messages from your local station.
Coming out of the 2-minute warning, it is 14-7 San Francisco. This is Vin Scully along with George Allen and Jim Brown. Steve Bartkowski just dodged a bullet. Chuck Christ had an interception but let it get away, so it is 3rd and 7 on the Falcon 34-yard line. Jackson goes wide left. Rickman is wide right. The running backs are stand back and Bean. Backstay into block. And it's to Mitchell, the tight end, and riding him down is Christ, and that's enough for the first down at the 46-yard line.
49ers dogged. They were in a 34 defense. The Falcons picked it up very well. Big first down.
And the key to that play, Coach, was a catch by Mitchell, because the hardest ball to catch is one thrown behind you.
Well, he's a good receiver. They just haven't used him as much as they should have over the years.
Timeout for Atlanta. Jim Mitchell, who just made that reception, is a study. He was a 4th-round draft choice back in '69. He's had 10 years in the big leagues out of Prairie View. What a workhorse. And he will go over the 4,000-yard mark today as Lehman Bennett visits with June Jones and the playing quarterback Steve Bartkowski. So, by the way, we have a moment we'd like to remind you. Next Friday, 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time, the NBA on CBS. That's right, it's that time of the year. Washington versus Golden State, Milwaukee versus Seattle. Consult your local listings for the game and time in your area. So that reception by Mitchell, good enough for the first down. 1st and 10 on the Atlanta 46. Remember, they started on their own 14. where they recovered the O.J. Simpson fumble. And it's Bean going wide and gets into 49er territory. Number 57, Dan Buns, making the tackle.
Bean made the good move that time, because when he got outside, he made the move inside, which got him the ultimate in yardage. If he'd made the outside move, he probably would have gotten 5 yards less.
We have 1:25 to the half. 2nd and 2 on the San Francisco 47. Bartkowski, a little lob to stand back. He fumbled. Falling on it, however, to save it is big Warren Bryant, the pulling guard, who was able to come back and save the play. And there'll be a timeout for Atlanta to stop the clock with 1:10.
Well, this is a good call from the end zone here. It's a check cross, check over pass, which is good with the time remaining. Another fumble, heads up play by the offensive lineman.
That was a freak play. Joe Harris had gone over his head, and Harris actually landed on his arm to cause the fumble. So Harris had his finger in the pie, and Warren Bryant alertly fell on it.
But you know something, Vinny? A lot of those fumbles are what we call freak fumbles. But when you have a hard field like this, automatically players do not hold the ball the same way they would on a soft field, because they usually don't want to take that all-out blow when they hit that surface.
It's a good thought. It is also a reminder that any picture that you see of the AstroTurf here at Candlestick Park is almost a collector's item, because the city council in San Francisco voted to take out AstroTurf and put in grass. The 49ers wanted grass, the baseball giants wanted AstroTurf, and the 49ers won it.
Well, 49ers are right. You need grass. To play football on a hard surface like this is the worst thing for the game.
Well, you know why the baseball people objected to grass? Not because of grass, but because there's so much wind here in the summer, it blows the dirt of the infield right into the crowd.
Oh, yeah.
3rd and 12 from the Atlanta 44. Big call for Bartkowski with 1:10 left to go to the half. And Bartkowski got away from a lot of people, and among others, Cedric Hardman.
If I were Vinny, I would take a timeout here if I were the 49ers and put the punt block on.
Clock is still running. 45 seconds to the half. So John James will be kicking to Anthony Leonard. McLean and Brazina are going to be back there to pick up any strays who try to get through. Boy, the time is running down. 23 seconds.
You see what Atlanta...
And now a delay of the game penalty against Atlanta. That doesn't look very good at all.
Well, that's smart on Atlanta's part.
Yeah.
Now there's only, 23 seconds. And use your timeouts. Don't save them.
Right. San Francisco just kind of standing around waiting. So Pete McCauley kind of let it get away, Coach.
Call it right away and put the punt block on.
So 23 seconds left to the half. Atlanta has just consumed a good 30 seconds. Hello, operator. And James will get it away. Anthony Leonard going over as the ball hits on the 26-yard line, and Leonard is going to try and run it back, and he slipped just before the 20-yard line. And when he slipped, did he ever pay a price?
Yes,
Big
he did.
right fell on top of him. Number 83 hit him hard just as he went into his split.
That's how you pull a groin muscle there.
So San Francisco leading 14-7. The clock shows 12 seconds to the half, and San Francisco will put it in play 1st and 10 from its own 19.
Jim and Vinny, with the new rules now, put up a bomb, try to get a long play, interference call.
Freddie Solomon wide left. Paul Seal, a tight end, goes wide right. O.J. Simpson is on a wing. However, it's going to be Farrell running, and he ran right into Bailey, and down he went at the 20-yard line. And it would appear as if time has run out, although the scoreboard clock shows 6 seconds, and there's a flag on the play. And it will be against Atlanta.
A lot of penalties. We'll have to get a summary on fumbles and penalties and weird things at halftime.
They go out to the 35-yard line. Here's Bob Frederick's call.
Unnecessary roughness on the defense, number 59.
Uh-oh.
First down.
A one-man war by Robert Pennywell.
Oh, yes.
First and 10 on the San Francisco 35. Solomon is left, Seal is right. And again, O.J., same formation. Simpson on a wing. Bob Farrell is grabbed from behind by McClain, but he gets away from him. However, Kuykendall just cut him off at the pass and ran him out of bounds, and we have run out of time. Well, it has not been what you'd call an artistic first half by any means. O.J. Simpson scored from 14 yards out after a punt was bobbled and fumbled by Billy Rickman. Then Atlanta had Rich Bias block a punt, and he carried it on into the end zone to tie it up 7-7. Then, out of a field goal formation, Scott Bull came up out of the hold and ran for 15 yards for a touchdown to give San Francisco the 14-7 lead. You could call it sloppy. There are a lot of people here, I'm sure, who would call it somewhat exciting, because every play is in doubt as to who's going to wind up with the football.
Well, I kind of like it, Vinny. You see, I'm not like the coach here. I don't have to have great technical football. I really like to see these teams playing it wide open, fumbling the ball all over the field, interceptions. It's exciting to me.
And even though there's a lot of penalties involved, it is not dirty football. It's indeed, as we've tried to mention, there's a tremendous amount of emotion in what would appear at the surface to be just a ho-hum game. Right now, let's go back to Brent Musburger in New York.
Doug Williams, 12 of 19 for 180 yards and 2 touchdowns today as the Tampa Bay Buccaneers rout the Chicago Bears. The final score 33-19. The Bucs are now a 500 team and eyeing the playoffs. St. Louis loses again. Bud Wilkinson 0-8 as the Jets win even without Richard Todd. And the New York Giants also after the playoffs. 17-6. The Redskins now have lost 2 in a row. Cincinnati shut out. The Bengals without a touchdown for their last 3 games as the Bills win 5-0. Detroit with a big win for Monty Clark. 31-14. Detroit and Chicago play each other next week. Minnesota in a must-win situation beat Green Bay 21-7, and now the Pack 6-2. Philadelphia came back in the second half. Dallas hung on 14-7. The Cowboys still are not going full bore this year. An upset, Kansas City 17, Cleveland 3 as the Chiefs dominate at home. Atlanta and San Francisco, the game you're watching, of course, at the half. 49ers lead it by 7 points. And south of San Francisco, they're just about ready to start the third quarter, tied at 3, the Saints and the Rams. Miami and New England tied at 14, that game in the second quarter. Baltimore playing Denver tough, 7-6 at the half. But a team encountering all kinds of problems this afternoon, the Oakland Raiders, now trailing Seattle 21-0. That game is at the half. Let's show you now some action from the upset staged by the New York Giants this afternoon. Joe Pisarcik, their quarterback, is going to send Robinson straight down, right into the middle, toward the post. Watch how wide open he is. Gets hit from behind and gets to the end zone for 6. And here's Doug Coder, number 44, looking for daylight, reads it well, gets to the outside, and the Skins did not contain well on that play. Now here's the Giants' version of the flea flicker. Pisarcik to Taylor to Robinson, Pisarcik to Thompson. This is one of your favorite plays, isn't it? You used to use this in the Eagles all the time when they were 0-13 back there in those days. Down to the 4, and from there it was Pisarcik keeping it himself, bootlegging in, 68 with a good block on that play. Irv, how about some of Williams' footage in action as we see with time running out in this sequence? Theismann throwing over the middle, and Carson's got it. Before I get to Irv, let's put up the standings. Let's see how they stand. You want to do that, Carson? You want to stop for me? He won't stop. He won't look at the standings. All right, there we are. Washington and Dallas are tied at the top. The Giants a game back. Philadelphia now at 500, still not out of it. And the Cardinals 0-8. Okay, now Tampa Bay.
Yeah, of course, Tampa Bay beat Chicago 33-19, and it's an old adage in pro football that when you're a weak team and you're behind, you win with gadgets, flea flickers, reverses, and that sort of thing. But the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did it in style with a good, solid offensive performance and their rookie quarterback, Doug Williams. Here he rolls to his right and passes to Jim Obadovich for a touchdown in the second quarter. The Bears try to get back in the game with a screen pass to Walter Payton from Avellini, and Walter dances along the right sideline, picks up a few blocks, and goes down near the 15-yard line, which set up a scoring opportunity for Roland Harper. He blasts in from the 2, and the Bears are back in it and win. They're ahead at this point, 16-13. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers answered back with their own running type attack, with Johnny Davis going in from the down to the 7-yard line. Doug Williams goes in for the quarterback sneak, and Tampa Bay took a 19-16 lead at this point in the game. Doug Williams had a pretty good day throwing the ball, but he threw for 2 touchdown passes. Here's the second one right here to Morris Owens, and he wound up winning the game 33-19 in good fashion.
Well, I'll tell you, he's really coming along for John McKay, isn't he, down there?
Looks great.
Yes, he does indeed. And the NFL today is going to continue on CBS right after these messages along the line from your local stations.
Long more. That's Bedoin. Doug Bedoin.
Good, everyone. Welcome back to our NFL 78 studios in New York. I'm Brian Gumble, along with Mike Adamley in our Highlight Center, trying to get you caught up on the proceedings of week number 8. For the Washington Redskins, well, they got off to a 6-0 start. They've now come back to the pack. They are now 6-2 after losing to the Giants today 17-6. The Giants put themselves right back in the race. They are now 5-3. Lamar Parrish out for the year for the Redskins. San Diego against Detroit. There was a mauling in the Silver Dome, and it was the Lions doing the mauling. Mike Adamley. Were the Chargers playing that badly, or were the Lions just playing well for once?
I don't know. The game was sort of a mystery to me because the Chargers really needed to win this game very badly if they were to keep their playoff hopes alive, but they did not. They made one man look very good. His name was Gary Danielson, and he threw 3 touchdown passes on the day. This one was the first one to rookie wide receiver Jesse Thompson over Mike Fuller. That made it 7-0. The Chargers got back in the game when Dan Fouts was replaced in the second half, hit Slidell Mitchell, who's in a one-on-one situation with linebacker Tony Dakin. He goes 55 yards to tie it up at 7-7. But that was all she wrote for the Chargers as Lawrence Gaines scores here from the 1 to make it 17-7. The Lions pummeled the Chargers defensive line all day long, and here's Danielson's second touchdown pass of the day, 24 yards to Dexter Bussey. That made it 24-7. At that point, they scored one more time on a touchdown pass to Thompson again, 31-14.
They made the Lions look like candidates for Canton. Out at Shea Stadium, the Cardinals versus the Jets today. Battle of backup quarterbacks. Pizarkowicz against Robinson. Robinson comes out the winner, 23-10, and the Jets are now 5-3. Cincinnati against Buffalo. There was a no-hitter thrown. Tom Dempsey got the win in this one, 5-0. All the runs were unearned. Mike Adamley had a look at all of them. Is it possible that you have highlights, my friend?
There's a little bit of highlights. You know, I want to defend the Cincinnati Bengals and the Buffalo Bills. Both teams are down on their luck, and they were pressing a little bit today, and it showed. About the only offense that Buffalo could muster was in the person of number 47, Curtis Brown here. He was the leading rusher in the game, had 100 yards even, but that's about all they could show. That run there led to this Tom Dempsey field goal of 20 yards that made it 3-0 Buffalo. And that's the way it stayed most of the game until late in the fourth quarter. A 4th and 7 situation. Rusty Jackson, the Bills punter, went back to punt. Dennis Law, the Cincinnati return man, runs into the end zone. He thinks he can escape, but number 89, Lou Picone, picks him off. It's a safety. 2 more points for the Bills. A big offensive win for them, 5-0.
Okay, and the Bengals, like we said, are 0-8 now. Got to wonder about Homer Rice's position. Chicago against Tampa Bay. The Buccaneers, a big winner here, 33-19. The Bears have now lost 5 straight after starting out 3-0. Walter Payton, only 34 yards on 15 carries. Man who carried the day for the Bucs was Doug Williams, their fine quarterback, 12 for 19, 180 yards, threw for 2 scores. He ran for another. Philadelphia against Dallas. The Cowboys, a winner in this one, 14-7. That pushes them into a tie for first place in the NFC East with the Washington Redskins, who, as we mentioned, lost today. The Eagles' lone win was Jaworski to Kreppel. And Cleveland, Kansas City, the Chiefs, a winner here, 17-3 this final. Mike Adamle was watching it at Arrowhead Stadium. Michael, the Chiefs played very, very well against what is a good Cleveland Browns ball club.
The Chiefs have lost 6 straight, and that wing T offense had not been too effective. Teams were getting used to it. It looked like Cleveland was going to blow Kansas City right out of the ballpark. This is the opening kickoff. Number 89 is Keith Wright, a little rookie, and watch him go. He turns on the firepower, runs past everybody, even the kicker, Zenon Andrusician, finally knocked out of bounds by number 44, Tim Collier. The Brownies couldn't push it in and had to settle for a Don Cockcroft field goal. Morgado scored here for Kansas City to make it 7-3, or 10-3 after a Livingston field goal. And then watch Tony Reed. Here he goes, 38 yards all the way down to the 2. Boy, he's something else. They love him in Kansas City. And a one-play later, Mr. Morgado scores again on a 2-yard touchdown run. There he is, number 21. That made the final score 17-3 in favor of the Kansas City Chiefs and breaks that 6-game losing streak.
And that wing T showed how it worked today. Green Bay against Minnesota. The Packers came into this one with a 6-1 record. They knew they had to win this one to really establish themselves as the power in the NFC Central. They couldn't do it. The Vikings are not going to go down without a fight. They beat the Packers today, 21-7. It was a big afternoon for the master, Mr. Fran Tarkenton. He threw 3 touchdown passes, 2 of them to Ahmad Rashad of 3 yards and 15 yards. He threw another one to Chuck Foreman, that one of 16 yards, and the Vikings win it 21-7. So you are caught up on all the finals of this week, number 8, a week for the underdog. First game still in progress. Let's go back to the ballparks. We've still got a second half of action to come.
Just a little late joining that kicking team. It is good.
Just moments ago, New England kicked a field goal, and the Patriots now lead Miami 17-14. Of course, they are just at the half, so a 3-point Patriot margin. Now, just down the coast from San Francisco, the Rams and the Saints are underway in the 3rd quarter. They are tied at 3. You are looking at action live. The key here, the Rams have been penalized for over 100 yards. They have not played a good football game. Here is Hayden pulling out. You can see the Saints are applying pressure, hits Jesse on a sideline pattern, and Jesse gets out of bounds. And, of course, the key to the NFC Western, of course, is New Orleans, as you watch again in slow motion. They have just about got to beat the Rams here this afternoon. Jesse working a fine sideline pattern, getting underneath the coverage over here, and then getting out of bounds. So, Irv, as they regroup, how about you showing us what the Jets did today?
Boy, it's really quite a story, Brent. The Jets wound up knocking off the St. Louis Cardinals 23-10 and suffered, of course, St. Louis suffered their 8th consecutive loss today as a result of that. And of course,
you wanted to beat Chicago twice today, didn't you? Huh?
Wanted to beat Chicago. You know they remind me of the Chicago Cardinals because they had the record, for consecutive losses, and looks like they're going to go through that again with 8 consecutive losses right now. Whether or not they're going to win a game is still a big question mark in the National Football League.
Do you think Bidwell would change coaches?
I don't think he would change coaches unless the head coach there decides to step down voluntarily and resign. And this is the kind of play I'm talking about. You see bright spots like this with Pat Tilley, the wide receiver, coming around on reverse. Does a pretty good job for taking the ball down to the 8-yard line. And Kosarkiewicz handing off to Jim Otis. And Otis blast in, and the Cardinals took an early 7-0 lead in the 1st quarter. But here's the problem I'm talking about. Here, Scott Durkin takes the ball. 3 or 4 Cardinals miss. A lot of game tackling, a lot of missed tackles during the course of the game, and the Jets wound up winning it 23-10, and the Cardinals suffer their 8th consecutive loss.
I had some stats here on Tarkenton. Here it is, Irv. 26 of 43 today for 262 yards for the Vikes. We're going to show you one of the receptions right now. Chuck Foreman makes a nice catch. Tarkenton dancing for room right here. You can see him. He buys time as well as any quarterback in the NFL. Now watch Foreman get in afterwards. That's the key to the play right there. 6. Middleton has given Bart Starr a lot of speed. Watch the burst here, a little bit of daylight. 29-yard run. Got to the Vike 3-yard line, and shortly after that, Middleton scored. They were tied at 7. But again, it was Tark coming back. Must win, as I said, for the Vikes. Hitting Rashad, 21-7 was the final in that game. I want to show you a controversial play in the Philadelphia-Dallas game. In effect, 2 football games down there. The Cowboys absolutely dominated the action in the first half. Then the Eagles regrouped and came on. Now here is Staubach going back, going to Newhouse over the middle. And Newhouse with a good catch and then a good run got down to the Philly 4. Newhouse from there went over from the 1-yard line for the touchdown for the Cowboys. It was 7-0. It was 14-0. Now the second half, and watch it turn around. Krepfle, the tight end, getting free, and Jaworski hits him. Now this is the play. They had a chance. The Eagles were trying to drive down to the Cowboys 40. Intentional grounding is called. Dick Vermeil can't believe it. 25 yards and penalties. Jaworski jumping up and down. And now, Irv, what do you think about that play?
You know, you have to look at the rule book very closely. At this year, the rule simply states that if a quarterback throws the ball away in an effort to keep from losing yardage, it's intentional grounding, regardless of whether or not a receiver is in the area or not. It's a slight modification of the rule this year.
All right, Irv, and the Los Angeles Rams have been stopped again. They have just punted, and New Orleans has taken over. And right now, let us send you back to San Francisco and Vin Scully. Vin?
Thank you, Brent. A halftime here at Candlestick Park in San Francisco. A wild first half. We've had block punts and fumble recoveries, and it is San Francisco 14 and Atlanta 7.
Along with Ken Stabler, this is Charlie Jones, Lynn Dawson, as we get set to start the second half. Let's go now to 7 seconds left in the first half. And here's what happened.
14-0 was the score, and they're on about the 1-foot line. And number 47, Sherman Smith, is the man who runs into a wall, and that is number 58, Monty Johnson. But he gets in just enough to score. They go ahead at halftime by an amazing score, 21-0. If you didn't believe it the first time, I'm going to show it to you once again.
But it only counts 6 points.
Right. They didn't score twice, but that's good hard running because they were up against a very stiff defense.
What has Oakland got to do in the second half to get back in the ballgame?
Hey, they've got to open it up now. They're 21 points down, and they're facing a team that is really going after them offensively. They've got to go out and put the ball in the air. They're not doing anything running with the football. Take a look at the statistics of the first half. 29 yards rushing. We said that Seattle is going to have to do one thing, and that's shut down that running, particularly to the Oakland's left side. They did that. As a matter of fact, Van Egan, 12 yards the first half on 4 carries.
Now go down to the 4th line. Yes. Total yards. Oakland 100 yards. Seahawks 250. Then go to the last line. That is the giveaway. Oakland had possession 7 minutes 15 seconds. Seahawks had it 18 minutes 45 seconds. They had 2.5 times as much.
They had the ball in the first quarter, I think, about 6 offensive plays.
Now Seattle will be kicking off to open the second half. It'll be Efraim Herrera. It becomes very obvious that the opening series for the Oakland Raiders most important.
Well, no one had scored on Oakland in the first period so far this year. Seattle did. Seattle is an offensive team, and they'll go after you. Just like at the end of the half, they scored. A lot of teams with a 14-point lead would have been content not to put that ball up in the air, but to maintain the ball on the ground and run out the clock the first half. Seattle didn't play it that way. They wanted more points, which is really a great feeling offensively, thinking that no one's going to hold you back, that you're going to have the opportunity to score every time you get the football.
Herrera to start the second half. Joe Stewart, Arthur Whittington, the deep backs for the Raiders. Stewart at the 50, 25, 30. Returns to around the 33, maybe the 34-yard line, where the Oakland offense will go to work. For the Oakland Raiders, Ken Stabler is the quarterback. Whittington will stay in as Terry Robisky is out with a knee injury. Mark Van Egan will be the other running back. The wide receivers, Cliff Branch, Morris Bradshaw, Dave Casper, the tight end. That offensive line, Art Shell, Gene Upshaw, Dave Dalby, Mickey Marvin, Henry Lawrence.
I'm sure the coaches told that offensive line, we've got to get it in gear.
They come out running, Mark Van Egan. And he is wrestled down at the 36-yard line by Cornell Webster. It'll be second down and 8. We'll check that defense. Ernie Price, Dennis Boyd, Bill Sandefur, Bill Gregory up front. Sammy Green, Terry Beeson, Keith Butler, the linebackers. Peter Cronin has also been in the ballgame, as has Charles McShane. Cornell Webster, Dave Brown on the corners, Autry Beeman, John Harris at the defensive safeties. Oakland trailing 21-0. Slot right side, second and 8. Stabler to throw. He goes to Cliff Branch, and a flag goes down on the play.
Too high, you can't go outside
Autry Beeman is the man who made the tackle.
But where did he make the tackle? Above the shoulder pads, you leave them alone. You're not supposed to go upside the head. Take a look and see what happened on this play. Plenty of time to throw. Wide open, makes the catch. Right upset. No, you can't do that.
That's a no.
No, you can't go upside.
That's called a forearm shiver.
That's called a hurt, too.
And it's also called 15 yards.
That's right. That's one thing that Seattle doesn't need.
Well, we're having a little technical problem with our radio microphone for the referee, Don Wedge. It's a personal foul against Beeman. Now first down at the Seattle 43.
Screen.
Whittington. And he is dropped at the 45. You lose 2 on the play. It'll be 2nd and 12. Bill Sandifer was there.
Well, that was a good play by number 66, Bill Sandifer, because if you let that little back get loose, he's not really so little. He maybe, he's 180 pounds and he can run with authority inside. But they had Casper out there trying to free him with a block. It's a quick screen just outside. 65, you see him going out. But 87 was Casper getting the initial block, but 66, Bill Sandifer did a great job of the old shoestring tackle.
2nd and 12. Stabler's pass on target. Dave Casper, tight end. Peter Cronin makes the tackle.
Haven't seen much of number 87 today receiving the football, coming across the middle on a pattern that he loves. He gets a lot of company. You can see 59 Cronin following him all over the field, because they're well aware of Casper, but he's coming up short, about 3 yards short of the first down.
It'll be 3rd down. Casper's first reception of the ball game. And this is a man who had caught 25 for 355 yards before this afternoon. After today, we'll be at the halfway point, the end of the 8th weekend of this 16-game season. Here's Whittington inside the 30-yard line, has the first down. Now Arthur Whittington at SMU, 3rd all-time rusher. Ahead of him, Doak Walker and Kyle Rote.
Pretty good company there. Pretty good company. There's a good play by Stabler. He's looking for the first down. He's looking to move that football because he needs points now. He doesn't have to get him in a hurry. There's 12 minutes remaining in the 3rd quarter. He's got plenty of time to catch up. But he's got to score now.
He needs to get within 14, back in the ballgame.
Got to get in, because this is a very explosive Seattle offense.
Whittington in motion. Stabler looks to him, goes to it. 9.4 speed. Comes inside and is decked at the 25-yard line. Next time he'll go down the sideline. It's not so crowded.
You asked me in the first half, if a lone back is back there, what does he do? Well, this is not a screen pass. This is an outlet. He's looking downfield. The man he's looking for is not open, so he gets it out to number 22, Whittington. He knows he's out there. He's just standing waiting. That's his purpose in that particular play, is to stand out there, but maybe he'll cut to the outside.
Should he not go outside?
Well, I think he may the next time.
Because he draws a crowd in a hurry. 2nd down, 6.
But running against the grain is the way you pick up big plays, big yardage.
Stabler. Casper. Flag is down. Pass is incomplete. Flag dropped back at the 31-yard line. Autry Beeman had the coverage on Dave Casper. We had Dave Casper isolated. The number 2 scorer in the conference with 6 touchdowns.
Well, plenty of time for Stabler to throw, and what it is, he's well covered. It's an old out and up pattern. He's well covered, but Stabler feels number 87 is so good that I'm going to throw the ball up and give him an opportunity to outfight him or out jump him for the ball. Unfortunately.
Now, if the microphone works, here's the call. No. It, by the way, is a National Football League microphone. It's not the property of NBC. That's called a basic disclaimer.
We're not taking the blame for that, right?
Right. 2nd down. On those aging knees, he scrambles, throws, diving catch. 2 flags are down. Biletnikoff pulled it in around the 22-yard line, but now there were 2 markers down. Stabler has now completed his first 6 passes of the second half.
Well, he's, you know,
the one to Casper, of course, erased for the penalty.
That he did Kenny did an excellent job of getting out of the pocket. He'd waited and waited and waited in the pocket and got away from trouble, got outside of all the pursuit and the pressure, and he's able to see. That's the big point. Big point with, you know, in quarterbacking. See, he's about 6'2", and those defensive players are 6'5" and 6'6". He can't see anything now. So get out of there. Now he can see. Now he's got the whole field he can see. And he's a great thrower, and he finds Bolitnikov. Freddie can get up now if he wants to.
Now we're waiting on the call. He has not given the call. They are still in conference, and they keep moving back and forth. Once they place the ball, then we'll get the official call. It's going to be a first down, so the penalty is against the Seattle Seahawks.
What would you think?
This is Charlie Jones, Lynn Dawson, Kingdom, Arthur Whittington carries for Oakland, moving to the Seattle 24-yard line. Now here's the situation in the Kingdom. We have 10 minutes, 43 seconds, time remaining. We're in the third quarter. Seattle leading Oakland 21-0.
They did a great job. They controlled the ball game in the first half, offensively and defensively. Van Egan only had 12 yards rushing the first half.
61-yard touchdown drive, 29-yard touchdown drive, an 80-yard touchdown drive. 7 seconds left to go in the first half. Mark Van Egan carries for the Oakland first down. The Raiders getting right back in the middle of this ball game.
Mark saw something that he hadn't seen all afternoon. I'm talking about a little daylight. That's the first hole that he's had to run through all afternoon. He did 4 carries the first half, just 12 yards. Now, you can stop this man. You can stop him. You can stop him. But pretty soon, if he finds a little daylight, he's going to get through and gain some yardage. Good blocking by number 63, Gene Upshaw, and 78 Shell.
16-yard line, first down. Stabler's pass. Intercepted. John Harris has the football. On a tip. The rookie from Arizona State. His second interception of the year for the Seattle Seahawks, their 3rd interception of the ball game.
Well, you can't blame number 12 Stabler for this one because it's a delay pattern. He's delaying, coming underneath the coverage, and hits him right where he's supposed to. It hits his knee, and of all places, bounced straight up in the air. The only one there is the Seattle defensive man, John Harris, number 44. Talk about bad breaks. Oakland has definitely had them this afternoon.
Good break for Seattle, and it was a 9-yard return by John Harris.
Right there, hit his knee and bounced straight up in the air. He actually made a good one-handed catch.
So when we come back to play, the Seahawks will have the ball on their own 11-yard line, and they will have a first down. 9 minutes, 35 seconds, time remaining, third quarter. Bad break for the Oakland Raiders.
Really bad because they were moving the football and they needed to get a score. They needed to move in and get a score and change this football game around, change the momentum around. Now they're faced with a situation that is demoralizing to a degree, but that is not going to bother the Oakland Raiders. They've been through this many, many times.
Sherman Smith and Don Testament are the running back. Play action. Zorn pump fake, drops it off. Testament has it. Fakes his way. A super individual effort, taking Rob Martin with him. And a first down in round.
Oh, that was a great play by Zorn also, because with his faking, he was looking to go to number 87, who's blocking in there and going across the field. He's looking for him, but he's well covered. Now had the ability to pull it back in, not throw it. The man is covered. Then get it to 42 Testerman, who doesn't particularly want to come down. Big play.
Ready for this? For Testerman, his second reception of the year. His first one was for 0 yards.
Well, he wants to let them know that he can catch the football and get it to him more frequently.
Sherman Smith. John Matuzak makes the tackle along with Rod Martin. That offense for Seattle is Zorn at quarterback, Sherman Smith, Don Testman, the 2 running backs. David Sims has a sprained knee, out for the remainder of the ball game. Steve Largent, Sam McCullum, wide receivers, Ron Howard, the tight end, offensive line, Nick Bebout, Tom Lynch, John Yarno, Bob Newton, Steve August.
Putting the 3 wide receivers in the ball game, Charlie.
So Steve Rabel comes in, Smith comes out. 2nd and 6. Screen.
Nobody to screen to. He's got to go. He's got to run himself.
Flag is down. He will lose yardage on the play. I believe it was Testerman that he wanted to throw to in the screen. Testerman got knocked down.
It's good defensive play when the defensive man reads it's the screen. Don't let the screen man out.
The flags are flying back and forth. John Madden is helping the officials calling for a clip. See what the call officially is. It will be against the Oakland Raiders. They place the ball out at the 32-yard line. Defensive holding, and that carries with it an automatic first down.
Yeah, that's that back wanted to get out, and they wouldn't let him out. But unfortunately for Oakland, it looks like the officials saw it also.
Seattle, their own 32-yard line. That defense is John Matuzak, Mike McCoy, Pat Toomey up front, Ted Hendricks, Monty Johnson, Rod Martin, and Phil Villapiano. Linebackers are Lester Hayes, Monty Jackson, Charles Phillips, Jack Tatum in the secondary. Sherman Smith, 40-yard line, a gain of 8. Ted Hendricks and Rod Martin with the tackle.
Well, they're doing an excellent job of mixing up the plays. Screen passes, throwing the football, runs straight ahead, making Oakland play defense. Make them guess. That's the secret for a good offensive team, is make that defense guess what you're going to do. Don't let them dictate to you what you can do.
2nd and 2. 3rd quarter, 7 minutes, 20 seconds left to go in the period. Smith, first down, 45-yard line. Matuzak makes the tackle. One thing that the Seahawks continue to do, once they have possession, they hold on to that football for long periods of time.
Well, and that really is, they're doing that today, but in the past, they strike quickly. Here, they're maintaining possession of that line of scrimmage. When you're able to run like that and pick up yardage, you can do a lot of things offensively. That opens up the passing game. When you get a defense concerned about one thing, they're thinking about that, you're more apt to be able to be successful in some other area.
Zorn has shown play action on first down. He shows it again. Largent. Little stutter step, pushed out of bounds by Monty Jackson. Close to the first down. Let's see what the officials mark it. It will be a first down.
Hey, well, these two team up very, very well. Play action pass. He's coming out. This is a timing pattern. He started deep, and he's thrown. Remember I said earlier that he threw deep to number 80, Largent, that it was going to pay off later. It's paying off now because number 42, Monty Jackson, is giving him plenty of room out there. He was 4 or 5 yards off of him when he caught the football.
Largent, collegiate ball, Tulsa. In college, he led the nation for 2 years, junior and senior year, in touchdown reception. Now at the Oakland 45-yard line. Straight shot. Don Testament.
I'll tell you, they're ready to play offensively up there because number 51 is John Yarno, the center. And this is straight ahead. And he gets a good block on Sistrunk. You can't move him too far, but just give the back enough daylight to get through there so he isn't hit in the backfield.
Al Hunter comes in. Smith comes out. So it's Al Hunter and Don Testament, the 2 running backs. Zorn has completed 6 passes in a row. He is 10 of 15 in the ball game for 130 yards through the air. Testament gets the call again. He's got the first down. Otis Sistrunk with the tackle. Monty Johnson was also there along with Rod Martin.
Number 60, the nose guard, Otis Sistrunk. He's taking one side or the other. He's doing that. You have to generally when you're playing over the offensive center. But that good hard running by Seattle is picking up valuable yardage. They're moving that ball, and another thing, Charlie, they're keeping possession of it, and that clock is working in their favor.
And the man who started it all was John Harris with the interception back on the Seattle 11-yard line. Al Hunter. Tackle, Charles Filyaw.
He's about as big as the side of a building. You have to run around that man. That was a good job by the defensive unit of Oakland because they got penetration that time. That was a play out of the I formation where the back can run anywhere he wants on the field. But 2 or 3 defensive end got penetration and shut that play off.
Willie Brown comes in, 5 men in the secondary anticipating a pass. 3 wide receivers for the Seahawks. 2nd and 9, they give instead to Testament. And Don moves to the 26-yard line. It'll be 3rd down 3 as Matuzak and Villapiano were there for the Oakland Raiders. Boy, Testament's a tough runner.
Well, he's hard. He's big enough. He's a big, strong. They're talking about his great running ability. I'm sure he doesn't have the lateral mobility that Sims and Sherman Smith has, but you know, tough yardage. You want somebody that isn't going to dilly-dally. You want somebody who would say, hey, make up your mind and go.
He does that. 3rd down 3. Now, with 5 seconds on the 30-second clock, officially 4 seconds, Seattle takes the timeout. One of the problems that they've had, getting plays in and out and deciding what they're going to do. We've got a timeout on the field. 3:50. Time remaining. 3rd quarter, Seattle leads at 21-0.
That's my team, the New Orleans Saints. And I'm Bobby Scott. You probably know that New Orleans is famous for Mardi Gras and jazz. But maybe you've forgotten that it was the setting for one of the greatest American plays ever written. It's still here, the streetcar named Desire, that gave the name to Tennessee Williams' play. One of the characters in his play was a woman who was abused terribly and had nowhere to go. Today in New Orleans, she would. People here saw a problem, women battered and abused. So they went to the YWCA and the United Way. Now there's a model program that gives counsel and shelter to women who really need help. I'm not proud that we need this. It works here, and it works in your town too. Thanks to you, it works for all of us, the United Way.
The preceding announcement was brought to you as a public service by the National Football League. Hi, everybody. I'm Vin Scully, along with George Allen and Jim Brown. Fellas, I don't know whether they're calling plays or selling chances down there on the field, but the ball is really taking some wacky bounces.
Well, Vinny, we have a good game. We have 2 teams that it's vital they both win. The 49ers have picked up 149 yards rushing the first half. I like what they're doing with the 2 tight end offense. I think it counters the Falcon dogs. It gives O.J. a chance to run, and it gives the young quarterback better protection.
O.J. had a hand in it with 14-7 49ers. It looked like O.J.'s greatest run of the year, and for that matter, one of his biggest runs in a couple of years, only to have the ball fly out. What do you think of O.J. for the first half anyway, Jim?
Well, like I said, Vinny, I have a lot of sympathy for O.J. because he has a bad knee. But as a back myself who enjoyed a lot of success, I don't really like what I see. I feel that he's passive. I feel that the knee is bothering him, and I don't know what his goals can be. I don't know what he would really try to do now, because I don't think it's really going to get any better.
Do you think Bartkowski has had a reasonably good day? He is something like 6 out of 8 or 8 out of 10. However, he is not holding any long drives. The only Atlanta touchdown came when Rich Bias blocked a punt and carried it into the end zone. Can Bartkowski regroup and give Atlanta a long offensive drive?
I think he can, Vin. All touchdowns today have come out of the kicking game, some form of a break out of the kicking game. I think Steve's going to be a good quarterback. He just has to play, get experience. He reminds me a lot of Roman Gabriel when he first came up. He's a big, strong guy, and he has the long arm action. He's a little bit too deliberate right now. I like DeBerg's action. We talked about how quickly he gets rid of the ball. I think that's something that you have or you don't have.
Steve has to do, George, Steve has to get rid of the ball quicker. He has to deal with shorter passes. He doesn't seem to have the experience. I don't know why, because he's been around 2 or 3 years now. but I think he's got to go to the short passing game.
He hasn't, even though this is his third year, he hasn't played as much as the record shows. He was injured part of a year, and then this year he didn't start out. We had Jones in there as a quarterback.
Well, fellas, both clubs are back on the field. So let's go down and take a look at the second half. San Francisco and Atlanta, 14-7 San Francisco. O.J. Simpson might have changed it and added another 7, but he had one of those Mexican jumping beans go off in his hands, and while he was in the midst of a long run, it wound up with Atlanta recovering his fumble on the Atlanta 14. San Francisco will be kicking off, and going deep will be Dennis Pearson. He has Franklin to his right and Strong to his left, and the ball will be teed up and kicked off by Ray Wersching. 14-7 San Francisco. There's Dennis Pearson, number 81, a rookie out of San Diego State. He was a 5th-round draft choice. So we're ready, and here goes Ray Wersching's kick, and into the third quarter we go. Pearson will take it on his end zone, 1 yard deep, and he's out to the 15, to the 20, and down he goes with big number 52, Mike Balderson, riding his back and bringing him down for San Francisco.
Now, Vinny, this first series on offense for the Falcons is very important. We always stressed the second half, regardless of what that score is, the first series on offense and the first series on defense controls the second half.
All right, let's take a look at it. Rickman goes wide right. Francis goes wide left. Mitchell is the tight end on the left side, and Stanback on a wing, so Bean is all alone behind Bartkowski. And it's Bubba Bean, and he just bumped into people, and he fumbled the ball. Jimmy Webb and Paul Reisig were battling it out in the middle of the line, and as they were battling, Bean runs right into the confrontation. Watch for a moment now. Reisig is number 53. Bean will cut to his left, and Reisig is right there having a battle, and doesn't he bump right into it? And that busted that play up. Jimmy Webb, number 74, is the big kid for San Francisco who held up Reisig and refused to take the block. So it's 2nd and 9 from the 24. Play action fake to Bean, and Bartkowski, bam! Cedric Hardman coming in from one side and just hammered him along with Archie Reese.
Well, here's a play action pass, a good call, puts the ball into the fullback, into the remaining back. Now he's hesitating too long. Either the receiver is there or he isn't. You got to throw the ball or run with it. If you wait that long, you're going to be in trouble and get sacked.
And the trouble's name is Hardman. Cedric Hardman, 9 years out of North Texas State. He broke his ankle last year, but he's coming back nicely. 3rd and 13 from the 21. Bartkowski, no good. Intended for Wallace Francis, and it was Eddie Lewis over there who hit him and knocked him loose, and Bartkowski was knocked down.
Yeah, there's a delivery sack. Now watch Bartkowski get hit just as he throws the ball. Boom, that's a good lick right around the knees. They add up.
So John James will be punting to Anthony Leonard.
Number 25. Let's see if he gets down this punt again.
That's Strong. That's Ray Strong he's coming down. And fair catch by Anthony Leonard. And what Strong did, he was able to beat a rookie. Elliott Walker, job was to block Strong, and he just ran around Walker, and there was no return by Anthony Leonard. 14-7 San Francisco.
Kick off a big day of football action with NFL 78, followed by an NFL doubleheader in most areas. It all happens next Sunday on NBC. Check local listings for the games in your area. NBC Sports.
Open, Tillman, a touchdown. He was wide open, Merlin.
Following the fair catch by Anthony Leonard, San Francisco puts it in play 1st and 10 from its own 46 as Ray Strong of Atlanta came racing down the field for the 2nd time today.
Yes, he did, Benny. You know, he caused Leonard to make a fair catch that Leonard shouldn't have made because the time before he put such a great tackle on Leonard.
Again, Jim, you need 2 men on a a guy like that. He's too quick.
1st and 10 from the 46 of San Francisco. Solomon is wide left. And it'll be Bob Farrell inside an O.J. block, but not in time. The block by O.J. was on Frank Reed, but McCartney came up to make it.
Man-for-man blocking. Cuts back.
Coach, you know something about trying to get a back like O.J. to do a lot of blocking. That's not very realistic, actually. Thoroughbreds do not pull milk carts. What you laughing at, Vinny?
I can hear some of the other backs here in that line. 2nd and 8, and here comes O.J., and there goes O.J.
This is a big series. They have great field position here. If they could get down there and get a score, even kick a field goal, that gives them control of the ball game. Very important series for the 49ers.
You know something, Coach? When you run O.J., I think you should use a lot of option blocking. In other words, let him bow back, take the men wherever they want to go, and let him pick his hole. He's fantastic at that.
Most good runners are, Jim. That's the characteristic. Larry Brown was that way.
Yes, he was.
That way. Gail Sayers was
So
that
was
way.
Jim Brown.
So.
Thanks, Vinny.
3rd and 8 from the San Francisco 48. Play action fake to Farrell, rushed by Merrow, and it was Jeff Merrow who rushed it, and there's a flag as Jackson went flying through. Ernie Jackson, number 30, might have grabbed Ken McAfee.
Well, you can see that they're watching O.J. wherever he goes. That's what they always do, and they give you great respect.
Well, we always taught our defense, if you feel a back slipping through, ground him, and that's what they did. Even though he doesn't have the ball, ground him. They don't call it very much.
Defensive holding, number 50, 1st down.
DeBerg was on the ground again. He was hit. Boy, these quarterbacks, Vinny, are spending a lot of time on the delivery sacks today.
And on the concrete of AstroTurf, which makes it a painful way to spend the day. 1st and 10 on the Atlanta 47. Solomon left. Yeah, Paul Seal and Ken McAfee are the tight ends. Here comes O.J. trying to hurdle. Doesn't get much.
Still going with the 2 tight end offense.
What is it they say O.J. makes? $700,000 a year?
I think it's a little more than $700,000, Vinny.
Oh, my goodness.
Vinny, what are you talking?
Well, he's carried the ball 9 times for 65 yards. He scored a touchdown, and he had a big fumble that was recovered by Atlanta.
But always remember one thing, he has a bad knee.
2nd and 7 from the 46. DeBerg going out. They set up a little screen for Solomon, and they slipped and fell at the 35-yard line. So Freddie Solomon with the dancing feet gets it for the 1st down.
Good call, quick screen, and watch 71 Keith Fawnhorst get out there and throw a block. Right there. And then Solomon cuts in behind. Good execution. Takes a lot of hustle and the right angle for that tackle to get out there and block.
1st and 10, the ball just shy of the Atlanta 35. It's 14-7 San Francisco, and McCauley wants another touchdown. DeBerg on a draw to O.J. Simpson, but he is grabbed from behind and spun down.
Now, this is a good play when you have a great back, because the draw play can really go for a lot of yardage. He has a chance to pick his hole, accelerate, and go, but unfortunately there wasn't that much there on this particular draw play.
2nd and 7 on the Atlanta 32. Wilson Famina comes out to get a breather. Bailey is back in there, number 72, and here come the 49ers. Solomon goes wide left, and Bob Farrell is hammered by Yates. Jeff Yates, number 79, submarined that play nicely and brought him down.
34 defense, quick count for the 49ers. Now we're 3rd and 7.
Yates, of course, is filling the shoes of Claude Humphrey, who was our guest last week in Atlanta. Meanwhile, Ray Wershing, who has kicked 6 out of 7 field goals, although he does not do well from 40 yards or more out. In fact, from 40 yards or more out, his career average is well below the NFL average. 3rd and 7 from the 32. San Francisco on a drive. DeBerg rolling right with Farrell out in front, and Pennywell shoved him out of bounds.
Good call. All that rush inside is wasted. Real good call. Sprint out, gives him the option of running or passing. Here, nobody forces, so he runs the football, gets the first down.
He did indeed. He'll take it inside the 25-yard line to the Atlanta 24.
Beautiful.
They needed 7. He got 8. So it's 1st and 10. Robert Pennywell, who has been all over the field, was the man to shove him out. And I mean, he gave him a shove, tried to push him in the bay. 1st and 10. Robert Pennywell. Added Charles Dickens, I'm sure. Paul Seal is wide right. Freddie Solomon left. Farrell and O.J. And a slow draw. My goodness, what kind of a draw was that? Michelangelo took that long to draw the Sistine Chapel.
I'll tell you, Vin, there's a flag on the field, but there was a miscue from the center. The center was a little off on his snap.
Well, we've had several of those today.
You could illustrate War and Peace if that's your draw play. It took so long to develop. Well, we've had a lot of mistakes and fumbles, but it seems to add spice. You take a look at a very young line for San Francisco. And the fellow who appeared to make a lot of moves was Walt Downing.
Offense, right side, number not reported.
Well, the number is 62, we believe, and that's Walt Downing, a rookie out of Michigan, who, by the way, is a 2nd-round draft choice for San Francisco. They're really high on him. So it's 1st and 15 as Solomon goes wide right. Seal is on the left side, McAfee on the right. Play action to Farrell, set up a screen for Solomon, but he's pulled down, and the fellow who's sorry about it all is Roland Lawrence. Roland Lawrence, number 22, went flying by trying to knock his head off, and he missed him.
Same quick screen, Vinny, and what the Falcons are doing, they're overshifting to Simpson's side. In other words, they don't figure Simpson's going to carry the ball weak side, or he's going to be a blocker back to the weak side. They're overshifting, so if he runs the ball, he has to run the ball into the strength of the defense.
Well, they lost a yard, so it's 2nd and 11 from the Atlanta 25. Second man is O.J., and look at all the Falcons flying around him. McClain and Pennywell, and at the very bottom was Lawrence, who got a lick in. And O.J. is stacked up. What has O.J. done today? Well, that's the 11th time that he has carried the ball. He had 69 yards before he handled the leather that time, and he has rushed for 70 yards, so better than 6 yards a carry. That's a nice day for a $700,000 running back.
It's a good day, Vinny.
He has scored 1 touchdown from 14 yards out. 3rd and 11 from the 25. And O.J. on a wing. DeBerg getting a pretty good block by Farrell, and throws and completes it to Elmo Boyd, and Boyd is knocked out of bounds inside the Atlanta 10-yard line. Elmo Boyd, a 1-year man out of Eastern Kentucky.
Again, I like what he's doing. He's sprinting out, getting away from the rush, buying time to throw. And he drills a stop pattern, which is a tough pattern to defense. First down.
All right, watch the value of a good block. I mean, a good back. He goes out and he occupies Pennywell totally. Pennywell is not going to worry about anyone else. That is probably one of the reasons that pass was completed.
1st and goal on the Atlanta 8-yard line. That was a 17-yard pickup on that pass to Elmo Boyd. Second man, O.J., trying leg action, which was the only thing he had working for him then, because he just ran into a pile.
And you know something, Vinny, that's not really O.J.'s style. I mean, he's trying to give dedication there because he knows there wasn't a hole, and normally he doesn't run that way at all.
Well, it'll be 2nd and goal from the 6. Of course, this Atlanta ball club is murdered down close. They put on a magnificent goal line stand last week against Detroit, remember?
Yes, they did, Vinny, and also against the Rams.
And Lehman Bennett exhorting them from the sidelines to do it again. 2nd and goal from the 6. Solomon wide right. Simpson and Farrell behind DeBerg. And it'll be Farrell And Farrell is inside the 5 to about the 4 or maybe the 3. You know, come to think of it, in seeing Farrell play, Greg Boykin started the game, and we haven't seen him after the first series of plays.
I like Greg Boykin. Joe Thomas made a good trade to get Greg Boykin from the Saints. He's going to be a good back.
Well, I like Farrell right now. That's probably why Boykin's on the bench.
He's, well, it's not as if he's hurt. He's standing up with his hands behind his back, just taking in the proceeding.
But DeBerg is doing a good job with this Atlanta defense, Vinny.
Yes. 3rd and goal on the 4. Remember, it was 1st and goal from the 8. Solomon wide right. DeBerg rolling right, going to be hit by Greg Brazina. 11-year man out of the University of Houston. Greg Brazina comes up with a big sack.
Well, anytime you turn your back down there, you got to get rid of that ball, because you always like to dog the backside off a play action, because it's difficult to pick up and block, and it's a wonder he didn't fumble. He could have fumbled that football.
Yes, see, now a young quarterback wouldn't really realize that. It's going to take him a while to understand what you just said, Coach.
Well, this ought to be a chip shot for Ray Wershing, and from this distance, he is 3 for 3 this year. The ball will be spotted at the 20 by Scott Bull. You remember he ran for a touchdown. The spot and the field goal attempt is no good. And so Ray Wershing misses what appeared to be a cinch. A 6-year veteran who went to school right here at Cal. In fact, in 1971, he had a tryout with the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh, that hurts.
Charlie Jones, Lynn Dawson, Dave Stern, our producer, Barry Stoddard, our director. Boy, they're doing a super job.
They really are. Everything.
And by the way, congratulations to all of our cameramen and slow motion disc operators, Vidifun operators. Tremendous crew here.
I want to say hello to my cousin.
All right, back to football. 3rd down 3. 26-yard line of Oakland. Zorn rolls, throws, pass is complete, and a flag is down. Testerman pulled it in. Monty Jackson was there for the defense in the conference.
We seem to be having a lot of penalties here.
Offensive pass interference.
Zorn had to throw that, I think, underneath the Stork, 83. That Hendricks was coming in there.
Well, that's
no way
right.
he could throw over.
Ted 6'7", 220. No, go underneath, right?
They get into a lot of passing situations Oakland likes to bring. Can you read lips?
I believe he said number 87, Ron Howard.
Well,
the tight end. That's a guess. We pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC television network.
This is Channel 5, KING TV, Seattle.
This is Charlie Jones, Lynn Dawson, 3:42 time remaining, 3rd quarter in the Kingdome. Upset working, Seattle 21, Oakland nothing. 3rd and 13, quarterback draw, 3rd time. He has called this play, and it has worked all 3 times. Jack Tatum makes a tackle. I started to say gutsy call, but it came from the sideline, didn't it?
That's right. As you said, this is the 3rd time that he's called this play. It's a quarterback draw. Now he goes back. The backs get out of there, hoping to get the linebackers out into pass coverage. Now the great running ability of Jim Zorn comes to be. But, you know, the thing is, the more you run, the more times you expose that body to being punished. And there are some defensive people back there that do not like quarterbacks running with the football.
4th down and 1 at the 24-yard line. 2 tight ends. Actually, 4th down about 1.5 yards. It's a long one. We've got flags. Oakland jump. They may have been pulled. Let's wait and see. Testerman carries, and he is close to the 1st down. Does not have it by a large margin. If he has it at all, offsides Oakland, it'll be a 1st down.
Very good call by Jim Zorn. I say call because what he did, he changed his cadence down there. He altered it. Took longer for the ball to come. You see Matuzak to Tuzak is moving. You can see that the 2 of the defensive men of Oakland moved on the play. But he's changing his cadence, his rhythm, which is generally veteran quarterbacks will do that, and you don't find that too often in a young quarterback. But I think that this young Jim Zorn is maturing rather rapidly.
He's a young veteran, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
He's a good one. 19-yard line of Oakland, 1st down. 2 minutes, 44 seconds, time remaining. Third quarter. Seattle 21, Oakland nothing, and here come the Seahawks again. Goes deep. It is incomplete. Largent, 6-yard line. Monty Jackson had the defensive coverage. It'll be second down back at the Oakland 19-yard line. And where are we isolated? On the cornerback, Monty Jackson.
All-Pro number 42, Monty Jackson. He's got his hands full with number 80, Largent. Good move there. Gets right up to him. Now the ball is on the way because the timing is excellent. But that is great coverage. The ball is thrown high, and Jack Tatum coming in.
He always is there, isn't he? He's always around.
Hey, that's his territory. You get in the middle, you're going to run into number 32, Jack Tatum.
Monty Jackson with an interception in the first half and a 24-yard return. Second down and 10. Flags are down. Sherman Smith.
Testerman moved before the snap of the ball. It'll be 5 yards against Seattle.
Now I've got a question. First half we had very few penalty flags until the last couple of minutes. And all of a sudden the second half it's flag day again. What causes that?
Well, Oakland is 21 points down for one thing, and they've got to make things happen. When you do that, you get over anxious sometimes and make mistakes that you ordinarily would not make.
Illegal motion. That's the call. Don Testerman, number 42, with the illegal motion that Lynn picked up.
He's moving right there, just a fraction before the count. I said that Zorn did a great job of changing the cadence on that fourth down situation. Good thing that he didn't do it to his men.
It'll be second and 15. The Oakland 24-yard line. Point of reference, they are within field goal range for Herrera. Incomplete at the 11. Steve Rabel almost had a sensational grab. It was low. Couldn't quite pull it up.
And I might add that it's good that it was low, because if he doesn't catch it, generally that ball is not going to pop and tip in the air and give a defensive man an opportunity to intercept it. But he's getting some pretty good pressure. Ted Hendricks faking. Now he's coming, but he's getting pressure from the outside from John Matuzak right there.
That's pressure.
Well, you feel it. You know, you don't look at the man, but you feel it. You see the ball is thrown low.
But you're right. That's the only spot it could be caught without any problems from the defense. Third down, 15. Sherman Smith is the lone remaining back. 3 wide receivers. Zorn scrambles. His specialty. Look at that. Now he throws. Almost intercepted. He was trying the same kind of a pass to Sherman Smith. Kind of low and away on the outside corner. Good defensive play.
We said before the show that these are young, lively knees. I'm talking about his legs. And he adds a dimension. He getting away from these people. He's got good speed, so he can run away from 76, McCoy. Now he's throwing it down and out, low, so that if his man doesn't get it, chances are that no one else would get it. But Monty Johnson almost came up with that football.
42-yard field goal attempt by Herrera. He has split the uprights 3 of 8 times this year. It is up. It is up. Herrera for 42 yards out. It is Seattle 24. Oakland nothing. 2:16 left to go. Third quarter.
Well, the Rams had a little mix-up. They called a timeout. Pat Hayden has returned to the huddle. 29 seconds remaining in this quarter, as we have a first down from the 32 as Isaiah Robertson impatiently watching from the sideline. He has not played thus far. He walked out on Friday, came back to the ball club on Saturday, suited up, but Brzezinski's gone all the way. Here is McCutcheon on a first down. And McCutcheon drags people with him close to the 25-yard line. One thing about the Rams, when you take Capoletti, McCutcheon, and Bryant, you've got to hit them low. They'll just take you with them.
On the last play, the key to the success of that play was Capoletti. He dogged Joe Fetterspiel. Fetterspiel came through there in good shape, but he got a key block on him. The running back ran inside McCutcheon and got a nice gain on the play, but it was only due to the fact that Capoletti made a great block.
There it is again, as Hank describes it. Here he comes. Look at that block on number 58. That's the end of the third quarter with the score. The New Orleans Saints 3, the Los Angeles Rams 3. We now pause for a word from your local station.
Ray Wersching missing that field goal and a bad snap from center coach.
Benny, the snap was way to the right. The holder had to reach over, and it bothered Wersching. That's why he kicked it to his right.
So Atlanta, with their backs to the wall, have suddenly taken over 1st and 10 on their own 20-yard line, but they're still 7 points down. And Stanback will run into a group and maybe get a yard or two. It is still 14-7 San Francisco. We have 5:58 to go in the third quarter.
I like Bunce, Benny. I think he's going to be a good one.
By the way, Ray Strong, whom we've seen so well on kickoffs and punts, Strong has now come into the Atlanta backfield.
NFL action begins next Sunday with the NFL Today, followed by a full slate of regional games. USA. You saw it on CBS Sports.
It is 2nd and 8 for Atlanta on the Falcon 22-yard line. Ed Gallagher shaken up for San Francisco. Willie McRae takes over for him. Ray Strong is the up back, spelling Bubba Bean. And they'll give it to Stanback. And Stanback is out across the 30 and almost to the 35. Eddie Lewis finally hit him and dropped him, or he might have really picked up a sizable chunk.
Now we really want to look at Eddie Lewis make this tackle, because Stanback gets out. The blocking is good. It's now a one-on-one situation, man to man. Stanback made a couple of moves, but Lewis made a great tackle. That's how you do it, right, Coach?
That's good open field tackle. Sureness. Go for the legs.
Eddie Lewis, a 3-year man out of Kansas. 1st and 10 from the Atlanta 34. It's 14-7 San Francisco. Bartkowski to Stanback, and there in the backfield on top of him. The first man is Joe Harris, your old friend, Coach, and the second is Archie Reese.
They dogged right where the play went. The back didn't have a chance. Haskell didn't have a chance.
You know something, Coach? Bartkowski is not really throwing on 1st down, is he?
No, he isn't. I was thinking that earlier, that he's going to have to put the ball up in a running situation to get a big play.
You know, we're talking about emotion. Joe Harris has a little extra emotion going today. After all, he went to school at Georgia Tech.
Right.
2nd and 11 from the 32. Ricky Patton is in there with Ray Strong. Bartkowski broken up by Eddie Lewis, intended for Alfred Jackson, and there are flags all over the field.
Well, the defender, you'll see, had good position, inside position right here. Now watch him come up the inside and reach over and knock it down.
Didn't look like he did anything wrong.
That was a funny play, wasn't it, Coach?
Yeah. Let's see what he did that was so wrong, at least on the replay. So it's 1st and 10 on the Atlanta 48.
That's that incidental contact again.
Here comes Ricky Patton, and he gets across midfield. Patton had a couple of rather electrifying runs last week against Detroit. This is the receiver, Alfred Jackson. Now keep an eye on him. He's a rookie out of Texas with great speed. There is Lewis with him. Now you show me where something was done wrong. Only thing was down around the ankles, but they were both going after the ball.
Can't call that.
Well, they did. Though it is 2nd and 6. A 20-yard pass penalty is the way that thing figured out.
Good defense.
2nd and 6 from the San Francisco 48. Bartkowski got his man, and it's Alfred Jackson.
There.
All right, isolation on Jackson. This is what you call great timing. The ball is on its way before Jackson makes his move. Bartkowski gets an A for that play.
That's it. That's what you like to see. That's probably the first pass we've had like that today. The ball was in the air while the receiver made his break. The defense can't break up a pass like that.
In pro ball, coach, you've got to be able to do that.
Precision passing.
1st and 10 on the San Francisco 42. Remember now, Bartkowski started on his own 20-yard line. Let's see if he puts it up. 1st down, and he's going to. Down the right side, and bobbled and knocked out. And a reception, however, by Alfred Jackson.
Real good call. He split. He got a little jam, but not enough. The ball was thrown up high. He had it. Fumbled it when he went out.
Chuck Christ hit him as hard as he could, but a good reception by Jackson, who has been very pivotal on this drive.
You see what that missed field goal has done now, Vinny?
And how?
Giving them new life.
And you see what happens when you pass on 1st down and mix it up.
Yeah, you mixed up the pattern is right, Jim. 1st and 10 on the San Francisco 23. Strong, Ray Strong, darting inside the 20-yard line. Jimmy Webb making the tackle. On this drive, remember the field goal went awry, a combination of a bad snap and the kick never got there. And then Atlanta taking over on its own 20. And the biggest play was that pass penalty that picked up 20 yards that kept the drive alive. And Lehman Bennett hoping to see his Falcons tie it up on this drive. 2nd and 4 on the 17. Stand back on a wing, and Bean directly behind Bartkowski. And it's Bubba bumping into a rookie lineman. He bumped into Mike Ken, number 78, and that slowed him down. It was his own left tackle. Seattle, how about this? I guess anything can happen when you have 2 left-handed quarterbacks. Seattle 24, Oakland nothing.
And that game's up in Seattle.
Yep. Well, of course, we saw probably the most exciting game we've done this year was up there when they upset Minnesota.
29-28.
What a game. 3rd and 2 from the San Francisco 15. Strong is back in there with Patton, and they're going with Patton, and he's not going to make it. Ricky Patton, trying to get outside, is knocked back to the 20. Now what do you do, George?
You got to go for 3 points.
Yep, Mazzetti's coming in.
Too much time left. That particular play, the quick pitch wide, 3rd and 2. Here it is. Gives the defense a chance to get across and penetrate and break it up. I'd rather go straight ahead, try to get that yardage and go wide.
John James will hold for Tim Mazzetti, who just joined the club last week. He hasn't tried a field goal, and the spot is on the 27. It's a 37-yard field goal attempt. No good. It's blocked as it squirts into the end zone. And what about that pass from center?
A low snap. A low snap and a low kick. Let's see it again.
Watch this. Yep.
On the ground, a line drive kick.
Was a ground ball snap and a line drive kick, and they're both pitching no-hitters in that department. It's San Francisco 14, Atlanta 7.
15 minutes left to play in this one, and there's a stat that I think shows the problem the Rams have been having today. They made a lot of mistakes and come at a very inopportune time. We start the 4th quarter. 2nd and 4. Capoletti, and Capoletti is not going to get the 1st down. They come to a 3rd down. Fetterspiel making the stop. Hank, I just said a moment ago, I'm really surprised how low scoring this game is.
Well, a team that's won 7 games in a row, you know, they're going to be very cautious and very deliberate, and they want to make sure they keep the string going. On the other hand, the New Orleans Saints want to do everything they possibly can to stay in the race. They've got some patched up people up front. They want to make sure they don't make a lot of mistakes. So both of them are playing very conservatively and justifiably so.
Well, the Rams have 260 yards in total offense. Hayden rolling out, throws. He trapped it. I don't believe he caught it. There's a flag on the play. Now, wait a minute.
There's a flag on the play. Now, what they call, I don't know.
On that ED rule, a completion on that pass? It's holding. It doesn't matter anyway, but that would have been quite a catch. It looked like he may have trapped the ball. The official was holding the spot at the 17, so that was a completed pass, but they're going to bring it back.
That was the second rollout that Hayden's been involved with in this game so far. Watch, he rolls to his right. Fetterspiel is pursuing from the inside out.
75. How about him? Do you think that's a hold right there?
Williams, I think, is the guy who they call it on, and Elois Grooms really did a great job of out-containing the play.
Holding, number 75, offense, repeat third down.
Well, that's a 9th penalty against. Look at that face mask, would you, that he wears? This game here, I don't think. You sure of that? Are we absolutely sure that Seattle's leading 24-0?
Isn't that incredible? They're playing in Seattle. Anything can happen there.
Boy, that's incredible. Anyway, that's a 9th penalty against the Rams. Hayden back trying to pick it up. And he goes to the big tight end, Terry Nelson. And Nelson is very close to the first down as he's wrestled down.
You knew they had 7 defensive backs. They have a stunt. They expect the 4 linemen to rush the passer, but they want to get their tight end on number 89, and they do that. I should say 49. They do that, and is very close to the first down.
Ralph McGill is 49, who was in there with 5 defensive backs.
They made the first down.
How about that? They come from that penalty, and on one play, they get it back in a hurry. You know, prior to that last play, the Rams had 260 yards in total offense. New Orleans had only 71. Attendance today, 47,576. Beautiful afternoon for football.
If you're not careful, though, you play the game with a fear of losing rather than trying to win.
First down. In motion comes McCutcheon. Hayden on the first down's got the protection. Now it's breaking down, and he fumbles the ball. And who's got it? The Saints. The New Orleans Saints have recovered the football. You know, the protection was there, Hank, and all of a sudden it broke down. What a mad scramble for the football.
Yeah, watch, he's got a double wing formation on one side and only one back remaining. He's got plenty of time to throw. Watch, he's a little deliberate.
That's Don Reese that spun him around.
Yes.
And coming up with the ball, number 57, Jim Merlo. The Saints have the football.
2 of the big games next week on NBC. San Diego at Oakland and Denver at Seattle. Joe Stewart and Arthur Whittington are deep as Herrera will be kicking off from the 35-yard line. Time of possession on that last drive by Seattle, 7 minutes and 19 seconds.
Oh,
Whittington.
That's tough on an offense. I'm talking about Oakland's offense, to sit around there and wait that long to get that football.
Whittington returns to the 22-yard line. 15 yards on the return. Cornell Webster made the tackle. Now in the ball game, Seattle has been on offense 3-1 in time of possession of the Oakland Raiders.
That's the game. You know, if you're on the field and have the football, the other team cannot score.
Oakland from their own 22-yard line. First down, Stabler, 10 of 17, 94 yards. But Kenny has been intercepted 3 times. Mark Van Egan, 22 yards, 6 carries. Total rushing yardage, only 46 yards for Oakland. Screen, intercepted. 4th interception of the ball game for Seattle.
I don't believe that.
Bill Gregory. Talk of infiltrating a screen.
He's saying, look what I found. Stabler threw the ball right to him. It was a screen pass. Number 77, Bill Gregory. That's what I mean about standing on the sidelines for so long and getting into the ball game. You get anxious. And here you got Van Egan trying to get out in the screen. He doesn't. He gets popped by 77 Gregory, and Kenny throws the ball right to him. I get when things go wrong, they go wrong.
And when they go right, they go right. Depends on which side of the television set you're sitting on.
I've been there. I've done that before. I throw that ball on a screen pass, throw it to that offensive or defensive lineman. I told him I didn't think he had very good hands, but he proved me wrong.
At the Oakland 13-yard line, first down Seattle. Sherman Smith, maybe a yard, if that much. Otis Sistrunk was there.
You just got through talking about time of possession. You know, they had to play, what they have it, 10 seconds?
That's about it.
Now it's back to the people in blue, and they're on about the 13-yard line, threatening to win again.
No gain, 2nd and 10. Minute 35, time remaining, 3rd quarter in the Kingdome. It is Seattle 24 and threatening. Oakland nothing, and Kenny Stabler has been intercepted. Look at that, 19 times.
You don't think Zorn would go to that quarterback draw again, was he?
He's been there 3 times. Fires, tipped, incomplete.
Oh.
Charles Phillips. Oh, that was a quick
That
6.
was 6 points, unless Zorn might have had the speed to run him down, but that was 6 points. He was trying to throw the ball to 83. Rabel. It's a timing pattern. And 47 Charles Phillips played this ball very, very well. Villapiano coming in, putting some pressure on, but he had plenty of time throwing the ball down and out. Right there, mister. He gets his hands on that ball cleanly. He's straight up the sideline. Nothing, but it used to be grass, but now nothing with this carpet in front of him.
3rd down and 10, 13-yard line. Zorn has missed the last 4 in a row after completing 6 in a row.
Here
it is. You're right. But this time they were waiting to lose a couple. It'll be 4th down and 12. Herrera will come in with a field goal attempt.
The reason that didn't work is because number 41, Villapiano, is coming for the middle of your screen right there. He's blitzing. 83, the Stork. Ted Hedrick's coming also and shutting off that play. They weren't going to give him any time to throw, and they were looking for that play.
From the 22-yard line, an attempt of 32 yards on the field goal. Herrera 1 for 1 from 42 yards out just moments ago. A minute and a half ago. It is good. It is Seattle 27 and Oakland nothing. Herrera now with field goals of 42 and 32 yards. 39 seconds left to go in the quarter.
This is Vin Scully along with George Allen and Jim Brown from Candlestick Park. It's 14-7 San Francisco. Each club has just dodged a field goal bullet, and the 49ers now put it in play 1st and 10 from their own 20. That's Paul Seal shaking himself loose wide left. O.J. Simpson in a slot. Bob Farrell is the running back, and Farrell grabbed by Brezina, and down he goes. On that last drive, Jim, is there any one play you think that caused Atlanta to sputter and finally stop?
Yes, very definitely. On the 2nd down play, when Bubba Bean ran that ball, he did not run the ball the way he should have. He was fooling around behind the line of scrimmage. He ran into his own man. That caused the drive to fail.
What about you, George?
Well, I thought the 3rd and 2, I'd rather go straight ahead with man-for-man blocking.
All right, 2nd and 7 from the San Francisco 23. DeBerg play action fake to Farrell. Intended for number 85, Paul Seal, the tight end. And DeBerg really took a lick.
Here's a delivery sack now. Here's a delivery sack. He did a heck of a job to get it off. Good fake. Now watch. Full force. That's why the ball was thrown short.
Steve DeBerg really took some licks last week against New Orleans. That must be awful. After you've been kicked around, you come right back and get some more of it.
But you know what, Jim? He was not sacked against the Rams. The Rams did not sack him once.
So Scott Bull, who you remember came out of the hole and ran 15 yards for a touchdown. Actually, he ran about 23 yards, but the line of scrimmage was the 15. Bull will take over for DeBerg.
He's all right. He'll be back.
Steve DeBerg, 2-year man out of San Jose State. Scott Bull, a 3-year man at Arkansas. And it is 3rd and 7 from the 23. And he fumbled, but he fell on it. So his first play, he fumbled.
That's what happens. That's what happens when you put in a new quarterback. His rhythm, his cadence, everything is different.
He's had quite a day. He's touched the ball twice. He's run for a touchdown and dropped it the other time.
But at least he got the ball, so that's a plus.
By the way, that's the 4th San Francisco fumble. They've lost 2 and recovered 2. Time running out in the 3rd quarter. That went flying by.
Let's time this punt.
Mike Connell will be kicking from the 10. Billy Rickman is all alone. And the gun as the 3rd quarter had ended. And Billy Rickman will not have a chance to do anything with it.
So that's the end of the third quarter with the score San Francisco 14, Atlanta 7. We now pause for a word from your local station.
Well, a big opportunity now for the Saints after the fumble recovery on the sack by Don Reese from the 22. They have it. 3-3 our score. 13.5 minutes left in this game. Archie Manning going to throw on first down. He gets it off to Muncy, and Muncy was out of bounds. It will not count. He did have both feet in. That's one of the few times he's thrown to the backs here this afternoon.
Yeah, and they'll be open anytime you want to throw to them, really, because the linebackers are really tough, geared to the run, and especially on the other side with Brzezinski. On first down, they ought to, I don't know how well they could cover Chuck Muncy or Tony Galbraith on a play action situation, especially on the early downs. That time he was wide open.
Well, they might catalog that and use it again. Second down, 10. Tinker Owens at the bottom of the screen. Ike Harris to the top. This crowd not happy about that fumble. And here comes Jack Youngblood. Now, was he drawn out? I got to believe he was, the way he came across there. Let's see.
Youngblood is indicating that an offensive lineman moved, but I don't think he did. I think he just anticipated the call.
He may have just tried to convince the officials that that happened.
Yes. Oh, it was against the Saints. I thought... Oh, yeah, there it is, Robert Woods. He's the one that moved prematurely.
I tell you, our crew doing a heck of a job today showing some of those plays. There was an example of it. Woods just moved an eyelash, and that's all you got to do.
False start, number 64, offense, second down.
I'm sorry, it was LaFari, 64. Looked like Woods.
Yes, it did.
I think they made a mistake because that's 65 that's playing that spot. It was Woods. Second down now, 15. Manning complete to Muncy, but he doesn't go anywhere. He loses a yard. Jack Reynolds made sure of that. Tell you, had he not made that tackle, it looked like Muncy had a little running room, but Hacksaw, the middle linebacker, was there. Seattle's just pouring salt to the wound this afternoon as far as the Raiders are concerned. 27-0. How do you shut out the Oakland Raiders?
That's hard to believe.
Herrera just kicked a 32-yard field goal in that game. You know, Seattle last week got behind 28-0 to Green Bay, came fighting back. 5 defensive backs are in now for the Rams on a 3rd and 16.
Blitz.
And is almost intercepted.
Well, that was a blitz, and Archie read it right. Henry Childs didn't see the ball coming quickly enough. It was almost intercepted, but it was a good read by Archie Manning.
Nolan Cromwell's the guy that almost picked it up.
See, the linebacker's coming. The tight end should be wide open, which he was, but he threw it. It looked like either behind Henry or else Henry didn't locate the ball. One of the two.
The wrong shoulder. It was coming over his wrong shoulder. He looked one way, the ball went the other. So now Blanchard will have to kick from the goal line. Wallace is back deep. He didn't hit that one very well. It's a line drive kick. Wallace to the 40, and he's to the 36-yard line. Jackie Wallace hit by Don Schwartz, the rookie out of Washington State. They're going to mark it at just outside the 36-yard line. And now the Rams, who are trying to keep their unbeaten string alive here in the Coliseum. They've won 11 straight since 1976. Now have an opportunity. That was only a 38-yard kick by Blanchard.
You know, either team has run a draw play with any degree of success or a play-action quick screen.
Whoa! Look out! Boy, that was 6 points, and Pat Hughes picked that one off. You talk about a matter of seconds and inches.
I thought he intercepted the ball. He was coming in nicely at the right angle, but just missed it. A beautiful play by Pat Hughes. Look at it. Look at it. Boy, that'd have been a big scorch mark down the right sideline had he caught that ball.
You know what messed that up was Waddy kind of reached out and grabbed him when he went by, or Hughes would have had 6 points. 2nd and 10. I'll bet you Ray Malavasi stopped breathing for a moment. 2nd down 10 from the 36.5. Here's Campbelletti, fumbles the ball. Guess who's got it? Pat Hughes. And Hughes, who's just all over the place, brings it out to the 33, and the Rams continue to turn the ball over.
Here's a play they like to run. Joe Fetterspiel coming over. Derlin Moore, 74. Pat Hughes turning it inside. There you see Tommy Myers in the play. The ball is jarred loose, and Pat Hughes recovers the fumble.
4th and 9 on the 21-yard line of San Francisco. San Francisco leading 14-7, and of course Atlanta just itching to get its hands on the football. There is Billy Rickman. You remember he fumbled his first punt of the day, and that eventually set up and led to O.J. Simpson's 14-yard run for a touchdown. Billy has done pretty well. 9 previous punt returns with a 38-yard long one. And he's at the other end of a punt by Mike Connell, who, among other things, is a drummer in a rock band.
They got the block on. Looks like they got the punt block on.
Well, we'll see now about a good snap from center from Randy Cross. It's been pivotal. Here they come, and it will go out of bounds. Frank Reed is the man who blocked it, but there's a flag on the play.
Yeah, they had the punt block on. They actually should have blocked it. It's bad technique again. They ran into the kicker. See?
There it is.
You don't go for the foot. You go for a yard in front of the foot. He went for the foot and roughed the kicker.
Well, I don't think I would have tried to block because I think the field position would have been good. You've got a quarter left. I've always hated this particular
running into the kicker,
coach.
number 28 of the defense. First down.
So an automatic first down. The penalty charge to Frank Reed. 1 minute a hero, and the next minute maybe a goat. So they surrender a chance to get their hands on that football. San Francisco now 1st and 10 from their own 26.
2 tight ends.
And Solomon wide left. Farrell and Simpson the running back. DeBerg handing off to Simpson, and little Roland Lawrence did a pretty good job on the pulling guard, Walt Downing. It looked like a mismatch. Downing is 254 pounds. Lawrence is 179. Lawrence is 22, and 62 is Downing on the left side. Watch. Coming up is like an 80-pound confrontation, and Lawrence just stayed right there.
Yes, as a cornerback, Vinny, you have to be able to do that. A lot of them are great at it.
There he is. He has 10 brothers, 4 sisters. He knows the crowd. 2nd and 7 from the 29. Solomon wide left. Seal and McAfee the tight end. O.J. Clydemore finally hit him, and there are a few old O.J. moves.
Yes, good moves. Now we're going to see a little fire from the juice. Good move there. Step, got the shoulder down, little acceleration. Looked really good on that play.
And picked up a first down.
He saw the opening right away.
Boy, when he does something like that, it's like just remembering of days past when he did it so many times.
You're absolutely right, Benny.
1st and 10 from the 37, and that roughing the punter can be the big play now. San Francisco, here comes Bob Farrell, bouncing off people to the 41-yard line. A couple of scores we can duck in. Miami and New England. It is 21-17 Miami. 6 minutes left in the 3rd quarter. 3-3 New Orleans and the Rams. That's the last we heard at halftime. 7-6 Baltimore leading Denver. 40 seconds left in the 2nd quarter in that one. And it is 27-0 Seattle leading Oakland. A minute left in the 3rd. DeBerg throwing to Solomon. And Solomon might have heard footsteps as he went down because Roland Lawrence was going to climb up his back again.
He jumped a little too soon. His timing, watch, his timing's off. It should have been completed. He jumped just a little too soon. Should have had this ball.
But Vinny, you made a good point. Footsteps sometimes will make a guy miss a ball that he can normally catch.
There goes little Roland flying over him.
Now, we wouldn't want to say that Solomon heard footsteps, but that does happen in professional football.
I don't think he heard footsteps on that.
They're not all kamikaze pilots down there.
They're not all brave, Vinny, believe me.
3rd and 5 from the San Francisco 41. Seal, the tight end, shakes loose to the right. Here comes Farrell. And Atlanta stubbornly holding on. 12 minutes and 50 seconds left to go in the game. San Francisco leading 14-7. And Billy Rickman again going back in a single safety. He'll be standing on the Atlanta 15-yard line. And Mike Connell will kick it out for San Francisco.
You know, let's see what they do again. See if they have the block on.
4th and 3 from the 44.
Looks like they have it again.
Looks like they're coming. Strong is coming in, but they can't get to him. The kick will go down to the 10-yard line, and they will put it out of bounds at the 12. So San Francisco got a great bounce, and Atlanta will take over 1st and 10 on the Atlanta 12-yard line. 12 minutes and 10 seconds left to go. 14-7 San Francisco.
Horace Ivory, number 23, going in behind the blocking at 39. Sam Cunningham right there. He just saw the hole, took it.
Scuttle the Raiders, and they certainly have this afternoon. No doubt about it. It's Seattle 27 and Oakland nothing. 39 seconds left to go, 3rd quarter. Lynn?
Oakland's in trouble. You know, they have to strike quickly now.
What a masterful understatement that is.
That's right. Things have happened to them early in the second half, the 3rd quarter, when that ball popped from Morris Bradshaw's knee. They were going in to score. That was really a big play in this ball game.
Big interception by John Harris. Stewart and Whittington are deep. Whittington at the 10-yard line. 12 yards on the return.
They are popping out there.
Peter Cronin makes the tackle. Oakland has to get something going. They're being demolished at the 23-yard line. 1st down. I've never seen Oakland dominated like this.
I haven't either. I've been watching that football team for a lot of years.
Greasy to Tillman, a 4-yard pass. Miami leads New England 21-17. That score just in. Pass is incomplete to Whittington.
They're not looking at the football. They're thinking about getting that big run after they make the catch, but they've got to think of the first things first, and that is catch the football. Now, that was a very catchable ball. It was down low and a place where you wouldn't think it could be intercepted, but he almost gives him an opportunity. He's got to get down with that ball. He can't stand up and put his hands down there. He's like an infielder. You go down, catch the ball, and then make your move.
With 6 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter, Miami leads New England 21-17 to Bob Greasy to Andre Tillman, touchdown pass. Stabler to Whittington. Has the 1st down. Out of bounds at the 41-yard line. Cornell Webster was there for the defense.
Now he did. You know, that time he really looked at the football and followed in, made the catch before he made any move.
A gain of 20 yards on the play. The Raider boosters very quiet here this afternoon. Oakland at home hosting San Diego next week. Seattle at home hosting Denver. Oakland has been at home only 3 times in the first half of the season. Whittington, indecision. He'll lose a couple of yards. It'll be 2nd and 12. Webster makes the tackle, and time will run out in the 3rd quarter on that play. The gun sounds. That is the end of the 3rd quarter. It is Seattle 27 and Oakland nothing. 3 are in the book. We'll be back with the 4th chapter tomorrow.
You know, the ball that time was actually knocked loose by Derlin Moore's foot. There it is, number 74. And Capoletti is carrying the ball away from his body, and that's what happens when you don't keep it in close.
So after the turnover, the fumble recovery by Pat Hughes from the 34, the Saints have it. 12:09 left in this game. Here comes Muncy. And Chuck gets a yard to the 35-yard line. Jack Reynolds over there. This stat, something, look at that. 3 fumbles, 1 interception. You tack 9 penalties on that, and that's the whole story for Los Angeles.
That's exactly right, and the Saints are doing a good job. They're playing it close to the vest, not making any mistakes, waiting for the Rams to make a mistake, and they don't make many, and that's why this game is 3-3 at this stage of the contest.
From the 35, 2nd and 9. Manning with protection. Up the middle, wide open, the big tight end Childs. Henry Childs, it's a first down. Jack Reynolds made the stop, and he was just wide open.
Wide open, they were doubling on the outside. Tony Galbraith was also wide open, but the guy that you want to lick in this pass coverage is Elmendorf, number 42, the strong safety. He's a guy that you want to get anytime you possibly can. That time the middle area was wide open, and Archie very wisely read it and got the ball right on target to Henry Childs.
First down to the 47-yard line. Manning now 7 of 15 for 79 yards. Saints have only 37 net yards in this half. This is Muncy. Oh, the ball is fumbled. Fred Dreyer picks it up. And you could see that developing. He was again carrying the ball away from his body. The same thing had happened to Capoletti.
That's right. It's all a part of discipline. The ball carrier has to carry that ball close to his body. You swing it away from your body, and it jars loose when you get hit. That's exactly what happened. Dreyer, 89, picks up the ball, and the Rams have possession. 1st and 10 on about the 28-yard line.
It was Dave Elmendorf who came up and batted that ball or knocked the ball away from Muncy. So the first turnover of the game for the Saints sets it up at the 29, and Fred Dreyer very alertly came up with it. So now the Rams have that opportunity with 10:38. They've had them before, though. They've had 2 fumbles in this 4th quarter. Give to McCutcheon, and the Saints are not going to give up.
That was a blitz that time. They've been running so much on 1st down that time the Saint defense blitzed, which was very wise. They didn't have any running room. They filled all the gaps, and as a result, there was no place to run. It's 2nd down. Lost about 3.
Joe Fetterspiel, Don Reese in on the tackle. 2nd down, 13 yards. Well, make it 12.
That time the defense guessed right, the offense guessed wrong.
So the Rams going to run out of opportunities here. This is the 3rd time they've been inside the Saints into the field in this 4th quarter. Willie Miller, and Miller has a catch. It's just about a yard short of the 1st down. Maurice Spencer over to make the tackle for New Orleans.
It's just a sideline pattern in front of Maurice Spencer, number 29. He gets the ball right on target perfectly and is just short, about a yard short of the 1st down.
You see the time ticking away here at the Coliseum. You also see the down in yardage, 3rd and 1.
Jackie Slater and Charlie Young are in there at the tight end spot. They got 3 of them in there now, trying to get the 1st down.
They need to get to the 19. Give to McCutcheon, and McCutcheon, I don't believe he made it. He did not make it. It's a 4th down coming up, and a tenacious defensive effort here by the Saints. Looked like he was going to be thrown for a loss. He avoided that tackle, and they closed in on him. 4th down. Now, Mr. Stram, what do you do?
Well, you got to kick the field goal. You must kick it with a score 3-3, and you have to really give the defense of the New Orleans Saints a lot of credit. They're really playing a gritty game, doing a terrific job defensively. Alex Price, Derlin Moore, Elois Grooms, all of them doing a great job along with the linebackers.
Well, the Rams now will be attempting a 38-yard field goal. Frank Correll to kick it. The kick is blocked. It looked like Don Reese. I believe it was Reese. Chapman comes up with it, and now we've got some problems on that far sideline. But if we can pick it up on replay, I think it's Don Reese. Let's see, Hank.
It looked like he's the one that got penetration, number 60. Let's see. There he is. He gets good penetration. He's got good range. He leaped and was responsible for the block kick.
Boy, he just blew him out of there, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And Chapman, you can see, gets up. He tries to advance up the field. They're going to mark the ball. Well, wait a minute. We've got a flag over there. There's a penalty on the play. So the Rams, if they lose this game, this is going to haunt them, because the fourth quarter they've had the ball 3 times inside that 35-yard line.
Holding number 50 on the kicking team during the block kick. Penalty declined. First down, New Orleans on the recovery.
But anyway, they've given up so many opportunities to put this game away. Kevin McLean was the guy, there he is, that was guilty of holding. He's a first-round draft pick out of Colorado State in '76. So we've got a timeout here at the Coliseum. Interesting football game as Corral's field goal is blocked. It's still 3-3.
The picture tells quite a bit, although not all of it. 12:10 left to go in the game. San Francisco 14. It doesn't sum up the Atlanta frustration with 7. The only Atlanta touchdown, Rick Bias blocked a punt and scored the TD himself. So it's been a frustrating day for Bartkowski and company. He has Jackson left and Rickman right. And Bartkowski throws behind Mitchell with great pressure from Cedric Hardman.
Yeah, that's hurrying the passer. Watch Cedric Hardman right in there. He doesn't even have time to set and throw the ball. Looked like it might have been open for some yardage. It was a good call.
Yeah, the tight end Mitchell was just waiting for the ball and it never got to him. So it is 2nd and 10 from the 12.
Vinny, we usually like to set him up with a momentarily block, quick short block, and then release. Because that's what happens.
Also, Coach, you will find that when a defense puts on pressure, the play usually will be fairly open, but the pressure is supposed to make up for it.
Timeout, Atlanta.
Well, that hurts to take a timeout this early in the ball game with this much time left. Must be a mix-up.
So we've got 12 minutes and 6 seconds left in the game, and it's still San Francisco 14, Atlanta 6.
This is Charlie Jones, Lynn Dawson, as we're set now to start the fourth quarter. Is Oakland through in this ball game?
No,
Has Seattle already won it?
They're not through yet, because in the past they've shown what they can do, but they've got to get something started right now. They've got to score quickly, and their defense has to do a better job, because their defense is not shutting off this fine Seattle offense.
Oh, Seattle has been outstanding. Let's go to the action now in the fourth quarter in the Kingdom. Big upset working here in Seattle. And don't forget, next weekend on NBC NFL football, it's a doubleheader. The 4 o'clock ball games, Baltimore and Miami, San Diego and Oakland, Denver and Seattle. I'll come back and give you the 1 o'clock ball games in a moment. Stabler goes right to work. 2nd and 12. All kinds of time. Pass is complete at the 48-yard line, Seattle territory. It'll be about a yard shy of the first down, going to Cliff Branch.
Boy, that was a good play by Cliff Branch, making that catch. He was way downfield, and it was a comeback pattern toward the sidelines, but he was well aware of everything. He was aware of the sidelines, where he was located. He was aware of the defensive man, where he was located. And Kenny's throwing the ball that if he doesn't catch that football, nobody is. Great job by both the quarterback and the wide receiver, Cliff Branch.
3rd down 1. It'll be a first down for the Oakland Raiders. Terry Beeson makes the tackle.
I'll say this Seattle defense, they're not giving things away very easily.
Otis Sistra.
Been a long afternoon for that defense, because they've been on that field so much of the time.
John Madden, his record, it is outstanding in the NFL. 99 victories, 27 defeats, 7 ties. He thought perhaps today would be number 100. It will have to wait. Stabler's pass, Fred Biletnikoff, and Fred has it at the 35-yard line. Keith Butler makes the tackle. It's a first down.
This is a Freddie Blitnikoff's type of situation because the defense, Seattle's defense, does not want to give up that long ball that they strike in a hurry. So they're going to be more apt to concede things in the 15 to 18-yard area. Nobody does that any better than Fred Blitnikoff. He can run those patterns. He'll run 25 yards down the field and come back and catch it about 8, 9 yards deep sometimes.
Stabler.
There he
Again
is.
with lots of
Bad
time.
throw.
Again the comeback pattern, and this time Fred missed it. Stabler was simply off target on that.
Yeah, he threw behind Fred on that time, and Fred did a great job really of getting open because he'll run down the field maybe 20, 25 yards and come straight back at the quarterback when he finds a lane that the quarterback can see through.
I remember asking Blitnikoff about his speed several years ago. He's always been known as a move man. Do you know that they have never clocked him? Because the Oakland Raiders did not want anybody to know how fast he was.
Well,
and Fred always described it as, I have deceptive speed. Now, what that means, I don't know.
I'll tell you one thing. He's been in the end zones a lot of times with those defensive backs looking back, finding out what had happened.
Stabler is nailed. Keith Butler. That is the 3rd sack for the Seahawks. 3rd sack. Now remember, they had only 7 prior to this ballgame for the rest of the year.
Well, they had to get some pressure on Ken. With the 4 men rushing, they were not getting that job done, so they came with the linebackers. You can see number 53 is Keith Butler coming through. Nobody touched him, making the play, and it's really a big play because it puts them way back. Now they've got some 21 yards to go for a 1st down, and I don't know as if they would punt the football if they gain some yardage. They probably go for the 1st down. They've got to.
Seattle leading 27-0. Stabler throws. Incomplete, almost intercepted. Dave Brown almost picked it up. Bradshaw. Morris Bradshaw, the intended receiver.
Well, doesn't seem to be Oakland's day right now. Which is another understatement, but
standing ovation for the defense.
They've done a tremendous job, particularly on the last couple of plays, forcing Oakland to punt, because had Oakland made some yardage on that play, I think undoubtedly they would have gone for the 1st down, but they're right now in a position that's too far to go that they've got to punt it away, and they've got David Humm of Oakland warming up on the sidelines.
Ray Guy to kick. He goes for the corner. This time he hits it. Officials will mark it out at the 21-yard line. Timeout on the field. We'll be back in a moment.
Isaiah Robertson with Pat Hayden's hat on. He's a fan of Pat Hayden. I'll tell you, this whole team is really behind Pat Hayden. But right now, they've got some problems. The Rams just had a field goal block. And at the 33-yard line, the Saints tied up 3-3. They have the football. Tony Galbraith. Galbraith is wrapped up for maybe a yard gain at most. Larry Brooks coming over there. Jack Reynolds. Tell you, Galbraith just disappeared on that play. Brooks at 254, Reynolds at 231. Both of them very heady football players. This Ram defense, they're comparing it to that fearsome foursome of years ago, the way they're playing.
Well, they're not as big as that defense was, but boy, they're very quick and very agile and read and react as well as anybody in the league.
Nolan Cromwell comes in, 5 defensive backs. 2nd down, 10 yards to go. Manning's going to go down. Both sides coming in on him. Dreyer, Brooks, and Brooks will get the sack. And that's the 2nd sack of this game for Larry Brooks.
Archie goes back. They've got 6 or 5 defensive backs in the game, but Brooks comes through there along with, watch Dreyer on the backside, and Brooks do a great job. Sack number 4 on Manning in this game so far.
Larry Brooks. New England leading Miami. That's a battle for the supremacy of the AFC East.
I'm still surprised that they don't try to roll out some with Archie. He does that so well, and he hasn't done it at all in this game except on one occasion, and I think that was by accident.
3rd down, 19 yards to go. A flag. Way back to the other side, and boy, that one almost was picked off. Coming over on that far side was Rod Berry. The intended receiver is Galbraith. I got to believe there might have been holding, though, where that flag was thrown, and that's what it is, holding against the Saints. They'll refuse that, though, because it brings up 4th down.
Yes.
There's Berry. Berry picked off one who went 28 yards against the Saints in that first game for a touchdown.
Number 65, offense, decline, 4th down.
Well, the Ram defense bottles them up again. Blanchard, who did not kick well the last time, will attempt one from the 10-yard line. Wallace is back deep. The last 2 kicks have not been good. Blanchard had a 38-yarder and a 21-yarder. Jackie Wallace back at the 35. Sets up the wall to the near side, but it's broken up very effectively that time. Coming over to make the stop, Ron Crosby, the former Detroit Lion.
The other thing, that was only 3.4. Wasn't up there very long.
3-3. We're all tied up.
The Atlanta Falcons are last in offense in the NFC, and the folks who came out to Candlestick so far today understand why. It is 14-7 San Francisco. 2nd and 10 from the 12. And Patton is grabbed from behind by Reese, and Archie Reese just jerked him down. Big number 78, the rookie out of Clemson.
The 49ers were in a 34 defense, and they dogged. The Falcons tried to run a draw. The dog is a great counter for the draw. Ate it up. 3rd and 11 now, Vinny.
Atlanta offensively, Bartkowski is 10 for 14 for 92 yards, but he's been sacked 4 times. The running game has not been much. Stanback has carried the most for 47 yards. Hardman could not quite get to him in time because it was a race between teammates, and Jimmy Webb is the one who finally got there, number 74.
Well, they're in a nickel defense, 5 defensive backs and 4 rushmen. He couldn't find anybody open. He almost had a safety.
One thing for the 49ers, last year they were 4th with 42 sacks. Coming into this game, they only had 11, but they have 5 sacks today. But John James has to get it out of there. Boy, they're coming. He got it away, and it'll be Anthony Leonard at the 43 to the 35, 30, and he takes a lick at the 30, and down he goes.
Well, they got great field position now.
James Wright made that hard hit to almost knock Leonard's helmet off.
You know, Jim and Vinny, what I used to like to do right here, I'd say, hey, we got a score here. This is the ball game.
Well,
we
it looks that way with 10 minutes and 55 left. 14-7 San Francisco.
As Lenny Dawson pointed out, Dave Hum loosening on the sideline. Seattle has the ball 1st down, their own 21-yard line. Zorn to Sherman Smith. And Smith has 5 yards on the play. Charles Phillips makes the tackle. It'll be 2nd and 5. Score in on that Miami-New England game. With 1 minute left in the 3rd quarter, it is now New England 24, Miami 21. Horace Ivory scoring from a yard out. Big ball game.
That's for first place in the East.
And also, that sets up the games of next week. And here they are. Baltimore and Miami, San Diego and Oakland, Denver and Seattle. Those are all the 4 o'clock games. 1 o'clock games, Buffalo at Cleveland, Houston and Cincinnati, Kansas City at Pittsburgh, and the Jets at New England. Don Testerman gets the call, but Tuzak stops him. 28-yard line, a gain of a couple. It is 3rd down and 3. 3rd down and 3. Zorn, quarterback draw. And this situation has been his favorite call.
I don't think so in this particular situation, because 3 yards, they can look for a run also. And I think what is happening now, that Oakland has made up their mind that they've got to put some pressure on that quarterback, and they're going to have to start sending the linebackers.
So you look for him to throw.
Yep.
And he will. And it's there. Largent has it. First down out of bounds. Steve Largent.
That looked like it's something I've been watching for years. It looked like Stabler to Freddie Bolitnikoff, the timing involved there and the way that they ran that particular pattern. Largent, number 80, did a great job of making sure he got that defensive back turn, that is, turn to run deep. Plenty of time to throw. And now come back toward the quarterback and toward the out-of-bounds marker. See, there's about 4 yards of separation between the receiver and the defensive back when he makes the reception, which meant that he drove that defensive back off.
Largent, 4 receptions, 67 yards. Both backs in the block. Going deep, it's Largent. Tip. Incomplete. Oh, my. Lester Hayes. Excellent cover.
Oh, it was great coverage.
But he still almost pulled it off.
Woo! When you talk about concentration and looking at that football, following that football, everybody in the block, he's going up top. He's going downtown for 6 points. Now you're going to take a look and see that Largent, look at him, look at that football. Look at him follow it now. You can see it right there. Look at his head and his eyes. He's looking at it. He almost comes up with a fantastic look at that. Even there, he followed that ball all the way down to the turf. Beautiful. That is what receiving is all about, and that is what great receivers do. They follow that ball, and they have one purpose only, and that is to catch that foot. That's his, he figures.
Now, we know that Jim Zorn is a very proficient juggler, appears on television shows. I didn't know that Largent was also a juggler.
He must be teaching his receivers, too.
Second down and 10. Zorn scrambles. Whoops. Decides to run it instead. He'll lose some yardage. He'll lose about 5. It'll be third and around 15 as Charles Phillips made the tackle. Now, let us point out on the screen here in the Kingdom, they have the replay. And that replay was so exciting that all the players stopped playing, and they were watching Largent and his juggling act. There it is. That's the replay screen. Oh. It'll be third down and 15. 10 minutes, 49 seconds, time remaining in the ball game. Seattle way out in front, 27-0 over the Oakland Raiders.
That last play, that pocket was changed. He went back in the middle of the pocket behind the center, then he sprinted out to his right. And because he's got such great speed, he's able to do that.
Zorn having pressure. Now he scrambles. Turns around the corner and scoots out of bounds. He goes out at the 47 or the 48-yard line. But it will still be fourth down in a punting situation.
You're talking about, you know, what an advantage speed is. See, most team sports, the big thing that you must have is speed. That's what everybody's looking for. And number 10, Jim Zorn, has that speed. Now he's getting out of trouble. He's looking to throw, but you see number 83, Ted Hedrig's coming in there. He's got a little open field. Now he's getting smart, because now he shouldn't stop there. I'll tell you that. He should keep on moving, because no one says that the defensive man is going to stop just because you cross that white line.
Beginning of the telecast, you mentioned that Zorn, the number 2 rusher for Seattle, 63 yards and 5 carries in the ball game. Weaver to punt. Colsey with the return. Watches it roll.
It'll be a good kick for Seattle.
It'll be down around the 14-yard line. We'll stop the clock. 10:07 left to go in the ball game. Seattle 27, Oakland nothing.
Having a pause to refresh is big Cedric Hardman on the sidelines as San Francisco has taken the pause to lead 14-7. 10 minutes and 55 seconds left to go in the ball game, and San Francisco puts the ball in play first and 10 on the Atlanta 28. And that Atlanta defensive team paying the price for the sputtering offense. They were out on the field all day. It's a draw to Simpson, and Kuykendall hit him.
All right, let's watch what we call ball handling. Center snap has to be perfect. Quarterback gets it, moves in. Simpson will have his hands open in a scoop fashion to cover the ball. As I said, great backs will put it in one hand because they know that it's going to give them more maneuverability. Of course, Simpson doesn't have it.
He's got it now. To the 15-yard line goes O.J. Picked up 12. First down.
All right, he's looking good on this one. Good hold, big hold. Good move. Acceleration. Almost breaks the tackle, but he looked good on that play, George.
Yeah, Bunce took himself out. He ran out of there. From the I formation, he has to stay at home.
First and 10 from the 15-yard line. O.J.'s going to try it again. This time he bounced into his center, Randy Cross, and Robert Pennywell came up to hit him. O.J., by the way, has carried for 96 yards prior to this last carry, so he can make it 97 yards in 17 carries, which is way above his average. He's been averaging 3.5 yards a carry, and his longest 20 yards, and he picked up, as we mentioned at the start of the game, his first touchdown rushing since 1976. Of course, he was banged up last year.
I meant to say Pennywell ran out of there.
Second and 10 on the 15. DeBerg rolling out, and freezing him is Greg Brazina. So Greg Brazina right there to eyeball him, and that was that. Take another look as DeBerg rolls to the right-hand corner. There's Brazina just blocking him in, eats him up. Then Merrill comes along to extract another pound of flesh.
Well, that play either goes one way or the other. It's successful or you lose yardage on it down here.
They lost 2. The ball on the Atlanta 17, so it is third down and 12. O.J. on a wing. Brazina can't get to him. Hold it. Nervous shoots his man. It was a pretty good defensive play. You never hear about offensive linemen, but John Ayers, number 68, saved DeBerg's life, I think, on that play, as you see O.J. a little tired. Watch number 68 pick up Brazina. Otherwise, DeBerg would have gone down like a giant oak tree. Here comes Brazina, and there is a push. Just got him out of there by John Ayers. Otherwise, DeBerg really gets ahead.
Let's check the snap now. See if we get a good snap here.
A 35-yard field goal attempt by Ray Wershing. Scott Bull holding. The snap is a good one, and the kick is even better.
Big kick.
So a 35-yard field goal by Ray Wershing. That makes him 7 out of 8, and it's 17-7. San Francisco, 8:11 left.
In the fourth quarter, Baltimore still leads Denver 7-6. That's good news for Raider fans. Now, if that holds up and the game here stays as it is, that means that Denver and Oakland would still be tied for the lead in the West. Their records would both be 5-3. Seattle would be 4-4, solidly in third place.
Seattle knew going into this game that it was a must-win for them if they had any aspirations of staying in the race.
From the Oakland 14-yard line, Stabler drops it off underneath the coverage. He goes to Mark Van Egan. Egan out to the 23-yard line. It'll be second down and about a yard. Charles McShane makes the tackle. Now, if all of that holds, then that means it's San Diego at Oakland. Big ball game next weekend on NBC. Denver at Seattle. Baltimore at Miami. Baltimore trying to get back in the race in the East. So things are beginning to get exciting at
halfway
mark
through the season.
Right. Mark Van Egan picks up the first down. Keith Butler makes the tackle. And our crack staff is going to give us the information that they passed to us that I did not get a moment ago. And that is, when was the last time Oakland was shut out? Against Houston in 1966. See how quickly we're right on top of everything today.
I remember 66.
Thank you, David Stern, our producer. It was 12 years ago. Stabler throws. Morris Bradshaw a first down. 8 minutes, 45 seconds, time remaining in the ball game. Sammy Green makes the tackle. Oakland at their own 38.
Seattle's setting back now. Their defensive secondary, they're conceding the balls in front, and I think what they'll do too is they'll do that, then all of a sudden they'll put a blitz on Kenny Stabler, hoping to rush him a little bit because he's had plenty of time to throw. Here they come.
Comeback pattern, far sideline. Morris Bradshaw, it's complete. It's a first down. Seattle 49-yard line. What comes to my mind is Cornell Webster was there for the defense is what happened to David Hum, who was listening up. I thought we'd see him in this series.
Well, they need to get some points on the board, and their man is Ken Stabler. He's done it so many times in the past. I said they had put some pressure on. You can see number 59 is Charles McShane coming in and trying to put pressure on Stabler, but the timing is excellent. The reception is good. I don't like to see receivers catch the ball in their chest, though, because if a man hits you, as the ball hits your chest, it's going to bounce away. But if you catch it in your hands, you got a shot of.
Morris Bradshaw again. A gain of 8 yards on the play. It'll be second down and a couple.
But I should add, the important thing is to catch the football. However way that you would like.
Mark it second down and 3 at the Seattle 42. Bradshaw 3 for 31. We're moving on the 7-minute mark. Time remaining in the Kingdom this afternoon. This would mean Seattle at the midway point. Their record would be 4-4. Pete Banaszak.
There's a man that comes in, and whenever he comes in, things seem to happen when Pete's in the football game. He gets the job done. I think they've been trying to cut him for years now.
They have. I think they cut him every preseason. They bring him back because they need him.
Well, they sure do.
He's a good one. I like him.
He's their money ball player.
First down at the Seattle 35-yard line. Pete Banaszak. In his 13th season. Stabler throws. Bradshaw has it again. A gain of 5. It'll be second down 5. Cornell Webster makes the tackle. From the Seattle standpoint, is taking Oakland a lot of times. Completed passes. Clock continues to move. 6:05 left in the ball game. This is what the Seahawks want to do now.
This is their game right now. They have an ally, and that's that big clock up there that's ticking away. Now says 5:53 on it.
I thought you were going to say the big clock in the sky.
There's no sky here. This thing is enclosed.
Second and 5. Draw. Whittington.
All right.
First down. Arthur Whittington. Peter Cronin with the tackle. He's exciting to watch.
Well, he did all this on his own because he was penned up about 3 yards in the backfield, as you'll see. This is a draw play. He's looking for some place to go, and he can't seem to find it. Shane gets a hit on him, but doesn't bring him down. Now he's fighting and scrapping. Big Henry's out in front, fortunately, and just enough for a first down.
I don't know about the coaching staff at SMU. When he was first there, they had him playing as a defensive back. And he begged them to let him run with the football. They found out he could really do it. Stabler throws. Cliff Branch.
He's in.
Oakland is on the board. 27-6 with 4:57 for Kenny Stabler. That is his 7th touchdown pass for Cliff Branch. Are you ready?
Yes,
first
sir.
touchdown.
This is
the
the first TD reception for Branch. He makes the catch in front. And great speed will do this for you right here. There are 3 or 4 defensive men around there, but that great speed, he just ran by 3, 4 Seattle football players, defensive players that had a shot at him or could have had a shot at him.
Errol Mann to attempt the point after. 22 yards on the pass play. An 86-yard touchdown drive. It is good. The score, Seattle 27, Oakland 7, 4:57 left in the ball game.
Ray Wersinger just kicked a 35-yard field goal. It's 17-7 San Francisco. 8 minutes left in the game. Wersinger will be kicking. George Franklin is deep. Franklin going into the end zone to field it and fumbles it. Picks it up and takes off at the 15. Gets to the 20 and down he goes. The first-year man out of Texas A&I.
Well, the way he caught that ball, he knocked it down like he was a defender. He took it with his thumbs together. Watch, he's taking it with his thumbs together rather than little fingers together. He's acting like he's knocking a pass down on defense.
He was a second-round draft choice last year by the Cardinals and never gave them what they thought they would get.
No, he hasn't played much. He's lucky to get a good bounce out of that.
And he never heard of Willie Mays.
First and 10 from the 20. And let's see now if Atlanta can get itself together because there's 8 minutes left in the game. Bartkowski deep down the right side. Alfred Jackson! And Jackson is down inside the 10. What a play by Alfred Jackson, a rookie out of Texas. Woo!
Wow.
What a magnificent reception.
We were talking about what Atlanta had to do, and we said he had to put up a bomb and get a big play. And here's a great catch, a great throw, kept his balance. Watch this. Watch him extend his arms right on the fingertips. Almost lost his balance. That puts him back in the ball game now.
Anthony Leonard pursues him and finally ankles him down. But it is first and goal from the 9. Atlanta now trying to pull it out, trying to get on the scoreboard offensively. Ray Strong runs into Jimmy Webb. End to Strong. Oh.
All right, we're looking at this from the end zone, but that's not really the point. The point is now you don't get conservative. You've got to play it wide open. You call a play like this, it really means nothing. You keep an open attitude, and you keep the defense expecting anything.
Yeah, now it's second down.
The ball on the 10-yard line, so they lost a yard. Remember, it was first and goal from the 9. Bean staying in the block. Bartkowski passing over the head of Billy Rickman, the intended receiver. Eddie Lewis and Rickman had gone head-to-head into the end zone.
See what Jim was saying. They got down there, throw on first down rather than wait for second and 10 and throw.
Exactly
everybody in the ballpark knows you got to throw.
Exactly right. Now you're in a situation where you've got to get something or you kick the field goal.
And they need a touchdown, not a field goal to get back in.
Exactly right, Coach.
It's 17-7 San Francisco. 6:24 left as Lehman Bennett looks on. 3rd and 10 for Bartkowski and the Falcons. Ricky Patton inside the 5.
Well, they ran a play against a form of a nickel defense, figuring they could score, catch him off balance. Here,
Mazzetti is coming in, so they will go for the field goal.
Pull the guard and tackle and run wide, and it's a gamble.
Coach, can I ask you a question? Bartkowski doesn't sprint out. Why is that?
He can do it. He's not the best, but he can move around. He's not that immobile.
All right, Tim Mazzetti. The spot will be about the 11-yard line. James holding, and the kick is good. So that tightens it up considerably. So Atlanta has gotten on the scoreboard on a block kick and a field goal. And we have 5 minutes and 38 seconds left. San Francisco 17, Atlanta 10.
Seattle suspects an onside kick. We talked about Herrera. Seahawks have been successful 4 or 5 times. Here's Ray Guy. No, he goes deep. That's a surprise.
He should down that ball in the end zone. Oh, no.
Now he's down. Now he has to go. Rufus Crawford.
Oh.
Indecision. Returns it to the 12-yard line.
They will work on this, or it'll be mentioned next week, because he has nobody to block for him. Stay there. Stay there. Oh, he heard me a little too late. Now you better go and put that football away. Look at him carrying that ball down there. One thing they don't want to do is give up the football.
Bread, right?
Yes. Oh, that puts your offense in a bad situation back
there. Have a feeling that Jack Pacheco's going to say yes, he is. And they'll discuss it right now.
Yes, sir.
That's not a discussion.
No, that isn't. Because a discussion involves two people talking.
That's right.
All right.
Steve Meyer is now the quarterback.
What's he doing? Screen pass.
Here's a screen. It is complete. Testerman looks for help.
Look, he
has it. Breaks it. 29-yard line. Lester Hayes makes the tackle. A flag goes down. Sistrunk was also there. 17 yards on the play. And another Raider has been shaken up. Personal foul against Oakland. We'll take a timeout with the score. Seattle 27, Oakland 7. Back in a moment.
Well, there's your story. You can see the 3 points on both sides coming in the second quarter on field goals. There's Pat Hayden's effort for the afternoon. 7:02 left in this one from the 41-yard line. Quick pitch to McCutcheon. And McCutcheon weaves his way across the 50-yard line. Play didn't look like it was going to develop for that much. Eventually, Maurice Spencer over to make the stop. And that's a first down for Los Angeles.
That's the nice thing about a control runner like McCutcheon. Pat Hughes came up the field. He cut inside of that block and made a nice run inside in the seam that was open. And he picked up the yardage. And now it's 1st and 10. Los Angeles Rams.
I tell you, the Saints have had to play a lot of defense in the second half. It's been warm today. Give to McCutcheon. He'll go the other way. And about the same result. He's inside the 45. Tom Myers coming over to make the tackle. And McCutcheon now starting to sweep left, sweep right. And now he's got a second down and still about 3 yards. Let's make it 4 yards to go. I tell you, the coaches may have said, let's just give it to number 30 and let's get this thing over with. Get it in.
Yeah, McCutcheon's 18 for 44 yards so far. Saints have done a great job on him.
On a 2nd and 4, Capoletti. And he's not going to get that first down, so it goes to a 3rd down.
You know,
Erlen Moore in on the stop.
They used that same formation the last time on a second down situation and ran exactly the same play. The Saints reacted very well to it, and they didn't make much on the play.
3rd down still, almost 3 yards to go. The ball at the 41. Time 5:15. Hayden on the 3rd down. And it's incomplete. Hayden just couldn't find anybody open on that play. Nelson, the intended receiver. Jim Merlo was the guy that was giving Hayden some problems. He didn't know whether to run or throw. It was Merlo that was forcing the action. So it's 4th down again, and that Saint defense gets another accolade as they have hung in there and they have had their backs to the wall this entire 4th quarter.
Hayden's 13 for 22 for 168 yards so far in the game, but they still have just 3 points.
He's been sacked twice, thrown 1 interception as Glenn Walker goes back. Wes Chandler at the 10-yard line. Hey, he's faking it. Look out. He is hit, and it's intercepted by Eric Felton. Who was the guy that came after Walker? Walker's hurt. I think it's Rich Motti. Motti just unloaded on Glenn Walker. Look at this, Hank.
Yep. Motti really came in there, took the right angle, and really destroyed him on the shot. As a result, he had to throw the ball way too high. Jackie Wallace was the intended receiver.
Eric Felton picked it off, and Walker is down. Glenn Walker, he's not used to having contact like that as a punter, as he really got annihilated by Motti. That gives us time now to remind you, next Saturday at 4:30 Eastern, 3:30 Central and Pacific, the CBS Sports Spectacular, the Phoenix 150. What a shootout that's going to be between Al Unser and the defending USAC national champion Tom Sneva. And then it'll be followed by the world's strongest men. And get this, the event is a car lift. They have to pick up the back bumper, get both wheels off of the surface, and they start at 1,800 pounds. The Phoenix 150, the world's strongest men. Next Saturday on the CBS Sports Spectacular. Well, Walker is still down over there, and there's one thing we said before, Hank. I've never seen a year when we've had more controversy around punters, field goal kickers. Injuries have caused a lot of it, and now the Rams may be having some problems in that department.
Very unusual in a lot of respects, and you don't know what the reason is. It's always hard to explain why these things happen, and the more you try to dwell on it, the worse it gets.
Well, he's up now. It looks like he might be all right. He may have taken a shot in the ribs. Rich Motti, by the way, is the special performer. He's the special teams deluxe player. He had 16 tackles on special teams play coming into today. And boy, he came flying through there. He spotted what Walker was doing, and he made him pay for it.
And the nice thing about it was that he was going for to try to block the kick, but he saw what happened. He readjusted his course and got a good shot on the kicker. But that's a typical example of the kind of a player he is.
Well, San Francisco beating Atlanta. Now, Atlanta and New Orleans were tied for second place in the NFC West. So if the Saints could win this one, they would have undisputed second place. From the 30-yard line, a first down. Archie Manning trying to throw to Galbraith. That was a tough play because Galbraith turned one way and had to come back the other.
Yes. And even at that, he almost got the ball.
Jim Youngblood was back there. Youngblood really gets his drops in a hurry. He can get back.
Yes, he does. But in spite of that, he was still open, and both linebackers give you a lot of room. And as a result, you ought to be able to throw to the backs in the flat areas and let them run with the football, especially on first down. They just haven't had a chance to do that much in the game. They haven't.
We have a man shaken up again, and that's Woods. It's going off the field. He's being helped off. And coming in will be Kevin Hunt. That's the second time that Woods has had to be taken out of the game. So it's second down 10. This has been a real barroom brawl here in the fourth quarter. Both teams turning the ball over. The Rams have been so close, but they haven't been able to put the lid on it. And the Saints are alive.
It's a great defensive football game, no question about it.
Archie Manning on second and 10. He gets it off. Muncie had it for a stride, and that was all. I tell you, that was run for your life. And Manning averted being dumped back there and losing long yardage.
That was a blitz situation again. Archie was looking downfield to get rid of the football, but he didn't have time. He jumps into the pocket and dumps the ball off to Chuck Muncie. But Chuck couldn't keep hold the handle on it, and it falls incomplete.
Third down. Walker, we understand, bruised his tailbone. The punter who faked that punt. Hope nothing serious. And you see Woods, number 65, is back in the game. He's out one play. Third and 10. Up the middle, he's got his man, Childs, and Childs has a first down. Childs has been a big clutch receiver for the last 2 years for this Saints team.
Yeah, I don't think there's a better tight end in all of professional football than Henry Childs. And Archie really steps up and really whistles this ball. There again, it's on Elmendorf, and he's a guy that you look for. He's a guy that you want to lick, and they licked him on that play.
Henry Childs last year caught 9 touchdown passes. He hasn't caught one this year. But look at that, he has 20 catches. He led the tight ends, his touchdown catches last year. First down, so he delivers on a third down. And for the first time, the Saints have a little field position in this fourth quarter. Manning. He gets rid of it to Tinker Owens. And Owens to the 45. And Manning surveyed the whole field about 3 times before he released that football.
He's got a great feel for trouble and also has a great feel and understanding of where everybody is, and that's why he can jump around, move around, and get the ball to the right guy because he's fully aware of what's happening.
Baltimore leading Denver 7-6. I wonder if they missed a point after or 2 field goals. There's your stats. Second down, 3 yards to go from the 45. 3:21 left in this deadlock 3-3 game. Manning to Galbraith, and Galbraith just about to the 41, and that looks like a first down.
Yes, I think he made the first down. Jack Reynolds made the tackle, but it's very definitely, I think from here, it looks like a first down.
See Jack Reynolds getting up a little slow, number 64. I'll tell you one thing I'm surprised by, Coach, is the fact that I knew the Saints had good people to skilled positions, but they have held their own in the trenches here today.
Well, you know, you talk about injuries, and it can be very deceptive in that you talk about Robert Woods. You know, he's a regular tackle for the New York Jets for 5 years when we traded for him or got him a year ago. So it's not like putting a rookie in there. Dave LaFari is a fine young offensive lineman, 6'7", 265 or 275. He's playing right guard. And so really the only new guy in the offensive line really is J.T. Taylor, the left tackle. And of course Sturts is playing left guard too, and he's doing a good job in there too for a youngster. But he's been around for 4 or 5 years.
Well, the first down was made. The ball at the 42 of Los Angeles. 2:50. Archie Manning. It's complete to Childs again, and Childs trying to get the first down. I don't believe he made it. And Henry Childs right now is the man that Manning is looking to. Manning was dumped when he released this ball.
Yes, but here again, Elmendorf is the guy they're working on. Cody Jones that time, 76er coming in. Youngblood was over there too.
By the way, there's a flag on the play. We didn't spot it at first, all the way back to the 45. And now it's going to go against Los Angeles. Personal foul. And that'll tack yardage on. And now the Saints have to think about a field goal with 2:28. They don't want to risk the turnover.
That's right.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, number 76, defense. The penalty is tacked on to the dead ball spot on a completion.
That was Cody Jones. I saw Manning get dumped. I didn't watch it that all the way through, but he was late getting there.
Yes, Cody Jones, 76, came through there.
Well, there's the stats. There's Cody Jones, fifth-year man from San Jose State. He has 2 sacks this year. And now the Saints, in his 3-3 game, have the ball at the 19-yard line. Manning rolling out. Complete to Galbraith, 10-5, touchdown. Tony Galbraith took it in, and the Saints bench is empty. They're coming onto the field. That's the play that they didn't go to earlier, and they got it in for 6 points.
There you are. There's a great illustration of the fullback wide open on Brzezinski. Watch him, wide open. There's no way in the world he can cover Tony Galbraith or Chuck Muncie. He was there all day long. It's the first time they've thrown it.
19-yard touchdown. And looks like we have another man down on the field for New Orleans at the 19-yard line. That would be Chuck Muncie. Boy, I hope nothing serious on him. He's had problems with that knee, and that looks like what they're looking at now, the left knee of Muncie. That would hurt. That would take some of the flavor away from that touchdown. There's Dick Nolan. Well, now the Rams with 2:22, you got to think about them a little bit, are in real danger of losing their first game of this year. There's Muncie. Boy, this guy, I tell you, Hank, if he can stay healthy, he can play with anybody.
Yeah, he missed some games. He missed about 4 games earlier. You don't know how serious this is or whether it's the same knee. The Rams have had 10 penalties for 112 yards, 3 fumbles, and 2 interceptions. It's hard to win a football game with those kind of problems.
It's the left knee of Chuck Muncie. And that's what he's been having problems with, is the knee. He tore the ligament in the knee and had to miss 3 games. Battled back, played last week, and here today. Here's Nickemeyer with a point after attempt. This is some game. 9-3 the score. The kick by Nickemeyer. He gets it up high, and he's got it. It's 10-3, and now the Rams have the pressure on their back. 2 minutes and 22 seconds left in this game. The Rams, who came in here unbeaten, 7-0 with 11 straight wins in the Los Angeles Coliseum, now trailing the upstart New Orleans Saints, who are trying to even their record up at 4-4 for the year. It's been the type of game where Archie Manning, here in the 4th quarter, showing a lot of courage, staying back there, getting sacked once, able to throw the ball to Galbraith for the 19-yard touchdown, and Manning all year long has been a clutch performer for this team.
He's been very hot all season long. I'm sure he didn't throw much last week because he was hurt a little bit. But he's a premier quarterback, and I think people around the country are starting to realize what a great a talent and ability he is.
10-3. And now the 2-minute offense will come out. Ray Malavasi's crew like to get a good return now by Jerry Latin. Latin to 15, Latin out to the 20, and he's to the 22-yard line. Well, Hank, you work on this during the week, don't you? Your 2-minute offense, and
yes,
that's just about what they've got right now.
But you don't like to have to put it in effect when you're behind like you are right now with 2:12 left in a game. The defense of the Saints is playing extremely well, and I'll be very surprised if this Ram team can penetrate that defense in the last 2 minutes. Let's see what happens.
Jack Holmes made the tackle on that kickoff, and here they come. And it looked like we had movement on the offensive line on the right-hand side, and that's not the way to get your drive started. Looked like the right guard or tackle for Los Angeles moved before the ball was snapped. That's what it was. So they'll be starting 1st and 15. You know, that last drive, we were mentioning Manning. He was 4 for 4 for 51 yards on that touchdown drive.
When he had to put the bread on the table, he put it right there.
He's got great courage.
And the other thing, you have to give a lot of credit.
False start, number 75, offense, 1st down.
Let's see if we can pick it up now. There's Hayden looking around, and there it is.
There it was.
Yes, sir. Williams, 75. Oh, they've been plagued by the penalties. 1st and 15. Hayden back. He's going to run it. He's got a lot of running room. And he brings it out to the 26-yard line. Of course, he had a 1st and 15, so had a long ways to go. Joe Fetterspiel over to make the stop. And the ball at the 26. Los Angeles is going to call for a timeout. That is their 2nd timeout of this game. Well, I'm sorry, it's a 2-minute warning that is now being executed. 10-3, New Orleans.
Here's that last play. Meyer in at quarterback. He fakes over to his left. Now it's going to be a screen pass to number 42, Testerman out here. You talking about determination to run. There's one man. 2 men had a shot at him. He's going to end up getting 17 yards. 3 men had a shot. Monty Johnson didn't bring him down. Lester Hayes is a man that finally brings down number 60, Otis Sistrunk. This is where the call came in for piling on or unnecessary.
The elbow in the back stick.
Yes, it's just a frustrating afternoon for us, and I'm just going to let you know I don't like it.
Now there's Testerman. He came out limping, and Lester Hayes is still being administered to. And what we were talking about just a few moments ago, as that replay was on the screen with the timeout on the field, both of the ball clubs on the field were watching the replay. Now with the penalty on Sistrunk for getting there late, the ball goes out to the 44-yard line. Now this is the first appearance this year for Steve Meyer.
Well, he's 1
Our
for
staff
1.
all says yes.
1
he's
for 1.
Boy, first appearance, 8th ball game, and you come out throwing from your own end zone.
Why not? And he ran in the end zone to make the throw, too. They're going to be coming after him. I'll guarantee you that. Oh, but too soon.
Matuzak got there too soon. Now he pushes off of Steve August, and Matuzak takes a swing at him. He's got to be gone. They are calling illegal procedure on Seattle, which means one of the offensive linemen from tackle to tackle move before the snap of the ball. It's an automatic call. Now, did my eyes deceive me? Let's see if the radio's working.
False start on the offense, number 61.
Did not Matuzak take a swing at him?
Well, I would have qualified or classified that as a swing.
I thought that was automatic. Let's see if we have it with our crack staff here. Matuzak is on the right, number 72. It'll be a little further down on the disc if we have it. No, we just had the movement of the offensive line. Well, if you're going to take a swing, do it when the officials are.
No, don't do it when everybody's standing around watching.
1st and 15. Meyer to throw.
Look at this.
On target. Brian Peets, the backup tight end, Rookie free agent from University of Pacific, Charles Phillips makes the tackle for Oakland.
Tom Meyer came into the ball game. His very first play, came out throwing, got a penalty on the second one. Here he is again. He's saying, I've been sitting around a long time, and he does that under duress. He got nailed as he threw it. That's a perfect strike. Number 88, Brian Peets. Right here, he's going to take a shot right here. Bang. And throws a perfect strike.
Now, a quick background on Steve Meyer from New Mexico. Third year, taken in the 4th round of the draft at 76. Played in 4 games last year. Threw for 4 touchdowns against Tampa Bay. Boy, he is hot. Also, he was featured along with Jim Zorn a week ago on NFL 78.
They are not bashful. The Seattle quarterbacks, they come out and they'll throw. Generally with 3 minutes and 40 seconds remaining, and you've got a comfortable lead like they have, you think, well, we'll run a few plays and run out the clock, but not this Seattle team.
Remember seeing the name Don McGuire on the credits of NFL 78?
Yes.
Well, he went to school with Steve Meyer. That's one of the reasons that he was on the show last week. No, the other reason, he's a very good quarterback. First down, Oakland, 39-yard line. Oh,
good hit.
Al Hunter had the ball, and Matuzak had Al Hunter.
Yes. Somebody got the big twos got him angry out there because he really puts a shot on number 24, Al Hunter out of Notre Dame. Bang. You know, that's the way to tackle. That is the way to tackle.
That's easy for you to say up here.
Up here, yes. I mean, I should say the proper way.
3 minutes, 8 seconds. Clock is moving. Time remaining in the ball game. Seattle leads it 27-7. Steve Meyer handing off. Testament will lose a yard, maybe 2. Otis Sistrunk was there.
If he's going to pass the football, he's going to do it under a lot of pressure because Oakland, that defensive unit, they've got about 8 people up near that line of scrimmage going after the quarterback.
Next week's doubleheader on NBC. The 1 o'clock games in the East. Buffalo at Cleveland, Houston at Cincinnati, Kansas City at Pittsburgh, the Jets at New England. The 4 o'clock games are 1 o'clock on the West Coast. Baltimore at Miami, San Diego at Oakland. That's always tough when they meet, although the Chargers have not been playing that well under Don Coryell. And Denver at Seattle, another sellout in the Kingdom. 3rd and 9. Meyer throws as he was hit, and a bounce pass to Steve Largent is incomplete.
Well, I said that if he's going to throw the football, he's going to do it under pressure. They had all the linebackers coming. Had he gotten the ball up, Largent ran a good pattern. He was open, but he caught it on the first bounce. That's not allowed here.
It was Monty Johnson, number 58.
You got to realize the defense is mad. They're frustrated because they've been on the field all day long, and the other team has been doing so very well. So this is the way you're greeted sometimes as a quarterback. Sometimes you pay for the privilege of throwing.
Neil Cozy is set to return the kick of Herman Weaver. 2:07 left in the ball game. Just a high, lazy floater. Will be down in the neighborhood of the 11-yard line by Seattle. 89 yards away from the end zone. Charles McShane was there. 2-minute warning. Seattle 27, Oakland 7.
Dave Williams' longest kickoff return this year, 41 yards. Last year, he had an 80-yard touchdown return and a 60-yard punt return. So keep an eye on him. He's a 2-year man out of Colorado. At the other end, it's Tim Mazzetti kicking off for Atlanta. A very short kick. So Williams coming up at the 5. He's to the 15, to the 20, and down he goes to the 23. Just south of us at the Coliseum, the New Orleans Saints are marching in and holding the undefeated Rams 3-3 in the 4th quarter.
Now the pressure is on the 49er offense to keep the ball, make first downs, and the Falcon defense to stop them and give their offense field position.
5.5 minutes left. 1st and 10 on the San Francisco 23. Seal is wide left. Solomon is wide right. O.J. on a wing. Farrell, the remaining running back. And Farrell going wide. Robert Pennywell is the first to make contact, but it doesn't slow him down as he picks up the first down, getting across the 35-yard line.
Now, I'll tell you something. I don't know if we'll be able to see it, but O.J. made a great block on this particular play. He went in there, and he really paid the price.
It's Pennywell making that first hit. And then Pridemore, among others, finally bringing him down. That's Paul Seal, the tight end, who was shaken up on the play. 5-year man out of Michigan.
That was a big first down, Vinny.
By the way, not that we are disdainful of any injury, but we would like to remind you folks that next Saturday, 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 3:30 Central and Pacific, the CBS Sports Spectacular will feature the Phoenix 150, a shootout between USAC championship Al Unser and defending national champion Tom Sneva. And the world's strongest men, the event the car left. Jim, you mentioned the strongest player that you ever played against was Big Daddy Lipscomb. George, is there anybody in the strength department that you remember in your years of coaching as someone unusual?
We had a guy in Washington named Manny Sistrom that had 16-inch arms and just massive, strong. He'd handle the weight machines.
Well, on the world's strongest men Saturday, the event is the car lift. So join the fun. 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 3:30 Central and Pacific, the CBS Sports Spectacular, the Phoenix 150, and the world's strongest men competition. Jim?
Hey, Vinny, Coach told me something about Sistrom. He said that Manny wasn't too smart when he came in, but he could use him anyway. He told him just to beat the center up left and beat the center up right.
that reduces the game to the fundamentals. Paul Seal, with a banged-up right leg, is coming out.
That's a blow.
Seal was originally a number 2 draft choice with New Orleans, and he was on the slight side. He added some weight to get up to 225, and they traded John Watson to New Orleans to get Paul Seal.
He's a good football player, and he's helped them today. This 2 tight end offense, I think, is one of the reasons why they're ahead.
So it's a knee injury for Paul Seal. With 5 minutes and 2 seconds left to go in the game, it is 17-10 in favor of San Francisco. And they have the ball 1st and 10 as O.J. hits the line of scrimmage and maybe bought a yard.
O.J. runs well from the eye, Jim, and the middle linebacker has to stay at home. He can't run out of there because it's a cutback formation. Now, there's 59. This time, Pennywell staying at home. Joe Harris coming in.
Good point, Coach.
O.J. has rushed, by the way, for 98 yards, so he needs 2 more. 2nd and 9. Solomon is wide right. Elmo Boyd is wide left. DeBerg looking to the right side. No good. It was intended for Bob Farrell. And guarding Farrell was Dewey McClain.
Good. Another sprint out. He's mixing in his sprint outs very well, DeBerg is, but watch him get hit as he delivers the ball.
By the way, Archie Manning has just thrown a 19-yard touchdown pass to Tony Galbraith. New Orleans leading the Rams 10-3. 2 minutes left in the 4th quarter.
A little too much conversation last week, Vinny.
Hayden's a good 2-minute quarterback.
He better be. 3rd and 9 from the 37 with Simpson on a wing. Farrell the remaining back. And Bob Farrell. Again, a tough couple of yards.
Yes, they do. They play Houston Monday night.
So Pittsburgh all alone for the moment if the Rams can't come back.
Well, a lot of time.
The Rams are talking about 19-0 this year. You just don't start talking about that this early.
You know, wouldn't you know, as soon as you say something, right away somebody comes along and challenges it.
Well, the game isn't over yet.
You're right, Coach. Like you said, Hayden's a good 2-minute quarterback.
Connell will be kicking to Rickman. That's been a familiar sight today.
The block is on.
And if the heat is on, particularly look for 28 Reed and 25 Strong. Big play. Strong can't get in. Neither can Reed. And the punt is away. Rickman, a fair catch. He can't take any chances. And they will spot the ball at the Atlanta 16-yard line. Say, by the way, we want to give you a winning lineup, and it's tonight right here on CBS. Let's start at 7 o'clock. That would be Eastern time, and the premiere show, for my money, 60 minutes. And then after that, All in the Family, followed by Alice. Then a movie, Like Mom, Like Me, with Linda Lavin and Christy McNicholas. A winning lineup on CBS tonight, all starting with 60 minutes at 7 p.m. Eastern time.
Jim, let's see what he does. See if he goes for the bomb again on first down.
1st and 10 on the 16 for Bartkowski. Stand back, the remaining back. Bean is on a wing. Bartkowski gunning it low to the right side. The reception is made. Despite the effort by Anthony Leonard, Rickman was able to make the catch, and Leonard also hurt himself a little bit, and the 49ers could ill afford to lose Anthony Leonard. You see where they spot the ball. They're spotted at the 23-yard line, so that makes it 2nd and 4.
He sprinted out on that one, Jim. It's a partial sprint out.
Yes, I'd like to see him do it a little more, because he will then have the option of running or passing in a tight situation. That's a good option to have.
Bob Jury has had to come in. Anthony Leonard shaken up on that last play. Time left, 2:50. Here comes Stanback. Stanback running across the 30. I don't know if it shows on instant replay, but you want to see a running back, number 25. Watch Strong. He's looking to find out where in the world is Stanback. If he looks back, look at where are you?
Totally
are
bad.
You there?
Totally bad. You get in the way of the back. You should go out there. You should throw and try to sustain, because if you don't hit anybody, at least be out of the way.
Well, they got to the 33. It's 1st down. And Bartkowski releases to Bean. And he's at the 40. And dragged down at the 40-yard line. And I'll tell you what, Bartkowski just got that pass away from Cedric Hardman.
Again, another delivery sack, but he had the first down. Jim,
Tell him, Coach.
If he goes forward, he had the first down instead of cutting back.
The dreaded 2-minute warning. It is 17-10 San Francisco, but Atlanta trying to make a move.
It's good.
With 6 minutes, 34 seconds to go in the Miami-New England game, Garo Yepremian, a 29-yard field goal. That game is tied 24-24. Be sure and stay with us, time permitting, following this ball game. The Sperry NFL report to update all of the action if our game is over in time, of course. Now, the officials mark the ball at the 13-yard line. And a new quarterback for the Raiders, Dave Hum of Nebraska. In his 4th year. 1 for 3 throwing this season.
I bet he's thrilled about being in this situation. Backed up on the 13-yard line.
Now with 4 minutes and 43 seconds to go in the ball game between Baltimore and Denver. Baltimore still leads it 7-6. Bill Troop, the Baltimore quarterback, has left the field with a shoulder injury. Mike Kirkland has replaced him. Second and 6. Arthur Whittington.
Good job
by
that Seattle defense. You see the way that they would string that play out, gave him no place really to run, no gap to shoot up in. Did a good job defensively.
What we're looking at is Denver and Oakland still tied, both with 5-3 records. Seattle in 3rd place with a 4-4 record. Just 1 game back. 3rd down and around 4. Hum to throw. He fumble. No, they'll rule it an incomplete pass. It is an incomplete pass. That is the 4th sack of the ball game for Seattle. And only their 11th of the year and 4 of the 11 this afternoon.
Yes, sir, they call that incomplete. He's going to get a lot of pressure. Bill Sandifer, number 66, is a man right up there. What do you do now? Up the gap. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. He tucked that ball back underneath. It was a break for Oakland. Looks like a break for Oakland because he starts his motion forward, but he pulls it back. Pulled it back right there. Unless he threw it right there at the last second. If that's the case, then it was intentionally grounded.
At any rate, it's fourth down.
And fourth down, it's a break for Oakland. Another bad one, but it's a break.
Ray Guy will be kicking to Rufus Crawford. 47 seconds left in the ballgame. We lost our audio momentarily. A little technical mishap. Maybe it was switching again in Burbank. We'll blame it all on them. No.
Blame it on an instant replay up there. All the players are watching.
Now Ray Guy set to kick. Rufus Crawford for the return. It's been a Seahawk afternoon in the Kingdom. Terrible kick. And it goes out of bounds. That stops the clock. 47-yard line of Oakland. Seattle has the ball. The Seahawks lead it 27-7.
Brogan looking for Morgan or Jackson. No, dumps it off to Francis. Look at the big man go.
In this 2-minute drill, just the prior play, Bubba Bean had the first down. If he goes forward, instead he tries to get more yardage and loses. Now it's second down. They have to use a down, possibly, to run the ball to get the first down. So he used very poor judgment in that situation.
Play went from the Atlanta 33 to the Falcon 41, a pickup of 8. 2nd and 2. Play action fake to Bean, and Bartkowski deep down the right side. He's got Billy Rickman all alone. Touchdown to Billy Rickman.
Broken coverage.
And there is Steve Bartkowski, who has come home to the Bay Area with 1 minute and 52 seconds. He uncorks a 59-yard pass.
Good call. Second down and short. Play action. A broken coverage completely. Missed audible or missed huddle call. Nope, nobody covered Reichman at all.
Now what we're going to do is really watch this extra point because it is going to make all the difference.
And you know who was leading the cheers for Atlanta? Bubba Bean.
Bubba Bean.
After that, Mazzetti kicks. It's up. It's good. And with 1 minute and 52 seconds left, we've got ourselves a brand new ball game, 17-17. And for the Atlanta Falcons, they're still trying to come out of here at 500 and a bid for the wild card.
In this game. Draw played Ivory. Look at him find the open hole. Touch.
John Madden, the head coach of the Oakland Raiders, he'll be glad to get home. He's only had 3 home games out of the first 8.
This is a game that Oakland wants to forget about, to get out of this kingdom and go back to Oakland, California to regroup, because you're going to have games like this. This happened to be Seattle's afternoon today.
At the Oakland 47-yard line, first down, Steve Meyer, incomplete to Al Hunter.
Due to technical difficulties, the sound portion of your program is temporarily impaired. It is not your set. Please bear with us. We're working on it.
I'm surprised you don't just go ahead and run it out.
Well, see, I'm sure that the quarterback, Meyer, is saying, I don't get to play very often, and I don't get to throw the ball except in practice.
All right, we had audio problems again, and again we apologize. We have it back.
Tom Meyer is in there throwing the football on every down.
Steve Meyer. Steve,
I'm sorry.
Stay alert. We're going to hold a quiz.
That, you know, everybody else is saying, run the ball and get this thing over with so we can get out of here.
It was a Duke Ferguson just came in with a play from the bench, and I feel very confident that is the instruction. He's going to keep throwing. Incomplete. Duke Ferguson, who came in with the play, is the intended receiver. So apparently Jack Patera just says, hey, you know, everything's working. Let's stay with it.
What this could be, too, is he hasn't had much opportunity, much work. He hadn't completed
in game condition.
Right. So they're saying, you know, we know that he can hand off the football. but it's not, I don't think, to rub it into Oakland, run up the scores, is to give Myers some work under game conditions. So in case anything happens to Zorn, you know, which happened last year, he missed several ball games because of an injury.
Jim Plunkett now with the Oakland Raiders on the sideline. 31 seconds left to go in the ball game. Don Testerman. And now, all that the Seahawks need to do is just go stand in the huddle. 19 seconds and counting. That will wrap it up here at the Kingdome. One of the major upsets the 1978 season. The executive producer of NBC's NFL Football is Don Omeyer. The telecast of today's game was produced by David Stern, directed by Barry Stoddard, the associate director, Jim Marcioni. This has been Charlie Jones, Lynn Dawson, Seattle 27, Oakland 7. Your impressions, Lynn?
Well, I'm very impressed with Seattle because they just completely turned things around to what happened a week ago.
Now to New York City, Bryant Gumbel, the Sperry NFL Report.
We'd like to welcome those of you who've been watching that tremendous upset of the Seattle Seahawks pulled on the Oakland Raiders. We've still got 2 great ball games going on. We're going to send you to look at one live. It is going on in Baltimore right now. The Broncos going against the Colts. Let's check in there live with our announcers, Marv Albert and Mike Hafner. Okay, we are not going to check in live, so let's pick up on the scores of this day, week number 8. The Redskins against the Giants. The Giants pulled an upset on a week of upsets. Today they beat the Redskins 17-6. It is loss number 2 in a row for the Redskin crowd. Joe Theismann had a bad day throwing 3 interceptions. San Diego against Detroit. The lowly Lions pulled a surprise in the San Diego Chargers. This one 31-14 as Gary Danielson had a big day, as did all of the Lions offense playing at home. St. Louis against the Jets. The Jets a winner in this one. The final there, 23-10. Matt Robinson over Steve Pozarkowicz. Cincinnati against Buffalo. Buffalo a winner 5-0. The Bengals are now 0-8. Chicago against Tampa Bay. It's 5 straight losses for the Bears. They came out on the short end of a 33-19 score. Philadelphia against Dallas. Dallas a winner in this one, 14-7. The Eagles come up losers. The Cowboys now tied for first place in the NFC East with the Washington Redskins. Green Bay against Minnesota. The Vikes assert themselves back in the race in the NFC Central. They beat the Packers today 21-7. Cleveland against Kansas City. The Chiefs a surprise winner in this one, 17-3. Tony Reed had 97 yards rushing. New Orleans against Los Angeles. This one is in the 4th period. It is another surprise. The Saints are out in front 10-3. Miami against New England. This one a dandy going on for first place in the AFC East. New England out in front 31-24. Atlanta against San Francisco. The Falcons have just come back to tie. It is tied at 17-all in the 4th period. Oakland against Seattle, as you just saw. Seattle a surprise winner and a big winner, 27-7. And Baltimore against Denver. This one in the 4th period. It is Baltimore 7 and Denver 6. We'll come back with some final notes right after we take a commercial break.
Well, the 2-minute warning has just been completed. The Rams with their work cut out for them. 2nd down now, 5. The Saints trying to do something here this afternoon they've never done before, and that's win in the Coliseum. They started coming here in 1967. Here's McCutcheon. He dropped it. That play there, Hank, would indicate to me a little bit of Los Angeles trouble all afternoon long. They've shown in times they've been a little flat.
Well, I tell you, when you lose and make as many mistakes as they made today, that's invariably the reaction that you have. It looks like a team is flat, but they just, you know, when you make that many mistakes, it's very obvious that the concentration level isn't as good as it should be, and as a result, you are a little flat and not quite as alert, not quite as sharp, and these are the things that happen to you.
And they came off of a very emotional high, beating Minnesota last week. So it's 3rd down, 5, 1:57 left in this game. Hayden, he's got his man. It's a first down to the 45-yard line, and they're not dead yet as Ron Jesse came up with a catch.
Holding.
Wait a minute, bring it back.
Holding against the Rams, I think.
We have another Saint shaken up on the play at the 21-yard line. Well, as we just mentioned, the penalties, it comes right back and haunts them again. They had the first down all the way out to the 45.
And this is what happens, I think, when you win big and you play a team that hasn't won big. you have the mistaken impression that, well, you know, it's going to be easy, especially after a big game like they won against the Minnesota Vikings in Minnesota last week. And the next thing you know, you just can't throw the hat out in the middle of the field and expect to win.
Look at that. 12 for 128 yards.
It's always the same. You have to earn the right to win. You just can't go out there and think you're going to win because you won last week or because you won 7 in a row.
That was a 19-yard pass completion. That will not count. And now let's listen to the explanation. The man that's going off the field, shaken up on the play. Look at this, 24 all. What a barn burner that is.
Holding,
looks like Alex Price going on.
Number 75 offense. Repeat 3rd down.
There's John Williams, and he's coming off the field. I've never seen a face mask like that. That's the 5th penalty on Williams today. John Williams having a tough afternoon. 3rd down now, 15. Hayden still going to try to battle out of him. Across the near side to Willie Miller, and a flag. Pass interference is coming up.
Looked like pass interference on Maureen Spencer, number 29. Let's see what they call it, but I think that's what they call. He was lucky that ball wasn't intercepted. He threw it all the way across the field. It was floating up there like the air was going out of it. And there's Maurice Spencer, number 29. On Miller, number 82, 1st down, the Rams.
That's an automatic 1st down. They didn't have enough yardage, but it's an automatic 1st down across the 30, and they're still alive. 1:38. You see the time remaining. Hayden scrambles out of it. He fumbles the ball, but the Rams recover it. That has been an elusive football today. McCutcheon saves it for Los Angeles. They're going to have to hurry now. The clock running with 1:22. They gained a couple of yards on that play. 2nd down. Look out. Hayden from behind gets it off to Capoletti. He's very close to the 1st down, but Hayden now is not getting up. Hayden is down at the 25-yard line. He really took a shot from Don Reese, who has been all over this football field. Reese is playing like an all-pro today for New Orleans. Now the Rams, interestingly enough, are one of 6 teams in the NFL to carry only 2 quarterbacks on their roster. There he goes under the weight of Reese.
Boy, he really gave him a shot. And of course, that, anytime you get hit from the blind side like that, you're wide open, and that's where the majority of the injuries take place in professional football. A lot of people have the mistaken impression that they get hurt when they run, but that's not the case. They get hurt when they throw the ball, when they're all spread out, release the ball, and then get hit.
Here's Vince Ferragamo, who will come in. He's only thrown 4 passes this year, completing 2 of them. Hayden coming off on his own power, and that's good to see. I asked the Rams, I said, it's interesting you only carry 2 quarterbacks. They said, well, we felt if we got down to the 3rd quarterback, we wouldn't be playing Super Bowl anyway. And that's what they were thinking of. So Ferragamo comes in. They are just short of the 1st down on that completion to Capoletti. There's still time. 1:07. The ball just across the 40-yard line. It's 3rd down, an inch or 2 to go.
I'm sure they'll try to make the 1st down and then put Hayden back in the game. Let's see if he's able to come back in the game.
Ferragamo is no slouch. He's quite a prospect. Got a great arm. 6'3", 207. Big guy. He grew up in California and then transferred from California and went to the University of Nebraska to win All-American honors. 3rd down, less than a yard to go. Give to McCutcheon. He's got the 1st down to the 45. The Rams with 2 timeouts remaining. That 1 timeout they used earlier on a mix-up could hurt them. 1st down from the 45. Ferragamo again. Far side intended for McCutcheon. And that'll stop the clock.
Hayden's back in the game. I felt sure they'd put him right back in there unless something seriously was wrong with him.
That's a tough place to bring a quarterback into. 49 seconds left.
And only 1 timeout left.
According to the scoreboard clock, we have 2, but there's only 1. Well, we'll go with our official people here. 1 timeout. I don't remember the 2nd timeout.
They put Young in there, tight end,
From the 45, second down, 10. Hayden in, cranking up. It is caught by Ron Jesse. A juggling catch by Jesse to the 35. First down. The clock continues to run. Hayden again. And a diving attempt at the interception by Tommy Myers. And that stops it with 23 seconds. So at the 35-yard line, the Rams trying desperately to get this game into overtime. Tuesday night on CBS, Papillon, and you want to talk about a frightening movie, a adventure movie. That is some movie. I saw Papillon, and it's going to be coming up Tuesday night, starting at 8, 7 Central Mountain Time. Steve McQueen and Dustin Hoffman. Sensational, that movie. Don't miss it. Second down and 10. Hayden, a flag on the play. Incomplete at the 20. Campoletti, the intended receiver, but a flag has been thrown. Holding against Los Angeles. 18 seconds left in the game. I want to thank our spotters Chuck Panama and Harry Lake, our statistician Art Hoffman, and our scorer Ozzie Lang for their excellent help here today. And from the 35, they'll start marking off 10 yards. Our producer Barry Smith and our director Bob Daly. I tell you, there's a couple of pros in that truck today.
They're the best in the business.
Holding.
And Ray Ball, our associate director.
Offense. Repeat, second down.
65, that's Tom Mack. Thank you, gentlemen, for your help. As now, with 18 seconds left, the Rams trying somehow to get this ball in the end zone. It's second down and 20. Hayden throwing as he's hit. Just as he released the ball, Grooms got to him.
Lois Grooms got good pressure on him, and just as he started to release the ball, got a piece of his arm. Great play by Grooms, number 78.
Now, Hank, you come to a third down. Now, you've come to a situation where you're almost going to have to put one up in the air and everybody try to run after it in the end zone, right?
Yes, you will have to do that on fourth down. They're going to try to get it a little closer now so they take a little pressure off their offense. But if they get a shot on fourth down, they got to throw it in the end zone with the hope and expectation that maybe they can make some kind of a big play and tie it. Hayden is 15 for 27 for 194 yards, 1 interception, and 2 sacks.
Colin Bryant is checked into the backfield, replacing Lawrence McCutcheon. He's got time. Intercepted. Ray Brown with his second interception, and that'll do it. And the surprising New Orleans Saints are going to even their record at 4-4 and pick up their first win ever here in the Los Angeles Coliseum. And the Rams will go down to their first setback of the year, which means there's only one unbeaten team in the NFL. And Hank, you'll be there Monday. Pittsburgh against Houston. As the Steelers, the only team that's unbeaten, and the way things are going today, it's going to be tough for Pittsburgh to remain unbeaten.
Listen, the thing, you know, is competition, the way as keen as it is, the emotional level changes so much from week to week that anybody can win. And I think, you know, this is a great compliment to the New Orleans Saints coaching staff and their football team. They did a remarkable job out here today, the first time they've ever won in Los Angeles, but it should provide some strong impetus for this team as they go along the second half of the season.
I tell you, further up the way, San Francisco and Atlanta, with 1:17 left in that game, are now tied up 17-all. So now the Saints run the clock out, and the New Orleans Saints have won it here 10-3. So it's been a good West Coast swing for them. They won in Candlestick Park last week against the 49ers. They stayed out here training at Palo Alto, Stanford University, and then they drove down a little distance, walked into the Coliseum, and did what a lot of people thought couldn't be done, and that's beat the Los Angeles Rams. The Rams, on the other hand, their next game will be on a Monday night. They go against Atlanta, and Atlanta having quite a struggle this afternoon with the San Francisco 49ers. Well, the Rams led the division by 4 games coming in today with 9 to play. They're still in very good shape in the division, but now the Saints become a factor as far as a wild card playoff is concerned?
Well, the important thing is really, as far as it was a great win for the New Orleans Saints. The Rams, however, are still 3 games ahead, as you mentioned, and the important thing is what happens in the race, and they're in good shape. And of course, the Saints have helped their situation.
All right, the final score: New Orleans 10, Los Angeles 3. This is Gary Bender saying so long from the Coliseum for Hank Stram. The NFL on CBS is a presentation of CBS Sports.
Well, it's turned out to be a dandy. 17-17, a minute and 52 seconds. That's Dave Franklin deep in the end zone. Dave Williams waiting for the kick. And Mazzetti will kick it off, and again he gets under it. And it's a very short pickup for Williams. He's out to the 30-yard line and gets to about the 33. So Mazzetti did certainly not get off a good kick.
Short and high.
They might have to keep looking.
That's the longest touchdown pass for Atlanta this year, a 59-yard touchdown pass by Steve Bartkowski. And now San Francisco. The defensive squad was thoroughly disgusted on that breakdown of assignments where Rickman was all alone. Now let's see what the offense can do. 1st and 10 on its own 33. Solomon is right. Boyd is left. McAfee, the tight end, on the right side, and it's Farrell and Simpson. DeBerg going to the right side to Solomon, and he dropped it. Freddie was thinking moves before he caught the ball.
Started to run before he had it. Had his head turned. Here, now watch this. Easy completion. He's looking around. Watch his head. Watch his head. See his head coming around there before he had possession.
In this situation, Solomon should be coached that you definitely catch the ball, because what you want to do is keep the ball and try for the field goal.
That hurts right there. That was 6, 7, 8 yards.
2nd and 10 from the 33. DeBerg, and it's broken up by number 75, Jeff Merrill. And Merrill, 4-year man out of West Virginia, got those big meat hooks up in the air to knock it down.
And you're right about the meat hooks, and right now Atlanta defense might go crazy on you.
That's right, they can do it.
Well, you see what we have now. It's 3rd down and 10 with 1:40, and Atlanta, if they stop them on this down, will probably have the punt block on.
So it's 3rd and 10 for Steve DeBerg in San Francisco. 1:40 left, 17 all. Boyd is left, Solomon is right. The backs stay in to block, and that's out of state. It was intended for Elmo Boyd, but he wasn't anywhere near it. So DeBerg is unable to rally his ball club. The boos begin to eat at the 49ers. This could be the worst year for San Francisco since 1963. In 1963, they were 2-12, and of course they're 1-6 right now.
Vinny, a point I'd like to make: if we had the old O.J. Simpson out here right now, they would have to fear him so much, because they'd be trying to get that ball to him.
No, they're going to return it. They're not going to block it. They're going to return it.
And waiting to return is Rickman, who just scored the touchdown at the other end of that 59-yard pass from Bartkowski.
And they're ready for a fake, too.
Mike Connell, the rookie, is asked to punt. Gets it away, angling to the right side, hits at the 38, takes a 49er bounce inside the 20 to the 15-yard line.
You never let that ball bounce. You lose 25 yards.
Normally, Rickman would have picked that one up on the bounce, but I think because he fumbled, he was afraid to do it.
Way back on the 30-yard line of San Francisco is a flag, and right near that flag is Dewey McClain. So hold everything. It was 52 yards as the punt developed, but wait a minute.
25-yard roll.
Dewey McClain looked like he might have been caught with his finger in the cookie jar. Let's see. And if so, San Francisco, which had it 4th and 15.
You know, you never commit a foul. This is something we used to preach. When they're giving you the ball, never commit a foul.
Let's find out from Bob Frederick what it was.
When they're
ineligible members of the kicking team downfield, the left side of the line, 4th down.
Well, that's That's a break for Atlanta.
Break for Atlanta.
It sure is, because Rickman now might get another chance. They're still gonna go for the kick.
No, they're gonna return. And they're playing safe for a fake, a pass, a run, some sort of a.
4th and 15 from the 28.
3 men back.
Randy Cross got off a good snap. Wobbly kick up along the left side, and Bias has it. And Rick Bias made a gutsy reception, and they now are in good field position with 1:10 left. Bob Jury made the tackle, and they're going to spot the ball at the San Francisco 41-yard line.
Line drive punt, Vinny.
Yep, and Rick Bias right there to pick it off. Bias, remember, blocked the punt and scored the touchdown for Atlanta.
And like you said, Vinny, it was a gutsy reception.
And how? Woo. All right, they've spotted it at the 42, 1st and 10. Bartkowski has his man, tight end Mitchell, and Mitchell is knocked down at the 20-yard line.
Big play.
Vern Roberson made the tackle. 56 seconds left in the game, and Atlanta is in the tall cotton, if you can use that one here.
Good protection. The ball was right on the fingertips.
A final in Los Angeles. New Orleans 10, the Rams 3, and another undefeated team goes down in flames. Pittsburgh stands alone. 1st and 10 from the San Francisco 19. Stand back. Hurling to the 16-yard line. Jimmy Webb had a grab on him.
26.
27 seconds left in the game.
Now, Coach, I'd like to make a point here. You've always been talking about 2 hands on the ball.
Right in here.
Right now, whether you're great, whether you're not great, you put 2 hands on the ball.
See, over there on the sidelines, there's Bratkowski talking to the coaches. The first thing I'd get, Kilmer, Sonny Jurgensen. 2 hands on the ball. Never mind what play we're going to run. Let's get that clear. 2 hands on that football. We got a chance to win it here, kick a field goal. We don't want to beat ourselves.
As Steve Bartkowski goes to the sidelines, a couple of reminders for you folks in the East. When the ball game is over, you will join 60 Minutes in Progress. And for you folks on the West Coast, of course, you'll see 60 Minutes at the usual time. A reminder as well, the NBA on CBS next Friday at 11:30 p.m. Eastern Time. It'll return with the world champion Washington Bullets going against Golden State and Milwaukee taking on Seattle. Consult your local listings for the game and time in your area. 27 seconds left. Atlanta with 1 timeout. The 49ers have 3.
And you know something, Vinny? Right now, not only 2 hands on the ball, you don't fight for the extra yard.
All right, 2nd and 7 from the 16. Bartkowski to stand back. And stand back inside the 15.
You see how he was carrying that ball?
Tim Mazzetti, who had not kicked a field goal. He only joined the ball club for the Detroit game. And Mazzetti was able to kick one today.
Well, he has a chance to be a hero.
He sure does. A kid from
6'5".
5 seconds left in the game. Well, we saw Efren Herrera in a similar spot as Seattle upset Minnesota. Now Tim Mazzetti, he's 22 years old. He went to school at Pennsylvania. He had a tryout with Seattle and Detroit, and he was with Philadelphia at the start of the season.
Then Jim, what I've always liked to do in this situation is just before he starts to kick.
Timeout.
Yell timeout.
Make him chew on it a little longer.
Let him think about it. Let him think about it.
Seattle beat Oakland 27-7 as Tim Mazzetti is alone with his thoughts. 5 seconds left. It is 17-17. The line of scrimmage is the 12-yard line. So Mazzetti will have a big assignment. He has not had big kickoffs. He doesn't appear to be the kind of a kid with a powerful leg. And, of course, kickers are a game apart within this game of football.
He has to just not worry about the snap, not worry about the protection, not worry about the hold. Do your job. Keep your head down. Watch the spot. Kick the ball. Be tough.
And now San Francisco will call timeout to make Mazzetti sweat a little longer.
Good work.
They heard you, George.
Yeah, that's good work, Pete.
Of course, you taught him, didn't you?
Well, he's
He's one of your boys.
That's right.
All right.
This is a tough. His team's played well enough to win today. This is a tough one.
Tim Mazzetti. The spot by John James will be at the 19. A 29-yard field goal. It's up. It's good.
Wake up Atlanta. Mazzetti's a hero.
The Atlanta Falcons, with 1 second showing on the clock, have come from behind and have taken a 20-17 lead. On the foot of Tim Mazzetti.
Tough loss.
For San Francisco, are they ever down?
That offsides on the punt being downfield and then the busted coverage on the bomb. Great win for the Falcons. Bitter loss for the 49ers.
They'll remember that 59-yard burn from Steve Bartkowski to Billy Rickman, with Anthony Leonard 10 yards behind Rickman. However, the mix-up was in the San Francisco backfield. We'll take another look at that pressure spot for Tim Mazzetti.
Good snap by the center. I think it's Paul Reisig. Right in there.
So it is 20-17.
You know, Vinny, Rickman is really doing a great job for Atlanta. I think one of the reasons he got loose is because it was probably a misassignment on the defense, but they don't think he has the speed to go long. So that could have had something to do with it.
Yeah.
Well, friends, with only 1 second left, Mazzetti will be kicking off. A reminder now, again, for those of you on the East Coast, you will join 60 Minutes in Progress. Elsewhere, 60 Minutes will be seen at its usual time. Dave Williams trying to get a return squared away. Of course, we mentioned earlier, Williams has busted him last year. One for 80 and one for 60.
You got to kick it on the ground.
We'll see where Mazzetti squirts it. Up front, you have Farrell and Carr. 1 second left. 20-17 Atlanta. And they're loading up the left side. And Mazzetti comes forward and squirts it. An onside kick. And it is grabbed and knocked down at the last minute by Mark Nichols, a rookie out of Colorado State. The ball game is over. The Atlanta Falcons came from behind, knocked them off to win it 20-17. And now this is Vin Scully for George Allen and Jim Brown. Hope you enjoyed it. The NFL on CBS is a presentation of CBS Sports.
This is CBS.
That's it from here. Let's go to Foxborough for the ending of the Patriots-Dolphins ballgame.
Tackle. You heard the whistle. The timeout stops the clock with 1 minute 27 seconds left. We welcome the fans that have been watching the Raiders and Seattle from the Kingdome. And what an upset there, 27-7. But the West Coast spelled upset today. Look at this final. From the Coliseum in Los Angeles, the New Orleans Saints have handed the Rams their first loss of the year. 10-3. Archie Manning hit Tony Galbraith 19 yards for a touchdown in the fourth quarter. Miami Dolphins and the Patriots football game still in progress at this time with a score 31-24 in favor of the Patriots. Immediately following NBC's football coverage, The Wonderful World of Disney. You'll see part 2 of Now You See It, Now You Don't. We'll start over most of these same stations except for the Mountain and Pacific Time Zone stations where it will be seen at its regular time. So stay with us. You'll see The Wonderful World of Disney in its entirety.
What an outstanding game we're seeing here, Dick, as you see Grogan on one side and Greasy on the other. The hottest offensive performance we have seen all year, and I think the best game I have seen offensively in several years. Both quarterbacks utilizing the receivers, great running games on both sides of the line, but New England appears to have gained the better of it if they can control the clock in this last minute and 27 seconds. Right now they've got a big down, 3rd and 7. Let's see what they can do with it.
And Miami has 1 timeout remaining. You saw Bob Greasy getting ready. Should the Dolphins get the ball and go into their hurry-up offense. Flag down, and so is Andy Johnson at the 40-yard line. It appeared to be Don Calhoun moving too soon. Motion penalty, and that stops the clock and saves Miami a timeout.
And it will also be declined. They won't take the penalty. They'll take the down. They'll make it 4th down. Going to be 4th now and 7 yards, as there was no gain on the play. Miami obviously wants the football back there.
The executive producer of NBC's NFL Football is Don Ohlmeyer. Today's telecast produced by Michael Weissman, directed by Ken Fouts, technical director Horace Ruiz, our associate director Sam Kirschman, the only native of Antarctica to make it in network television. Sam with us today here in New England. Ball at the 40-yard line. And that's Gerald Wilson, the veteran kicker, trying to pin Miami as deep as he can.
And you can believe that Miami is coming for this punt. 10 men on the line. They want to block this one and take it in.
Nat Moore, the only man back for the Dolphins at the 5-yard line. Here they come. Ball away. Good kick. Great kick. Out of bounds at the 2-yard line. Just another encore for an already happy audience here in Foxborough, Mass. We pause briefly for station identification. This is the NBC Television Network.
You're watching Channel 5, KING TV, Seattle.
98 yards away from a tying touchdown. Bob Greasy takes his team into the end zone to huddle with only 1 minute 16 seconds left, trailing 31-24, and 1 timeout remaining.
But if I had to pick a quarterback that I would hand that kind of situation to, it would probably be Bob Greasy.
He goes to work. Very loose pass defense by New England. To Tillman, Andre Tillman, who has almost equaled his entire season total of 9 catches. That's his 8th today. No huddle by Miami.
Let's see if they take advantage of the new rule and try and catch New England offside. No, they're waiting.
Clock running all the time. 55, 54. Greasy in trouble. And now they have to spend their final timeout. Tony McGee, number 78 with a sack.
Tony McGee calls himself the designated sacker. He's had 2 of the 3 sacks today. You saw him right there with a big play defensively. No huddle for Miami. They've got to get down the field.
They did not call time. The clock is running. 40 seconds. 3rd down play. Tipped in the air, incomplete.
They haven't changed the yard marker on the down. They said 2nd down. I think that was the 3rd down play already.
It was. Now it's 4th down, and Don Shula, he's looking for a miracle.
They're showing 3rd down on the sideline marker. Let's see what happens.
It is not 3rd down, but 4th down, and the ball, with the clock stopped, 36 seconds remaining in the game, rests at the Miami 7-yard line, where it is 3rd and...
I don't think they know, Dick, that they've got the wrong down marked on the down. 3rd down.
They've had 3 plays.
How can they show 3rd down?
Well, we're going to soon learn whether that's a factor or not. A safety, and now it's over. Richard Bishop gives New England an insurmountable lead. 2 more points for the Patriots. They lead 33-24, and they're celebrating a victory.
Dick, actually what had happened, they got a 1st down on that 15-yard pass. So it was, in effect, 3rd down. We had forgotten to recognize that 1st down pass on the 15. But, of course, the game out of reach now for Miami, not only in time, but also in points. What a great finish. What a way to cap it off for the New England Patriots.
They played outstanding football offensively. The defense had trouble stopping Miami most of the day. But when it counted, with the game in New England's favor late 31-24, the defense played its best football for Chuck Fairbanks. He called this the biggest game of the season, and that, therefore, by his own definition, this will be his most important win.
And you saw him go out onto the field to welcome his defense off the field. He's got to be thrilled with the way his entire team has played today. kind of performance that makes coaches just warm up inside.
And in turn, although it'll be in defeat, Bob Greasy's return as the starting quarterback for the Dolphins has to be heralded as a success. He moved the team very effectively, threw the ball well, and they'll get another chance last game of the season in Miami.
And they'll have the home field advantage. Appropriate, too, to say, as they try a little onside kick to finish this thing up. Appropriate, too, to remember what an outstanding performance they've had today. They have not played bad football. They have simply met a team that played better football than they did.
Mike Hawkins, 59, recovered the unusual onside kick off a free kick from the 20. Bob Greasy, he's been there before in victory and defeat. And this very intelligent veteran quarterback. Wonder what he's thinking right now. I wonder what's going through his mind.
Well, one thing he knows is that he put a lot of good things together today, and I'm sure that those are the kind of things that Don Shula, who's a veteran and intelligent coach, will pick from the films to show to his team. He'll show them some mistakes, too, but he'll draw the strength of what they did right in this game, and they've done a lot of things right.
New England's going to be 6-2, Miami 5-3. The Jets won today. They'll be tied 5-3, and next Sunday here on NBC at 1 o'clock Eastern Time, it'll be our pleasure to be back here in Foxborough to see the Jets challenge New England's lead. So it's still a dogfight atop the AFC East as we reach the halfway mark of the 1978 season. Miami spends its final timeout. 23 seconds left.
I think they're postponing the agony, and I can't blame them for that, Dick. But looking back at this game, what an explosive contest. Back and forth throughout the day. Certainly the kind of game both teams can be terribly proud of.
Well, let's recap the scoring. Miami scored on a run by Williams, 7-0 first quarter. Then New England tied at 7-7 on Johnson's short run. New England went ahead 14-7 after Doug Bedoyne's second interception led to that touchdown by Cunningham. Then Greasy to Moore, 9 yards to tie it. But before halftime, New England marched for a field goal by Posey to make it 17-14. Start of the third quarter. It went 21-17 as Miami scored again. And then New England took the lead at 24-21. Tied by Yepremian's field goal, 24. But the final score will read in New England's favor as the final seconds tick off, and Chuck Fairbanks will take his Patriot team to the clubhouse with a big win. They're in sole possession of first place.
This is the kind of victory at this point in the season that's terribly crucial for a team like New England, facing a team in their own division, team with whom they were tied for the lead. Very, very important that they walk out of here with a victory, knowing that they're going to have to play Miami in Miami later on.
So the final score here in Foxborough, the Patriots 33, Miami 24.
I don't think that we did a good job against the run, and when we had to have it defensively, we weren't able to stop them, and they moved it down the field and scored a touchdown. They ran a draw play against us that really hurt us. Horace Ivory was effective there, and our tackling wasn't as good as you'd like it to be. And they had some play-action passes. Grogan is a real problem when you try to set up a defense against any football team, but against New England, when they got Grogan, he really keeps you honest on that backside, and you can't get the good pursuit to the strong side, so that really hurts as far as your gang tackling goes. But we missed bad on Francis one time in a situation where we had to make the tackle, and instead we had some missed tackles. But, you know, you look at the other side of the coin, there were times where our people made them miss too, and you get that good runner out there, that talented runner or the talented receiver, and they're going to break some tackles. But we got to just go back to work and try to get more emphasis on getting people around the ball and coming down with the ball carrier or the pass receiver. Well, there were a lot of good things that happened offensively. We had some good drives. The negative things offensively was the fact that we did have 2 turnovers, 2 interceptions, and then in the last part of the ball game, when we still had time to move it down the field and score a touchdown to get back into the ball game, we weren't able to, and their defense dominated us in the final 2 possessions that we had.
Dolphin running back Delvin Williams is the top rusher in the NFL as the league reaches the halfway point of the season. Through 8 games, Williams is averaging 5.3 yards a carry for 789 yards. He's also scored 4 touchdowns. That's 45 yards better than Philadelphia's Wilbert Montgomery and 92 yards better than his nearest pursuer in the AFC, Houston's Earl Campbell. And hats off to the Dolphin offensive line as well.
Well, I would have been satisfied if we could have come out of New England with a win and be in first place. But as it turned out, we didn't get it done, so that's frustrating, and that's something to work on to improve. But we play New England again. We also play a lot of other tough football teams between now and then. We certainly can't point to the New England game at the end of the year at this time. But we can hope that we can win and stay competitive so that when we do play them again, that the game has meaning and we can get it done at that time.
Pro defensive end Harvey Martin is still having knee problems. Martin tried out his injured knee last Sunday against the Philadelphia Eagles, but was forced to the sidelines during the first quarter. He has since been fitted with a special brace by the same doctor who designed the one worn by Joe Namath, and Martin may give it another try tonight. If Harvey can't play, he'll be replaced by Larry Bethea, the Cowboys' #1 pick in this year's draft. Bethea got his first real NFL experience last Sunday, and according to his coaches, did an acceptable job. This is Lee Martin for CBS News, Dallas.
The temperature has plunged to the 30s here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Frank's freezing. I am frozen. I borrowed your old coat. Under any circumstances, Frank, there's been so much talk about violence in football these days and the injuries to the quarterbacks. We felt it important to talk to 2 key men on the subject, which I did before the game, Jack Lambert and Terry Bradshaw. Terry, do you think there should be any new rules put into play for the safety of the quarterback?
Well, I'm one of the few that has spoken out that I've seen enough rule changes in my 9 years in NFL for quarterbacks. It's something that I believe very firmly and strongly for, that quarterback's an athlete. He's part of a football team. It's an aggressive, sometimes vicious game, and you have to be prepared mentally and physically to accept that. I know that if older you get, the better in shape I think you should stay, and I know Coach Madden at Oakland has said there should be more done, but I just feel enough's been said, enough's been written about the violence, especially against quarterbacks, and they'll just let it lie and let's play football.
Do you think there should be any rules changes for the safety of the quarterback?
Well, it might be a good idea to put dresses on all of them. That might help a little bit. I got called last week for a late hit on Brian Sipe, and you know, in my opinion, it wasn't a late hit.
That's Jack Lambert. You heard a satirical remark. Maybe we should put dresses on them. He's a tough cookie. There's Terry. You heard his views. Just two views. They're not necessarily concurred in by many others. Nonetheless, we thought it interesting because the subject is so topical these days on the professional football scene. We thought it interesting for you to hear their views. Jack Lambert, who looks, Frank, almost like a biblical figure with that beard.
Robert, Charlton Heston reincarnated out there. He doesn't play like a biblical figure.
No, he doesn't.
He is a very emotional player. He's not very big for the spot he plays. He came up second-round draft pick a few years ago, and he's become one of the best. 220 pounds.